The Australian Super Sedan Championship is one of the most time-honoured events in the history of Australian dirt track racing. And today, our cameras take you trackside to Brisbane's super cheap auto Archerfield Speedway for part one of our exclusive coverage of the 2012 national title. The event has attracted all the sport's heavy hitters for what promises to be V8 warfare, as the country's best super sedan exponents do battle for the right to wear Australia #1. Also, we present a highlights package of the recently contested Australian Championship for Modified Production Sedans, staged at Timmins Speedway in Mildura. Our coverage supported by Speedway Sedans Australia. On the motorsport leader, this is Checkered Flag, celebrating 17 years. Presented on Speed every week by the all-new Valvoline Next Gen.
Terrific to have your company on Speed right around Australia, and in perfect weather conditions, we welcome you to the super cheap auto Archerfield Speedway in Brisbane for the 2012 National Super Sedan title. It'll be an absolute beauty, and you're going to see it exclusively right here on the home of motorsport. I'm joined trackside on night one by the defending champion, Steve Jordan. Gee, a year's a long time. You've got to do it again tonight.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean...
well, this weekend anyway.
Yeah, this weekend. I mean, look, we're sort of here, we've got our game face on, so we're ready to get amongst it and do the best we can. So, no, we've absolutely enjoyed being Australia 1 this season, and if we can pull it off for the next season, it'd be really nice.
Steve, I know we seem to say it every year, but this has got to be the most competitive wide-open title ever.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you've only got to look at the number of cars that are here and the drivers that are in them. They're all just as fast as each other these days. The chassis and everything are getting so much better, and it just makes it for a much better, exciting racing.
What's your preference, slick track or hooked up?
No, definitely slick track for us. We got the 4-bar chassis, and they're definitely more driver friendly in a slick track. We can get a better hold of the track, sort of thing. We are quick in the hooky, but we are 10 times better in the slick.
Well, Steve, thanks for joining us, and the best of luck this weekend.
Thanks very much.
There he is, Steve Jordan. He certainly will be one of the really tough boys to beat in the 2012 Australian Super Sedan Championship. And as you can appreciate, this event is steeped in tradition.
The Australian Super Sedan Championship was inaugurated in Canberra during the 1971-72 season and was won by Victoria's Kevin Dalton, who led home two of the biggest names in the history of the sport in Alan Butcher and David House. In fact, it was David House that claimed the title the following year at Sydney's Liverpool Raceway, defeating two massive names of what was a golden sedan era in Peter Crick and Paul Ash. Throughout the following years, the National Sedan title produced many epic battles, and in so doing, created several dirt track heroes. Perhaps the greatest driver in the history of the sport was the late great Grenville Anderson, who won the sport's biggest prize on no less than 4 occasions, in 1976, 78, 80, and again in 1992. Names synonymous with the National Championship and its rich history include the likes of Alan Butcher, John Cartwright, Cease Hendricks, Neville Harper, Paul O'Neill, and perhaps the greatest driver to have never won the title, John Leslight, who finished on the podium a staggering 7 times. Throughout the event's glittering history, there have been numerous multiple winners, including John and Ron Pine, Peter Logue, Kevin Purton, and in more recent times, Mick Nicola and Darren Kane, both of whom are racing in the 2012 championship. Darren Kane, also a 2-time winner of the National Super Sedan Series, is among the pre-meeting favourites, and his battle with the likes of defending champion Steve Jordan, veteran Wayne Randall, Tasmanian Tearaways Brad Smith and Jared Harper, and Queensland champion Matt Pascoe is guaranteed to be a highlight of this event. The reality is, super sedans have come a long way in recent years, and the category's overall professionalism has been enhanced significantly, due in no small part to the annual staging of the National Super Sedan Series. This is the most open championship in the long history of the sport, and the race will also feature an intense battle between manufacturers, with several constructors represented, including Rocket, Insane, BR Dominator, and there are no less than 12 sweet chassis cars in the field. What an event this promises to be. And you're seeing it exclusively on Speed. Looking forward to this one with no little expectation. The Australian Super Sedan Championship, always one of the most keenly contested blue ribbon events on the Australian Oval Track calendar. Dennis Newland is with me. Conditions here are perfect. Really looking forward to it.
Oh, certainly, David. Of course, with the best drivers on hand in Australia. And there's the decade of excellence. Look at that list, a very, very impressive list of past champions, and the current champion, Steve Jordan, certainly has his work cut out over the next 2 nights.
Kevin Purton, Jamie McHugh and Darren Kane. 3 drivers winning a double in the National Championship over the last 10 years. Right now, let's go to Jason Crow, who's standing by with a special guest.
Shane Best, driving South Australia 47 this weekend. Not your usual car and not your usual car number.
No, certainly not. We've only done a couple of runs in it, so we're still getting used to the car, but it's a great honour to drive the car that belongs to Steve Stewart, who is one of the South Australian guys that has made the history of our sport back home. So,
in saying that, you won the South Australian title a few weeks ago. You'd be really happy with that. Good form coming into tonight.
Yeah, it certainly is. We had a nice little purple patch there where we were able to win the state title after coming back of a good run at the end of the National Series. So a bit of confidence going in, and we'll see how we end up.
Now you have the honour of starting on pole in Heat 1, so it's all on your shoulders for a good start.
Yeah, certainly. I'll probably be a bit like you were the other night, but look, we're here to have a good time and learn as much as we can and do the best we can for the team owner and for ourselves.
You're suggesting you're going to enjoy yourself going into the first lap?
Certainly am. If I can get there first and hang on to it, I'll be pretty happy at the end of it.
Yes, Shane Best has enjoyed an excellent season. And here is the opening qualifying heat of the 2012 National Super Sedan Championship. To the grass banked areas of this venue at Archerfield are packed with people. An excellent crowd for night 1 of 2. Best, Brims, Pagel, Halley, Nicola, Junior, Latham, Wilson, Dempsey, Pales in car 77. Starts from position number 8. Over the page you'll find there's Sean Black, Lachlan Onley, Darren Saunders and Dustin Higgs out of Western Australia. For Valvoline Next Gen, we welcome you to our exclusive coverage, and we get them underway. The 47 car of Shane Best goes to the first turn, being attacked on the outside, and it's all gone wrong here from the outset, with Ian Brims getting crossed up. Nicola Jr. was also involved in that incident. But the action continues here. We're still under green light conditions. Now we go orange.
Yes, a pretty hectic start there in the opening heat. And there's the man on the back straightaway, Darren Saunders in car number 29. David, these heats will certainly be really keenly contested. Car number 76 there you saw was Ian Brims on screen. And taking a look now for Valvoline Next Gen, the incident on turn number 1 with Shane Best and Ian Brims coming together. Also Gary Pagel there in the number 94 car. And Mick Nicola Jr., another driver involved.
Yeah, Mick Nicola Jr. running the rocket race car that his dad normally drives. They've actually switched machines for this weekend. Tell you something, Dennis, the track is very slick. A lot more so than I think most would have anticipated.
Yes, certainly right, David, yes. As we're set to go for a restart once again, should provide some pretty good racing, the track conditions, and into turn number 1 for another attempt to get this race underway as they set themselves for the run down the back straightaway at Super Cheap Auto Archerfield Speedway.
Indeed, where Michael Halley is the race leader. Lachlan Onley moves up on the inside of Shane Best to secure second. Onley has had a fabulous season. There's the black 47 car being driven by the South Australian Shane Best. Now we take the onboard vision. Steve Latham, car number 8. He too has been particularly competitive throughout the summer of 2011-2012. No slouch.
No, he's had a very good season. Hard at work in the office there, Steve Latham, as the drivers in this heat heading down to near half distance, but the man out in front and certainly doing a very good job there as they come off turn number 4 is Michael Halley. There's Shane Best in the 47 car, and looks like Ian Brims the next man through, followed by Mick Nicola Jr. That's the top running order in heat number 1 of the Australian Super Sedan Championship.
Yeah, here's Pagel too, Dennis, in 94 as we watch Lachlan Onley getting up on the inside of Halley. This car being piloted by Pagel, the 94 car, is in fact running a turbo Ford XR6 engine. It was the motor formerly developed by Lachlan Onley, ironically the man in front of him at the moment, who has reverted back to V8 power. Across the start-finish line they run again. You'll see the first 5 heats on today's program of the national title. There are 16 heats in all. And of course the finals part of proceedings, you'll see our exclusive coverage on Speed over 3 parts. Later today, also highlights of the Australian Modified Production Sedan Championship.
Yeah, there's the top 5 running order: Halley, Onley, Pagel, Shane Best and Ian Brims. But Halley doing a pretty good job, but plenty of pressure being applied. Pagel has a look on the outside coming off turn number 4, and Lachlan Onley closes the door and still maintaining that second position, but nothing between the top 3.
So Halley, 1.5 car lengths in advance of his nearest rival. Again, we switch our attention to that Valvoline Next Gen onboard shot of Steve Latham. Of course, our coverage of this event presented in conjunction with Speedway Sedans Australia, as indeed is the case with the Modified Production Sedan package you'll see later on today's show. We thank Speedway Sedans Australia for their support in getting our crew here, as we now drift back in the pack and have a look at Shane Best, who leads that battle in advance of Ian Brims. Here's a change in the lead now with orange base driver Lachlan Onley up into the lead off turn number 4.
Yes, David, and it was a good inside pass too. Taking a look at it now on the Valvoline Next Gen replay. Did it nicely and takes over the race lead in the opening heat.
And did so cleanly. No doubt this track is catching a few people out. Early stages of this Australian Championship. At practice a couple of nights ago, the circuit was really juiced up, very racy, and Darren Kane smashed the 1-lap track record here for Super Sedans in the process. Tonight it's a different ball game, but as you know, Dennis, this sort of track can produce very good racing as they get across the start-finish line, and we recap them.
Yes, there's the recap of the placings. Lachlan Onley first, Michael Halley second, Gary Pagel, good drive into third position, Ian Brims fourth, and Shane Best rounding out the top 5. Taking a look now at the Valvoline Next Gen race recap. And there was an incident right at the start of heat number 1 between Shane Best and Ian Brims. Also involved there was Gary Pagel and Michael Nicola Jr. But as the field settled down, it was Halley who was putting on a big display, a good driving display at the top of the field, pressed hard by Lachlan Onley and Gary Pagel. And there's the inside pass that ultimately claimed heat number 1 for Lachlan Onley.
Yeah, the Dencol Transport entry, car number 17. Getting the job done in heat number 1. He ended up driving away from his rivals and winning convincingly.
Lachlan Onley, the winner of heat number 1. You'd have to be pretty happy with that after your starting position.
Yeah, no, that was our worst starting position for all our heats, so it was good to get the win, and hopefully just keep going, yeah.
How did you find the track conditions?
Yeah, no, we left it loose. We were way loose, but we left it loose to run the gutter, hoping everybody would get up high, and so yeah, we've still got a fair bit more to tighten the car up, but we like a slick track, so yeah.
Wayne Randall, national title coming up. You've seen quite a lot of these.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. You know, there's good and bad in all that, but you know, I enjoy them. I think it brings the best out in people. Certainly myself, I have not a lot of luck in trying to win one. We've got a few seconds and a thirds and so on, but you know, who knows? This could be our year, but I'm starting to run out of years, so I hope it hurries up if I ever got to do one. But it doesn't. It's not the end of the world if you don't win one. But I'd love to finish my career off with that sort of title.
Well, 1991 is when you finished as the runner-up, so it's 21 years ago. A lot of things have changed in that time.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's not only that, the teams have got more and more professional. The cars, everything has got more professional, and I think that's good. Our sport is in pretty good hands. You know, it's like all sports; they have their highs and lows in certain divisions, and we've had a sort of a bad time for a little while. You know, I shouldn't say bad, but things sort of could be better, and I can see a lot of improvement in our division, and this is the start of it.
You think the professionalism is the biggest thing that's changed in the last 20 years?
Ah, for sure. Yeah, the rigs, you just have a look around. You know, it's not so long ago we were all in open trailers, and tyres hanging out in the sun and so on. You know, you got rigs today that are capable of carrying 2 cars, got quarters in them. You know, they're just very professional. The sprint cars have been there for a little while, but sedans are certainly catching
Well, one
up very
thing's
fast.
for certain, Dennis Ewan, this is the only big race, the only major event to have eluded Wayne Randall. What a career he's had.
What a great career he has had, David, and I'll stand corrected, but if memory serves me correctly, I think that runner-up position was at the Bendigo Showground Speedway, the half-mile venue. There's the field: Randall, Belt, Fisher, McCallum, Corn, Campbell, Wilson and Barry Craft in position number 8 in heat number 2.
Yep, over the page, Peter Nicola from Victoria, Paul Geary, the Queenslander, and also Craig Torr in the beautifully presented 23 car. He's one worth watching, so plenty of depth in this field. Des Corn's had a good season. Wayne Randall will be very hard to beat here off pole. He's done a lot of laps around the super cheap Auto Archerfield Speedway. Heat number 2, we saw contact there between Des Corn and also the driver of car number 30, Digger McCallum. They sort themselves out though, and there's the leader, Wayne Randall, running the Tasmanian-owned Rocket race car.
Yeah, and as expected, David, Wayne Randall going to an immediate lead and setting off into the distance as the battles continue further back in the field. And there's one driver, car number 23, just picking him up is Craig Torr. And there's further problems over here on the back section of the course. One involved is Peter Nicola. Some incidents in the early laps of heat number 2. Des Corn on screen, Nicola into the wall.
I'll say it again, it's the skatey nature of the circuit, I think, that's catching a few boys out. The track is quite different to what was the case during practice a couple of nights ago. So Nicola, some heavy contact there, comes to rest up against the concrete wall. No doubt about it. John Kelly, the promoter here, who also does the racetrack side of things. I've got no doubt he'll produce a terrific racing circuit for the second night, the finale. So Randall has skipped away to a fairly handy lead already. Wayne Belt from Victoria in the black 32 car gets into trouble. He's overtaken by the man in 97. That's Jason Campbell, and now we see the 2 cars getting together on the exit at turn number 4. Wayne Belk in the black car, and the other 32 car is the Queenslander Lyle Fisher in the Roma windscreens entry. I've commented on it before. The numbering system in Speedway sedan racing is crazy. The way they duplicate numbers, obviously 32 for Victoria, 32 for Queensland. There should be one number available nationally.
Always
to get these cars to these events is totally confusing to everybody.
It always has been, going right back to the formation of the Australian Saloon Car Federation in 1970.
Well, it's wrong.
And
It's time it changed.
Nothing's changed.
So Randall about to stand on the gas once more, and does so now. Jason Campbell tucks into second place. The Queensland 32 car of Lyle Fisher is next on the circuit, running third. So Randall through turns 3 and 4. He's certainly got a problem here. The man behind him in 97, Jason Campbell, looks pretty good.
Jason Campbell does look very, very good as we take a look further back in the field, but Campbell still leading, in second position and pressing Wayne Randall, but Wayne Randall still has everything pretty well under control.
Yeah, Digger McCallum is running fourth. A bit of wheel spin out there. Here's Torr in the orange and yellow car, moving forward after starting this race at the back of the pack. He's no slouch, the man behind the wheel of the Hose Pro entry. And here's Peter Nicola too, also slipping up on the inside. So no shortage of action further back in the pack as we see a car going around sideways. It's pandemonium. It all started with car 30, Dennis.
Yeah.
Getting out of shape, Digger McCallum.
Yeah, and there's Des Corn involved again in the number 61 car. Not having a good night to the experienced campaigner, Des Corn.
Well, he got caught up in someone else's nonsense there. Bang, there's the contact. 9 getting in there hard as well. Nicely presented car, the number 9 machine of Queensland's Paul Geary. The experienced campaigner is Paul.
Yes, been around for quite a number of seasons. So we go on board with Wayne Randall in the number 88 car, leading heat 2.
Yeah, the Tas truck refinishing rocket machine. The chassis prepared by Danny Smith out of his Lismore workshop. Randall, as regular speed viewers would know, has had a stellar season in 2011-2012, winning major races. Was particularly competitive down in Tasmania with the National Series and the major super sedan races down there earlier in the season. Back straight away. He's still being hounded here, isn't he? Very competitive drive from Jason Campbell in second.
Yeah, Campbell has looked better as this heat has progressed, and now really taking the race right up to Wayne Randall. But Randall doing a good job.
What about Craig Tor, Dennis? He's up to third. Oh, look out, Peter Nicola getting into trouble. Tor started from position 11.
Yeah,
He's
it's a
up,
big drive.
running third already, so Nicola involved in another stoppage. And Des Corn, meanwhile, retiring to the infield with a very badly damaged front end.
Yep. Bad luck for Des Corn in the 61 car. Peter Nicola there on screen. This is how it all happened in turn number 1. And of course, the Nicola came off worst in the incident in the exchange and bringing on the yellow lights.
So race restart is imminent now with Randall leading away Jason Campbell. Trent Wilson from Townsville is now up in third in car number 44. So Tor has had to go back a couple of spots because on the race restart they revert back to the lap prior. So Tor, having got up to third, is now forced to do it again, and here he is on the inside of Trent Wilson already. So Craig Tor is showing very early in this national championship that he is here to win it. Got great car speed.
Yeah, very good car speed as we take a look at the top 5 on your screen, and Wayne Randall still leading. Yeah, Trent Wilson there in 4th spot, making another major commitment. The racing team very committed to super sedan racing. There's Wayne Randall still leading in the Taz truck refinishing entry.
In many ways, Trent Wilson typifying the nucleus of this sport. Very much a family affair, his entire family on the road with him. That's a great shot on board with Wayne Randall. A little bit dark, but it's well worth looking at nonetheless. Yeah, when you consider they live in Townsville and there's really no super sedan racing there to speak of at all, if they want to go racing, they've got to travel several thousand kilometres to find an event, and they do.
And they do. That's exactly right, David. As we watch this battle for the minor placing still continuing on, and certainly Jason Campbell and Craig Tor going hard at it there. You can forget Wayne Randall. I think you'll find he's got this race absolutely shot to pieces and well clear.
Heat number 2 of the Australian Super Sedan Championship here at the Super Cheap Auto Archerfield Speedway. Trent Wilson exiting turn number 4. He's under a bit of pressure at the moment. I've been impressed with Peter Nicola in this race. He's had more hits than Elvis and continues to circulate quickly. He's running in the top 5 and coming again. As we see Wayne Randall, I agree with you, nothing's going to stop him from winning this one. It is the last lap now, and there'll be no change in the order. You would think that Jason Campbell will finish in second, and Tor on the right hand side of screen will finish third. Tor, the driver of the race without a doubt, starting from P11, and Wayne Randall takes the win in sensational fashion. Campbell second, Craig Tor third, Wilson and Peter Nicola. That's the way it was in heat number 2. We'll now look forward to the Valvoline Next Gen race recap. Bit of mayhem in that heat, a little bit of attrition with a couple of cars pulling out.
Yeah, David, as we take a look at the action now, Wayne Randall, of course, best to begin as they go down into the first turn, but there was trouble further back as the field set themselves and down into turn 3, and this is where it all went wrong for Peter Nicola, although aided and abetted by Des Corn in the incident. And more problems. This time the drivers, both drivers in the 32 cars involved in an incident here as the field continues on. And an eventful heat. Peter Nicola once again in problems.
Yes, indeed. Nicola, it'll be a race you'll remember for a long time to come. The man in 97 was giving a bit of cheek to Wayne Randall and stayed competitive throughout, but in the end the experience of Wayne Randall shone through behind the wheel of the Taz truck, refinishing Rocket and maximising his points haul in heat number 2. He'll be there at the pointy end of the weekend, no doubt about it, the veteran Wayne Randall.
Wayne Randall, the winner of heat number 2, great performance.
Yeah, look, we had a pole, and you've got to make the best of them in all these deals. So, you know, until someone actually shows their nose around the outside, you stay on run on the bottom. But I didn't see anyone, so we stuck to the bottom. And this time we've got an outside run, so which will start our position 8. So I'm setting up now to run the top. So you just got to sort of try and. I just watched that last race, and the top is sort of starting to come in a little bit. The bottom is getting a lot narrower. Like, for example, when I was there, the track, the bottom was probably a car length wide. Now what's happened is like about 2/3 of car length. So the time I get out there, I hope it's less, so I can run the top. That's the plan anyway.
This is Checkered Flag, high-octane television at its very best. Proudly supported by the all-new Valvoline Next Gen.
Brad Smith, big night indeed.
Yeah, it definitely is. Australian titles are always a good thing. You always get the best cars. I'm looking forward to it, actually.
How have you been going on Thursday night? I noticed 4th fastest in times. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, we never really noticed the times. We never looked at the times, never heard anything about the times until we got back at the end of the night. So we tried a lot of different stuff. A couple of them worked, a couple of them didn't. So it was probably more of a practice session for us.
And changes between Thursday night and today, have you made any significant changes to the 6 car?
Not really. We had a base setup that seemed pretty good early on, and then towards the end of the night we tried a bit of radical stuff, and I think I got it up on 2 wheels there a couple of times, so we sort of put that one away and leave it back to the standard deal again.
Last time we saw you on Checkered Flag, you just won the National Super Sedan Series. What have you done since then?
We've been to the Vic title where I finished 3rd, went to the South Australian title and finished 2nd, and then went and had a run at Moama for a bit of fun with Lucas, and we've been still travelling around the country.
Has he ever travelled around the country? That's an understatement. The man is never at home.
That's right.
And when we talk about drivers having a great season, it has been a career best season for the man behind the wheel of the number 6 Little Transport entry. One of the top boys to beat here this weekend, no doubt about that, Dennis.
Yeah, there's the field for heat number 3. J. O'Brien, Mick Doblow on the front row, Mick Nicola, Pearce, Smith, Harper, Pagel and Dale Christensen from position number 8 in heat number 3. There's the rest of the field. Higgs from 9, Gartner from 10 and Ash Bergmeyer starting out of position number 11.
So a great field once again as we get set to unleash this field. And Mick Nicola Senior in the national warranty car number 44. The car he normally runs, we saw in the opening heat tonight with his son driving it, the number 3 machine, and have a look at that. Check it out. Ash Bergmeyer, right hand side of screen. It's Dave Gartner in the middle. And the 22 car also, Dale Christensen, the Freightliner entry. So 3 race cars involved in a first corner accident. Well, actually the exit to turn number 2. I've got to be a little more accurate in what I say.
And it's a complete restart for Valvoline Next Gen.
Michael Doblow on the inside leads them away. Car number 8, former winner of the National Super Sedan Series, Mick Nicola on his outside. 3 times national champion. Then we got Brad Smith running very competitively once again as they exit turn number 4.
Yeah, Doblow leading Nicola. Here comes Brad Smith setting himself for a run around the outside of Nicola, but couldn't do it that time. Steve Pearce there in the number 2 car making problems for Smith and Pearce. Brad Smith continuing on after doing a 360, but Dave Gartner also involved there in an incident.
That is unbelievable.
Absolutely.
What about Brad Smith, a clay version of Swan Lake?
Yeah, Gary Higgs is the other driver.
Torval and Dean on dirt.
That's it. There's Dave Gartner not having a good start to this heat, involved in a previous incident.
He's certainly not. He was very competitive in the recently completed National Series. Watch Brad Smith. Pearce gets right up in the air. Smith does the big 360. Finds at the end of it he's pointing the right way, so he puts his foot on the loud pedal and keeps going.
As though nothing ever happened.
So Doblow, Nicola and Smith, a reminder. On the final segment on today's program, you'll see a highlights package of the Australian Modified Production Sedan Championship from Timmins Speedway in Mildura with the compliments of Speedway Sedans Australia.
Yeah, there's Doblow leading from Nicola, Mick Nicola Senior, and Brad Smith is the next man through. Talking earlier about Brad Smith, David, as you said, a great season, and the fact that he won the Carline Mufflers National Super Sedan Series and broke the stranglehold on the tournament by Queensland drivers who have dominated every result since its inception in 2006.
So Doblow doing an excellent job here in the Queensland 8 car, the seafood proprietor from Rockhampton. Again, another example of very much a family race team. His entire family, mum and dad, involved in his activities. There's Nicola getting all locked up. Car giving him a difficult drive. It's a Dominator chassis. He's more used to running the Rocket car. That being said, the Dominator's very effective on this slick track, I think you'll find. as we continue with this event.
Yeah, Jared Harper further back there making a run on the outside and actually coming now into strong contention. That's Jared Harper in the number 2 car on the back straightaway.
Mate, he is one of the big chances this weekend. He's been a little inconsistent this season, but he always runs very strongly at Australian Championships. It's been that way for about the last 5 years. He always emerges as one of the top men, and here he is on the outside. And doesn't the Speedway blood run through the veins of this family, the Harper family, a name synonymous with national sedan racing for decades?
Oh, for decades, David, going right back to the very first Australian Sedan Championship, even before the era of super sedans, when Neville Harper was the major contender at the very first running of the title back in 1971 at the Tralee Speedway in Canberra.
Yeah, Jared's son is here racing this weekend too in an identical looking car, number 22. I've got to say, walking through the pits earlier, I have never seen a bigger pit crew than the Harper Racing team this weekend with 2 cars. I reckon there were 40 people in team uniform down there. It'd honestly do the Ferrari Formula 1 team justice, the amount of numbers involved.
Yep, there's Michael Doblow having a pretty easy run out at the top of the field, well clear, setting himself for the run down the main straightaway here at the super cheap auto Archerfield Speedway. In second spot now is Brad Smith, but Doblow doing a good job at the head of the field.
It's an uneventful heat. Cars are not travelling that quickly because of the nature of the slick circuit. Bit of wheel spinning out there. Last lap now for Valvoline Next Gen. You're watching exclusive coverage of the 2012 Australian Super Sedan Championship. The thundering V8s from this Archerfield venue, the home of Speedway in Queensland. Not the slightest doubt about that. John and Kathy Kelly doing a fantastic job at the helm. And there's the results in Heat 3.
Yeah, Mick Doblow, the race winner. Brad Smith second, Mick Nicola third. Jared Harper, a good drive into 4th position. Ash Bergmeyer in 5th spot.
Here's the Valvoline Next Gen race recap now. That event won comfortably by Rockhampton's Michael Doblow. He and Mick Nicola, a drag race early in proceedings. It didn't take long for the first stoppage in the event, however. There were 3 cars that got hooked up, including Gartner and Bergmeyer. And then there was that incident between Brad Smith and Steve Pearce. It could easily have seen Brad Smith finish in the concrete wall. We still went orange with 2 other cars involved. But once the race got back underway, Mick Nicola was unable to stay with Mick Doblow. Brad Smith moved up a spot. And that is pretty much the way it finished, Dennis.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Doblow had a good drive at the top of the field. Jared Harper made pretty strong progress towards the end of this heat, moving up into contention in the number 2 car.
Yeah, Jared Harper eventually finishing 4th in heat number 3. Here's a word from the winner.
Doblow, the winner of heat number 3. Good to get a win early on in the night.
Yeah, mate, it's a long time coming. We're pretty happy with the car so far.
And to get a win from the front row, I guess is what you needed to do?
Yeah, with that sort of track, I mean, it's all in your advantage. Whatever you can get, you grab.
And do you expect the outside move to start paying off later on in the night?
I think Kelly's done the right thing. By the second night, there's going to be 2 lines there, and probably be 2 lines there before the night's out, you know.
Big occasion here at Archerfield.
Yeah, it's something I'm looking forward to, mate. It's been a long time since they've had Australian title back in Queensland, and this is my class as my home track, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Talking of your home track, the other night in practice, new track record, 13.69, you'd be happy with that?
Yeah, it's a bit of a magic number for us to do, and we only done 2 runs and the car felt really good, and we've only ran here once this year because we've been rained out 3 or 4 times, so but practice is practice, mate, so it's a race meet that really matters.
Absolutely, you can't win in practice, but the old time was 14.2, so it's a significant number, well under the old mark.
Yeah, no, it's actually, we went faster than the late models, which is, you know, they're probably a lot better race car than what our cars are, and to do that sort of lap, it sort of gives you a lot of confidence.
There is the benchmark in National Super Sedan Racing in Darren Kane. You can follow us on Checkered Flag, or follow Checkered Flag on Twitter and Facebook, as many people are doing. And the grid in Heat 4 sees Collins and Wayne Brims on the front row, Kane and Jordan. Now there's a pair for you. Starting on the second row, Matt Williams and Galea from row 3. Matt Pascoe, watch out for him. in the 15 car, starting out of 7th in advance of Jack Childs. Tony Barclamore from Parks in New South Wales in car 63. Callum Harper, Jared's son out of Tasmania, starts out of T10. And Rob Borden, the West Australian in car 25 at the back of the field. We get racing now, we'll get underway now, and Bevan Collins, that beautifully presented black 21 car, early race leader. Check out Wayne Brims up on top of the Speedway in car 111, and Darren Kane immediately charges up on the inside, and Steve Jordan very handy too.
Yes, Bevan Collins leading after the completion of the first lap. Wayne Brims up onto the high line, Darren Kane down low. Steve Jordan also there around the outside in the top 4.
So Collins hanging on for dear life. Look at Brims, the first man tonight that we've really seen step upstairs and be committed in doing so. Kane has found a faster way on the inside. We quickly check out the action further back in the field, and there was plenty of it. Barclamore did well to miss it all. So now we see Brims and Darren Kane running side by side in pursuit of the early race leader, Bevan Collins.
Yeah, Bevan Collins doing a good job, but certainly pressure being applied by Darren Kane as we look out the back of the Q15 car, and that's Matt Pascoe.
Yeah, running a car constructed by himself, the Sweet Chassis, and that is Steve Jordan behind him. He's one of the men to beat this weekend, Matt Pascoe, no doubt about that in the world. And the 24 machine getting into all sorts of trouble. Jack Childs, he's precariously positioned. We're going to go orange on the Speedway, and a race restart in heat number 4.
Yeah, just taking another look at the incident there as Jack Childs brings out the yellow lights. But I've been impressed, David, with Bevan Collins at the top of the field, running strongly, looking good, and he's got some heavy hitters behind him. Darren Kane in second position there.
It's a nice looking car being driven by the leader. The Botcher Motorsport Dominator chassis, factory house car. Only a couple of meetings old. It's a beautiful looking piece. And we go on board this time with Matt Pascoe again, and that's Steve Jordan moving up on the inside of him. They're great mates, running identical cars. And Callum Harper, the white machine, directly behind him. Now we switch to the other onboard camera in this race, Steve Jordan. And that's the Tasmanian bearing down on him.
Oh, great pictures as we watch the field down the back straightaway, but the man they all have to catch, and he's been doing a good job. There's Matt Pascoe around the outside. Bevan Collins is still the race leader. Following through there is Steve Jordan, the Australian champion, on the inside now of Matt Pascoe down the main straightaway.
Darren Kane is still working very hard at the race leader, Bevan Collins. Can he hang on and win this one? As we again take onboard action, this time from Matt Pascoe's car, and Steve Jordan you can see from time to time appearing on the far right hand side of screen. And now this is the other angle of Steve Jordan. Excellent stuff, and that's Pascoe on the left hand side of screen. So Jordan obviously moving up on the inside to bump up a spot. You can see there that Wayne Brims, in the program his car's listed as 77, but he's definitely running 111 so far as his number is concerned. He's in third, immediately behind Darren Kane and Bevan Collins.
Yeah, Wayne Brims, Steve Jordan, Matthew Williams rounding out the top 5. A great battle here at the top of the field. Now Darren Kane sets himself for a run down the outside. Couldn't pull it off on that occasion. Having another go in turn number 1. Looms up on the outside of Bevan Collins. And Collins, to his credit, but here comes Wayne Brims taking over the race lead. Wayne Brims, and now Collins coming again. A great race this one. Darren Kane on the outside.
Oh, great stuff, all right, on the Archerfield Clayway. Brims in front, Kane second. Bevan Collins is still third as they go down the back straight. Now, Dennis, I've just been handed a note by the officials here that Wayne Brims may be bumped back a couple of spots. There's a suspicion he may have passed on the infield there.
Well, it certainly looked that way, David. There was no doubt he was right down low on the racetrack, and it certainly looked as though he used the infield to his advantage as they come off the final turn now and cross the finish line.
So let's wait and recap them. Brims has been bumped back 2 spots. The winner's been handed to Darren Kane in advance of Bevan Collins and Wayne Brims over Matt Pascoe and Steve Jordan. It's speculation, but I'm led to believe that will be the ruling because of passing on the venue infield, which is obviously against the rules. Here's the Valvoline Next Gen race recap.
Yes, and Bevan Collins quickly into stride and taking over the race lead. is the driver of car number 24 there, bringing on the caution lights. There's Steve Jordan. Great pictures as we watch Steve Jordan, the current Australian champion. Also there too, as they come down the back straightaway, is car number 22. Now this is where the incident took place. Wayne Brims taking over the race lead.
All right, so we'll leave that in the hands of officials. We won't speculate anymore, but that's what I put it down to. Brims here leading them
Darren
off
Kane,
turn
the
4,
winner of
but he
heat
was
number
bumped back to
4.
third.
An awesome race in the end, with cars now starting to move to the outside.
Yeah, there's no use running on the infield, mate. That's what wrecks all the tracks, and that's a problem we've been having a lot of Super Sands this year. So you've got to get up and make two-lane racing, and then the track will come in later on the night. And, you know, if we're all going to race on the infield, it's going to wreck the track.
But to get a win early on in the night be good for the confidence and also good for the team?
Yeah, no, it's a good start, mate. Like, it's just, you've got to build points. And, you know, I was happy to sit there for second for a while, and Bevan just sort of started going off the ball a little bit. And I thought, well, you might get pinned down, so it's better off having a go and you know, making a race of it.
Bringing you the best action in Australian Speedway every week, this is Checkered Flag, celebrating 17 years, presented by the all-new Valvoline Next Gen.
And we thank you for your company on speed. Welcome back to Super Cheap Auto Archerfield Speedway in Brisbane as our coverage of the Australian Super Sedan Championship for 2012 continues. This is the 15th and the final Super Sedan race you'll see on today's show, ahead of our highlights package of the National Modified Production Sedan Championship. As you look at the grid, just a reminder, we will continue with our coverage of the Super Sedan title in coming weeks on Checkered Flag. Driver to watch here, Dennis, is Sean Black in car 26, a good kid who's got some massive raps on him in this sport.
Yeah, there are quite a few observers around who rate him very highly, so we'll certainly watch his progress with great interest in this heat.
Driver of 26, he's on the inside as we get them away now in heat number 5. There's no doubt the track is starting to work better, as was evidenced in that previous heat where we had the top 5 cars go across the start-finish line, only separated by a matter of metres. So Black the leader here, and you can see that Ash Bergmeyer in the Bergmeyer Engineering rocket car has moved up into second. Paul Geary is third.
Yeah, Paul Geary third. Keep your eye on Ash Bergmeyer, looking pretty good at this heat, but Sean Black already clear as one goes around sideways, and collected there, it's Rob Borden, I should say, in the 25 car.
Yeah, Mick Nicola Senior has also been caught up in that in the National Warranty, car number 44. And interesting as to why, I am interested rather in why Mick Nicola's not driving his regular number 3 rocket car, and there's a replay with the 44 machine drilling the 25 car that was stranded in a fairly precarious position. So Sean Black will lead away this single file race restart with Bergmeyer behind him, followed further back in third by the Queensland veteran Paul Geary. And Steve Latham, the Tasmanian, is next in car number 8.
Yeah, Steve Latham looking pretty good as well, back there in 4th position. Sean Black going strongly and running strongly at the top of the field as they come down the main straightaway. Sean Black certainly a driver to keep your eyes on in this heat. And as you said earlier, David, certainly a lot of people around the National Super Sedan scene rate Black a future star.
They certainly do. Now Latham has moved up on the inside of Paul Geary. Geary's having a horrible drive in that black number 9 car. The car is handling very poorly. Now we see Pagel in 94 coming by on the outside too.
Yeah, Gary Pagel coming from deep in the field and setting himself up onto that high line down the main straightaway.
There's Latham overtaking Geary on the inside. Meanwhile, we focus our attention on the race leader Black, who's surging away. Now Geary is under siege from Pagel in the white 94 car. I've already mentioned the ill handling characteristics of the black 9 machine. This race will seem like an eternity for Paul Geary. It looks a bit better on the bottom of the track as we now switch our attention back to the race lead, and you can see that Black leads Ash Bergmeyer by just a couple of car lengths now. In fact, Bergmeyer closing up ever so slightly on our race leader with the Valvoline Next Gen race update on screen.
Yeah, Bergmeyer still in second spot as Latham and Paul Geary round out your top 4.
Ian Brims had a crack there on the inside of Mick Nicola. Didn't work out. Three Nicolas in action here this weekend. Mick Nicola, who of course is a 3 times national champion. There he is being overtaken by Ian Brims on the inside, and well, Mick Nicola is having a national title that he will be very happy to forget all about. His brother Peter Nicola also running here this weekend, and his son Mick Nicola Jr. Another look at that, it was all Mick.
Yes, lost it completely there, David, absolutely. And spinning to the bottom of the track.
He'd be embarrassed by that. Nicola, one of the gargantuans of this sport. His record is there for all to see. And that was a mistake that was very uncharacteristic. I've got to say, probably to some extent due to the fact that he's running a relatively unfamiliar car package tonight. As we get them underway again, I can't see anyone catching and passing Sean Black inside the distance.
Yeah, he's done a good job at the top of the field, David, even though Bergmeyer closing a little, but doesn't seem to have the car speed to take over the race lead from Sean Black. There's Gary Pagel up onto the high line. He has persisted with the high line pretty well from the outset of this heat, and the man behind him is Brims in the 76 car.
Can I tell you, that's the Gary Pagel way of doing things. He's a real stand on the gas merchant, always has been, and he and Brims are having a terrific tussle out there at the present time. Halley is up ahead of them in the number 3 car, and there's plenty of traffic congestion out there. Sean Black, meanwhile, is poking along out in front, minding his own business. He's a very tidy driver, keeping the wheels in line, and he understands the old adage about smooth being fast.
Yeah, he certainly does, David. Certainly this race has been most impressive, and a good drive by Sean Black. As we set off now on the Valvoline Next Gen final lap of this heat. Still Pagel up high. There's Sean Black setting himself for the run through turn 4 onto the main straight to take the checkered flag, and a good win going out to Sean Black. Coming in second was Ash Bergmeyer, Steve Latham third, Ian Brims fourth, rounding out the top 5, Paul Geary in the number 9 car.
It was an uneventful heat on the Valvoline Next Gen race recap. We'll see that Sean Black led throughout, and for that matter, Ash Bergmeyer was safe in second place for the duration of the event, but there was no shortage of action further back, the likes of Steve Latham. And as we go back early days in that race, the 25 car getting together with Mick Nicola. Mick Nicola was about to have further dramas, spinning as he was under siege from Ian Brims in the Brims concrete entry. Mick lucky not to come into contact with the concrete wall located on the inside of the raceway. And that intense battle further back in the field, it did rage throughout, but there was no one going to get within cooey of Sean Black. He was far too good for his rivals on that occasion. The driver of the black number 26 car, and Jason spoke with him.
Sean Black, the winner of heat number 5 of the national title, be very happy with that.
Yeah, mate, we're stoked. Car was good. It was a bit loose on entry, bit loose off the corner, but yeah, felt like it was going around on rails. So I've got to thank the crew. We busted our backsides, all. We haven't really, but we've been working hard, you know, trying to find the setup for this track. John Kelly's done an amazing job with the track, I believe, but you know, there's always some knockers out there, eh?
We'll have comprehensive coverage of the 2012 Australian Super Sedan Championship resuming on June 13 and 20, right here on Checkered Flag. Meanwhile, the Timmers Park Speedway in Mildura on the New South Wales-Victorian border recently hosted the 2012 Australian Modified Production Sedan Championship, and this event featured one of the emerging categories in Australian dirt track racing. The popularity of this form of motorsport is very much on the increase, with several venues around Australia staging big dollar shows. The Australian Championship for Modified Production Sedans was inaugurated at Warrnambool in Victoria during the 1974-75 season, and is now one of the most fiercely contested blue ribbon events on the National Speedway calendar. At the completion of Night 1, Queensland's Aidan Raymond emerged as top point scorer in advance of Gavin Fletcher and Todd Doyle, also from Queensland. Aidan Raymond was confident of enjoying a solid weekend, and things had started perfectly.
Yeah, it's been a great night, great start for us. We couldn't be happier, and the car's driving very well, so it's just the best from here.
Meanwhile, Gavin Fletcher was also looking forward to a competitive 2012 national title.
Yeah, that's right, mate. It's been a hard slog. Hayden's been very quick. He's been winning a lot of races at the moment, so yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Multiple national champion Todd Doyle was one of the big names in action at Mildura, and his experience would prove a valuable asset.
No, it probably gets harder every year. I think everyone's getting better cars and newer cars, so it's getting tougher.
After night number 1, you find yourself in 3rd place. You'd be pretty happy with that, but at this stage puts you in a really good position for the A main.
Yeah, I should have done better one here. I didn't drive real well, but otherwise, yeah, I should be right if I can finish up the front in this heat.
Reigning Australian champion Max Clark finished night 1 as 8th top point scorer, and he was looking to step it up big time on night 2.
Yeah, 8th, I'm pretty happy with that. We had a pretty good night. Kept out a majority of the carnage and car felt good, so I'm keen to get back into it tonight.
When heat racing resumed on night 2 of hostilities, it was South Australia's Terry Brown leading home Aidan Raymond and Todd Doyle. In heat 20, Gavin Lawrenson proved too good for his rivals, defeating Craig Williams and Fiona Verhoeven. Next up, Craig Franz stormed the checkered flag in advance of Callan Ball and Victorian speedster Nicholas Hill. Heat 22 saw Queenslander Rodney Parmenter leading Greg Walling and Trevor Mills to the finish line. In the second last heat, Gavin Fletcher continued his outstanding form, beating Russell Bent and Tony Kumar. The final qualifying heat was taken out by Victoria's Martin Hawson, leading home the experienced Mark Carlin and Wayne Ramsdale. Then the C main was contested, and Mark Carlin won the event, hence transferring through to the back of the B main. He was joined by Peter McCarthy, David Jacoby and Ashley Barron. Then it was time for the B main last chance qualifier, and West Australian Peter Fraser stormed to victory, leading Mark Carlin, Brett Barron and Graham West across the line. The main event was to be a race of attrition, with lap 24 being the turning point, with a simple restart seeing the top 3 drivers as well as 2 other heavy hitters pulling to the infield, thus leading to an exciting finish. When the dust had settled, it was Victorian leadfoot David Smith that was crowned Australian champion. Second place went to Queensland's Nathan McDonald. Next to the checkered flag was Wayne Ramsdale in advance of Peter Fraser and Brett Baxter.
Wayne Ramsdale, 3rd place in the national title. He must be over the moon.
Oh yeah, stoked mate, absolutely right.
The race was a race of attrition in the last few laps. Everyone was just dropping out.
Yeah, the track was pretty harsh on a few cars, I think, and yeah, they're just breaking down, and we were fortunate enough to be still there towards the end.
Nathan McDonald, 2nd place in the national title.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, proud to be a part of the title. It was a tough race, but had no brakes for most of the race, made it even harder, but yeah, just stoked to be there at the end. I knew we had to finish and had good pace at the end, but not quite good enough, so yeah, very happy.
David Smith, you've just won the Australian Modified Production title. How does it feel?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty happy to win it. Last few weeks I've been a bit unlucky and led a few big races and broke down, so finished tonight was good.
You were pretty quick all weekend, it has to be said, but there in the early stages you're in 4th and 5th place and the leaders have got away, but then lap 24 came along and everyone all of a sudden disappeared.
Yeah, got a bit lucky. A few people broke down and there was a restart with 12 to go, I think, and I shifted up to the top of the track and got a heap to drive, and it was good.
Our coverage of the 2012 Australian Modified Production Sedan Championship was proudly supported by Speedway Sedans Australia. Join us next week on Checkered Flag when we present highlights of the Icon Suspension Sidecar Grand Slam from the new Curry Speedway in the New South Wales Hunter Valley region. We'll see you then.
You've been watching Checkered Flag on Speed, proudly brought to you by the all-new Valvoline Next Gen. Today on Checkered Flag, we return to the super cheap auto Archerfield Speedway in Brisbane as we bring you continued coverage from night one of the 2012 Australian Super Sedan Championship. With a stellar field of super sedan drivers from across the nation, the battle to claim Australia's #1 is already starting to intensify, both on and off the track. Also on today's action-packed show, we travel to the top end and to Northline Speedway in Darwin for highlights of the 2011-2012 Australian Street Stock Championship, featuring 50 of Australia's top street stock drivers. Our coverage presented by Speedway Sedans Australia. On Speed, this is Checkered Flag, celebrating 17 years, proudly presented by the all-new Valvoline Next Gen.
Thank you for joining us on this week's episode of Checkered Flag. Nice to have you with us on Speed Around Australia. And welcome to Super Cheap Auto Archerfield Speedway for our exclusive coverage of the V8 Australian Super Sedan Championship for 2012, featuring a stellar cast of the fast in perfect weather conditions. Dennis Newland beside me in commentary. We look forward to this with no little expectation.
Well, we certainly do, David, because we do have the best super sedan drivers in Australia here at the Super Cheap Auto Archerfield Speedway, so look forward to some great action.
Now, on a recent episode of Checkered Flag, we brought you comprehensive coverage of the opening 5 heats at this 2-night event in Brisbane. And the heats were fairly fiercely contested, as you can appreciate, as drivers looked for maximum points during qualifying. In the opening heat, there was no shortage of drama, with an incident early in proceedings. Then the race continued. The big mover, Dennis, was Lachlan Onley. He started from well back in the field and serves to the front in car 17.
Yeah, that's right, David. Lachlan Onley looking pretty strong in this heat, going into the race lead as we now move on to heat number 2, brought to you by Valvoline Next Gen. And Wayne Randall was best to begin, and heading down into turn number 1. There's Des Corn there in the number 61 car, getting a little bit out of shape as the field sorts themselves out on the back straight away.
Craig Torr was a big mover, Dennis, in this race in the orange car there, left-hand side of screen. He started right at the back of the field, and in this vision he goes up on the inside of Digger McCallum, who gets into all sorts of trouble in car 30. He takes Paul Geary and also Des Corn with him, and as a result there was another race restart.
Yeah, substantial damage there to the Des Corn car. When they got started once again though, it was this man out in front, Wayne Randall, looking very strong in this one, going on to take the win. The driver of the 97 car, Jason Campbell, second, and Craig Torr third. Turning our attention now to heat number 3, brought to you by Valvoline Next Gen, and further problems back in the field. Ash Bergmeyer there involved, one of the drivers. Also the number 22 car there of Dale Christensen, and the race came to a halt.
Dennis Dave Gardner was the other driver involved in that incident. He was one of the pre-meeting favourites, the South Australian from Penola. And unfortunately, his championship campaign not getting off to the best possible start. I guess you could say the same about Brad Smith there in a little transport entry, car number 6. Yep. The man that won the National Super Sedan Series. Things were looking a little indifferent for him early as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But as they got sorted out, the race continued on, and it was a good win going out to the driver of car number 8, Mick Doblow, from Brad Smith and Mick Nicola Sr.
In heat number 4, Bevan Collins and Wayne Brims shared the front row of the grid, and when racing got underway, Bevan Collins, well, he put up a tremendous performance in car number 21. Now we take some onboard vision from Matt Pascoe's car, and that particular onboard shot, in fact, from Steve Jordan, both of them running sweet chassis naturally, and that is Callum Harper. Tremendous pitches. Harper trying to effect the pass on the reigning Australian champion Steve Jordan. Wayne Brims in car 111, dicing with Bevan Collins, and Darren Kane up on the top of the speedway. A highly entertaining heat race.
It was, David, and Darren Kane working that high line to great effect and going on to take the victory from Collins and Wayne Brims.
Heat 5 signified the start of round 2 of heats, and Sean Black, a youngster with a very big rap on him, started this race on pole position in car number 26. He was never headed from there, defeating Ash Bergmeyer and Steve Latham. We look further back in the field at Ian Brims, and he gets together with the driver of car number 44 in heat number 5. And the man I refer to, Mick Nicola, who's won the Australian Championship 3 times before. Speaking of big names that got off to an indifferent start, he's another one.
Yeah, David, certainly not the best of starts for Nicola. But now we look at the action coming up. This is heat number 6.
of the Australian Championship for 2012, and the grid looks this way. Lachlan Onley, whom we just saw winning his opening heat tonight, he starts on pole position with Lee Wilson on his outside. Campbell and Saunders share the second row. Pales and Pagel are next. McCallum and Wayne Randall, the veteran, driving the Tasmanian car 88 out of position 8. Dale Christensen, Mick Doblow and Steve Pearce. So 11 cars to face the starter here. Good crowd in for the first night of hostilities at Archerfield. And you'll see comprehensive coverage of both nights of this championship, and Lachlan Onley best to begin. We've got more dramas out there in what has been a action-packed Australian Championship to start proceedings. Darren Saunders.
Certainly has also, David. Wayne Randall there in the number 88 car, and Darren Saunders bringing on the caution lights. Here's how it happened on the Valvoline Next Gen replay. The driver of car number 29, Darren Saunders, getting around sideways, leaving no room to go for Wayne Randall, and cannoning into the front of that car, and some substantial damage there to the Wayne Randall machine. Lachlan Onley to lead them away once again, and on the outside of the front row is Lee Wilson. Also there in the number 97 car is Jason Campbell. Further back in 77 is Dempsey Pales as they go down the back straightaway. There's Wayne Randall still continuing on, and now looking up onto the high line and making some good progress through the field.
Well, he's certainly trying to. He's a long way off the race lead though. Lachlan Onley doing a terrific job leading Jason Campbell. We've got three wide action onto the back straightaway here. In heat number 6, driver of 77, Dempsey Pales, is prominent there on the inside line as they exit turn number 4. Randall has certainly made up some ground. Here he comes in the yellow Tasmanian car, number 88, on the inside of the driver of car 29, Darren Saunders.
Yes, Randall switching to the high line now once again as he lines up on the driver of car number 77, Dempsey Pales. But the man they all have to catch, Lachlan Onley, well clear as we continue to watch the progress made by Wayne Randall. On screen there is car number 97, Jason Campbell, currently holding down third position.
Yeah, currently in second spot, the Queenslander Lee Wilson. Driver of 64, there he is in the yellow car with the white roof, now setting up for the slide through turns 1 and 2, and Wayne Randall, clearly the fastest man on the circuit at the present time. He came from a long way back in the field. Cars sporting the scars of battle too. He finds himself wedged in the centre of 2 cars on that occasion, and down the main straight as we update them for you for Valvoline Next Gen. Onley, Campbell, Wilson, Pales and Randall.
Yeah, Randall looking for a run around the outside now of Wilson, and moves up another position in the field. Wilson in the 64 car there. Good drive by Wayne Randall down the main straightaway here at the Super Cheap Auto Archerfield Speedway in Brisbane.
So subsequently, Dennis, Wayne Randall, the veteran, finds himself in third position, chasing second place Jason Campbell and the leading driver Lachlan Onley. A recap of how Wayne did it. On the outside, initially got by Dempsey Pales, and then he swept past Lee Wilson also on the outside to move up 2 spots. But I'll tell you something, there's a lot of space separating Randall from the second place driver Jason Campbell at the moment. Wayne still has a lot of work to do.
Yes, Lachlan Onley and Lee Wilson, the first 2 cars, as we watch the 77 car there. Dempsey Pales getting a little out of shape. There's Campbell in second position, but the man they all have to catch, Lachlan Onley, out of camera range at the moment, well clear.
Onley's had a fantastic season, picked up a round victory in the Carline Mufflers National Super Sedan Series, and he comes into this championship weekend as very much a contender. He's no pretender. On this occasion he moves up behind the back of slower traffic as we see Mick Doblow re-entering the fray after going to the infield. The Den Cole transport entry of Lachlan Onley heading for home, doing a nice job, and he gets up on the inside too, managed to squeeze through there.
Yes, and there's Doblow bringing on the caution lights.
He's on the infield, rejoined the race, as I said, and stopped. Now he's got it fired up again. His car is a rocket chassis constructed by Danny Smith in his Lismore workshops. So Onley leading this procession as they head back onto the main straight, and green light conditions once more. From Orange in mid-western New South Wales, Lachlan Onley is going to be very hard to stop here. Jason Campbell is second, as they head down the back straight again. Wayne Randall worth watching in third.
Yes, no doubt about that, but certainly Lachlan Onley had a good start to the meeting tonight, won an earlier heat, and heading down the back straight away, half a lap away now from the checkered flag. Lachlan Onley in car number 17.
Track conditions very slick here tonight. They had a practice session earlier in the week and the track was really juiced up, if I can use that expression, and Darren Kane smashed the record here, unofficially being a practice night. And as we look at the results for Heat 6, Onley, Campbell, Randall, Wilson and McCallum. But tonight we've got slicker conditions.
2 wins from 2 starts.
Yeah, no, it was good to grab another win. So, yeah, we just got to keep moving forward. The car's good, so out of 6 for the next one. So hope we can do something with that, yeah.
Now we've got plenty of changes happening behind us by the looks before the next one. No changing any of the setup?
No, not changing setup, just like preparing tyres. Yeah, that's about all for that next heat, yeah.
Dave Gartner, big weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Should be a good weekend, and yeah, it's getting closer, not too far away now.
On Thursday night, you set the second quickest time in practice, 14.053. You'd be happy with that?
Yeah, no, really happy. We did it a bit later in the event. We were a bit tight early on and freed the car up, and yeah, the car was fast. We're really happy.
How would you assess your season? We're basically getting towards the end of the season, really. 4th in the NSSS be one of the highlights?
Oh, yeah, not really. I probably, we had a big crash on Quiana and we had a chance to win the series, so it was probably pretty disappointing, really. I've had an up and down season. We've had some good wins and we've had some chances that, we've got away from us. So, but yeah, it's been pretty good overall.
Yeah, look, things haven't quite worked out for Dave, as we saw in that highlights package prior. He did get into trouble in an incident earlier tonight, but he certainly is one of the big guns in this championship. Higgs, Wilson, Barklemore, Harper, Smith, Fisher Kane and Jai Bryant are the first aid drivers to line up in heat number 7. As we go over the page, there are others starting this race too. They are Des Corn, Scott Galea, Bevan Collins and Shane Best. Shane Best coming out of position number 12. Welcome to our coverage of the Australian Super Sedan Championship from Super Cheap Auto Archerfield Speedway. Dustin Higgs, the West Australian. He is no slouch, the driver of car 82, the Blue Machine. That's him leading left-hand side of screen. Tony Barklemore from Parks in New South Wales is second. Perhaps not for much longer, though. Brad Smith up on the inside, the Tasmanian. Very aggressive move, Dennis.
Yeah, Brad Smith certainly the fast mover in this heat as we watch the field. There's Callum Harper in the number 22 car now moving up onto the high line and on the tail of Tony Barklemore down the back straightaway. Also Darren Kane there in the Ian Botcher Race Parts entry.
Yeah, the Dominator car. Darren testing out the top of the speedway at the present time. Gee, the second generation driver. Make that actually a third generation driver, I correct myself. I refer to Callum Harper in 22. He looks to be quick, doesn't he? His late grandfather, Neville, was a champion of the Super Sedan category. And of course his dad, Jared, well, he's in this race too, and he is certainly among the pre-meeting favourites.
Yeah, David, the Harper family synonymous with sedan racing in not only Tasmania but on the mainland as well, as we continue to look at Harper there on the outside of Tony Barklemore coming down the main straight. Good battle, that one. There's Brad Smith in second position, just out of camera range at the moment. As this battle continues, now making it even more interesting is Darren Kane down on the low line.
Yeah, that's Trent Wilson in 44 from Townsville. Nicely turned out white car. We'll have another look at that for Valvoline Next Gen. Frenetic action on the clayway. Firstly, Callum Harper in the Wiley tyres, car number 22, takes it right up to Tony Barklemore on the outside. Barklemore a place getter in the New South Wales Super Sedan Series on a regular basis. Wilson was behind them. Harper was able to secure third position on the racetrack by virtue of that outside pass. As the action continues here, leader is still the West Australian, Dustin Higgs. Brad Smith is second, Harper in third, Kane and Barklemore is now back in fifth position after being In third early in this race, of course, Tony Dennis is the proprietor of Parks Toyota.
Here he is, David, and also a man that works pretty hard in the administration of New South Wales Super Sedan racing, as we watch Darren Kane now lining up on the inside of Callum Harper, and Darren Kane having a look down the back straightaway. But certainly the man they all have to catch is Dustin Higgs and Brad Smith second. Here comes Darren Kane, moving up one more position now into third spot.
Callum Harper's pretty smooth for a young guy, isn't he? He doesn't look out of control out there at any stage. That's a lovely tight shot of Dustin Higgs. Got the Superman logo emblazoned on the side of the car. And the driver of 82 heads for home. He does have a problem now. It's called Brad Smith in car number 6. Meantime, Darren Kane has moved up to third. He's past Callum Harper.
Yeah, good drive by Darren Kane. There's Dustin Higgs. Yeah, Dustin Higgs certainly has not put a wheel out of place. Looking really strong at the top of the field. Setting off now on his final lap of the Archerfield Speedway, heading down the back straightaway, half a lap away from the checkered flag. Dustin Higgs from Western Australia lining up for the run off the final corner to go down and take the checkered flag, and a good win in heat number 7. Coming in second spot was Brad Smith from Tasmania. Third man across the line, Darren Kane, and they were rounded out by Callum Harper, and the top 5, Tony Barklemore in 5th spot.
Dustin Higgs, the winner of heat number 7, you'd be over the moon with that result.
Yeah, we're pretty happy with that result. Starting off pole was a big help. The track's gone away at the moment, but down in the bottom, if you keep the car really straight, it's at the moment there's probably 2 or 3 metres of a real nice hooky patch down there. If you come in sideways, you know, you're going to get the right rear over into the slick part of the track, but yeah, any win that you can get in a big meeting like this, the extra points in that little win, you know, it's a big help.
This is Checkered Flag, high-octane television at its very best. Proudly supported by the all-new Valvoline Next Gen.
Nice to have your company on Speed Around Australia. You're watching the 2012 Super Cheap Australian V8 Super Sedan Championship from the Archerfield Speedway. There is no doubt the technology has advanced in leaps and bounds in this sport in recent years, and one of the men at the forefront of that technology is the constructor of the Sweet Chassis, Matt Pascoe, who now joins me. Been incredible, the advancements we've seen in the past few years.
Yeah, it's gone from leaf springs, and now 90% of the cars had leaf springs, or 95%. Now it's all pretty well bar cars, and there's probably 3 or 4 cars in leaf springs.
Explain the fundamental difference between the two and how the handling characteristics of the cars vary.
Well, the bar cars, we like to get them up on the nose, and the left rear walks forward and all sorts of stuff like that, whereas the leaf springs limited to how much it can drop down with your leaf springs, because everything's just governed by the leaf springs. So we can do a lot of changes underneath the back of that, where the leaf springs are limited.
And you're of the opinion that the bar car has come a fair way in recent years. There was a time when we used to talk about slick tracks and tacky tracks and which sort of surface would better suit a leaf car versus a bar car. But nowadays, the bar car very competitive on both.
Yeah, the bar cars, we've got them going real good on the slick, as well as now we've got them real good on the tacky stuff as well. But in saying that, there's a couple guys out there still got the leaf springs going good on the slick too. Don't worry.
Okay, the action continues at the Archerfield Speedway. The Australian Super Sedan Championship for 2012, an exclusive coverage on Speed. Heat number 8 now. Gartner and Nicola on the front row. That's a pretty formidable combination. Pascoe and Harper, Childs and Higgs, Brims and Tor. And formidable. Dennis, that is easy for me to say.
Well, it's a good lineup. There's the rest of the field for heat number 8. Matthew Williams, Steve Jordan and Mick Nicola Jr. going from position number 11. Keep your eye on the first 2 rows. Should be plenty of exciting Super Sedan action coming your way. And best to begin on the outside was Nicola there. Gartner now moving to the lead on the back straightaway, or trying to, I should say. Pascoe in the number 15 car, and up onto the high line is Harper. Good battle at the top of the field.
Matt Pascoe, whom I just spoke to on the show, we ride on board with him now. In that sweet car, you can see he's having an issue there with his tear-offs, reaching up with his left hand. And good action here. Jared Harper from Tasmania on the top of the speedway. White car number 2 down low of the Victorian Peter Nicola. I'll tell you what, Peter Nicola really going well here for outright pace, matching it with the Tasmanian. More so than that, he actually passes him, but Jared has none of it and races back on the inside to take the lead back, and Dave Gartner comes into it now too in car number 8.
Yeah, Dave Gartner looking really strong too as we go on board with Matt Pascoe. There's Dave Gartner, and also there too Steve Jordan as they run through onto the back straightaway. But certainly Peter Nicola looking pretty strong as we take a look out the back of the Steve Jordan car, the Australian Super Sedan champion.
Yeah, Craig Tor, that is, right behind him in the orange car. He edges somewhat closer, and now Tor, he got in there too hot. He crosses up and was very lucky that he wasn't cleaned up on the way through. They're all playing for keeps here and running flat out. Let's have another look at that on the Valvoline Next Gen replay.
Yes, there's Craig Tor getting it all too sideways and literally spinning out of contention as the rest of the field goes by.
It was very lucky, wasn't it, that he wasn't cleaned up on the way through. Jared Harper, the Valvoline Next Gen race update. Peter Nicola in second. They've got the third, Jordan and Pascoe. That is Matt Pascoe we're riding on board with now. It's an interesting onboard shot. Look how close he gets to the concrete wall. He exits the turns and then drifts up really high. Looks like he's going to hit it. Now we look out the back of the Steve Jordan car. The onboard's working overtime. That is Matt Pascoe behind him, whom we were riding on board with prior to cutting to that shot.
Yeah, great pictures there as Pascoe continuing with the high line coming down the main straight. There's Dave Gartner in third position at the moment. Race leader, the driver of car number 2, Jared Harper, well clear. Peter Nicola still running in second position.
Yeah, so this battle we're focusing on at the moment is the scrap for third. Gartner, the South Australian, has the best of it. Steve Jordan from Queensland is fourth. Wayne Brims from northern New South Wales is next. And it's an interesting race as we have a look at Matt Pascoe's on board, facing out the side of the car. He and Brims got close together. Terrific pictures. Steve Jordan is also there on the inside. It's very close between the three of them. Look at Pascoe on the top of the Speedway now. He might get all of them, or is he going to fade on his run, looking for some traction up high on the Speedway?
Yes, here he comes around the outside of Dave Gartner, looking to try and pull off that pass, but Gartner retains the position as the laps start to dwindle on the last lap. Brought to you by Valvoline Next Gen. This is the man nobody will catch, going on to take a great win in this heat. Jared Harper taking the checkered flag. Coming in second with another good performance was Peter Nicola as the rest of the field comes across the finish line. Taking a look now at the official placings in this heat, heat number 8, Jared Harper the race winner, Nicola, Gartner, Jordan and Pascoe rounding out the top 5.
What a battle between Gartner, Jordan and Pascoe that was.
Jared Harper, the winner of heat number 8. Good performance out of position 4.
Yeah, the track's widened up just nice and it sort of gives you a top and a bottom and a bit of multiple choice, and if your cars sort of can work both ends and both top and bottom, you can sort of make something happen, which is good.
The racing's been it's been pretty tough tonight.
Yeah, there's no light heat. It's fair dinkum every race, and we're lucky enough to come away with a win there. It was very fortunate, out of 4, and you look at it before the day starts and you think, geez, if I can get a crack a top 3 here or get it move forwards, all you want to do, and if you can get a win, well, that's just all the better still. Yeah.
Very good competitor, Jared Harper. He always produces his best form around Australian Championship time. I remember a stunning drive from him back at Mildura in 2008. The title ultimately won by Jamie McHugh. Geary will start on pole in heat number 9. Callum Harper on his outside. Then Saunders, Doblo, Kane, Wilson, Hicks and Jason Campbell in car 97. Over the page, Hales in 77. Then Wayne Randa with a ton of work to do here. And Jai O'Brien in car number 99. So here we go. We are set for a start in heat number 8 of the Australian Super Sedan Championship, and the veteran Paul Geary is the early leader. Here's Callum Harper on his outside in car 22. He may go to the front here, Callum Harper. Let's watch how this pans out. Geary the inside, Harper the outside, and the white car goes to the front.
Oh, good pass there by Callum Harper taking over the race lead. Mick Doblo there in third position, and they in turn were tailed out by Darren Kane. But Harper looking strong, looking good. Here comes Darren Kane now around the outside, attempting to pick up a placing, and does so on Mick Doblo. Moving into second is Darren Kane, a big drive down the back straightaway. Still the race leader is Callum Harper, but Darren Kane closing that gap, working the high line to great effect. Taking a look now at the performance by Darren Kane, lines them up on the main straightaway, sets himself for the run into turn number 1, a good outside sweep, and moves into second position around the outside of Erie. Other man there is car number 8, is Mick Doblo.
There's no doubt that the top of the Speedway is starting to come good so far as outside passing is concerned. And now look at Darren Kane. He is very much on the fly. Moves up on the inside of Callum Harper. So the Dominator car down low on the Speedway tries to take the lead away from the Tasmanian. Harper, Kane, Doblo, Campbell and Pales. That's the race update for you. The top 5 at this stage. We go orange on the Speedway, and that's because Paul Geary has the black 9 car precariously positioned on the exit to turn number 4. Officials feeling he was in a dangerous position, halting proceedings.
Yeah, this is a particularly good drive by Harper, but he'll certainly have plenty of pressure being applied by Kane, and also there too in third spot is Doblo. And to make it even more interesting, in car number 97, Jason Campbell moving up into the top 4.
So Callum Harper in car 22 being stalked by Darren Kane as they motor down the main straightaway here again. Early in the night we saw most drivers running down low where the moisture was, and that is still one of the quick ways around the circuit. The centre of the Speedway is not offering too much. You can see that black slick part of the racetrack, but there's certainly a cushion developing where drivers are able to attain traction, and we've seen a number of drivers over the past few heats using that to great effect.
Yes, that is true, David. There's Doblo on screen at the present time, currently holding down third position. But Callum Harper doing a good job, leading comfortably down into turn number 2 as he sets off on the back straightaway, and Darren Kane still holding down second position. Holds a nice line, Harper, through the turn. Not too far away as Darren Kane, but not too many more laps remaining either, as Doblo in third position, and now Campbell having a look on the outside.
That's right, the 97 machine of Campbell giving some cheek to the Rockhampton-based seafood shop proprietor, Mick Doblo in car number 8. Look at Kane, got great speed on the exit there to turn number 4. Comes up behind Callum Harper with a rush, separated by a car length, first and second as they run down the back straight. And Harper will need to be good to hold this man out. Darren Kane has been arguably the benchmark in the sport over the last few seasons, and Harper will know he's been in a race. Now Kane ducks to the inside looking for some traction. He hopes to make this pass stick, but the top of the track a little bit better, and Harper maintains the lead.
Yeah, great drive by Harper, coming off the final corner now to go on and take the checkered flag, and a good victory to Callum Harper in heat number 9. Coming in second, Darren Kane. Third man across the line was Doblo. Fourth was Jason Campbell. Rounding out in fifth position, Wayne Randall.
Good drive by the kid.
Callum Harper, the winner of heat number 9. Well, your dad just won heat 8 and you've just won heat 9.
Yeah, no, it's really felt good to do that, you know. I've never been in an Australian title my rookie season, and yeah, I haven't raced against these guys before, and yeah, first time on the mainland, so yeah, no, it's pretty good.
First national title indeed, and you've come away with a heat race win. You can't do much better than that.
No, you definitely can't. Hopefully I can get a good result tomorrow and try and get into the top 20 to make the feature race and see what I got for him. Yeah, so there we go.
Very impressive young guy, isn't he? His debut season. I'll tell you what, he just held off one of the all-time great drivers in Darren Kane. It's quite obvious that Callum Harper has a massive future in the sport. Great to see. Christensen and Best share the front row in heat number 10. Jared Harper, the previous race winner's old man, in car 2 starts inside second row. Ian Brims, then Wayne Brims, Ashberg Meyer, and then we roll over the page to Brad Smith, Jack Childs and Digger McCallum. It is a really good field here. Wayne Brims in car 111, worth watching inside third row. Underway now in this heat. Christensen is passed on the outside by Shane Best, not driving his own car this weekend.
but making every post a winner on this occasion. It's a well-presented machine, number 47, as Christensen fights back on the inside.
Yeah, Christensen coming back on the inside in the race, on the race lead, and now around the outside is Shane Best, battling down the back straightaway. Also Brims there in the number 76 car, and there's Harper ducking down to the low line to take over second position.
Yeah, Ian Brims in the yellow car trying to follow suit up on the inside. He finds himself in fourth and is about to challenge for third with Dale Christensen on his outside. He's no slouch, Ian Brims. I think he's from Wollongbar in northern New South Wales, operates his own very successful concrete business. The Brims is very proactive when it comes to business. The same applies to Wayne behind him in car 111. 89 showing plenty of aggression in this race. Scott Galea as he passes Brims, and here's Brad Smith arriving on the scene too.
Yeah, Brad Smith has certainly got quite a few cars to pass. As we take a look at this great action, as Harper down on the low line moves up another position, as on the outside it's Shane Best. There's Harper from Tasmania leading onto the main straightaway.
Yeah, that was from a little earlier. So Harper the leader, Ian Brims tucks in behind him, then it's Shane Best in third. We pan back with that camera angle and check out the action involving Brad Smith and the likes of Wayne Brims too. Across the start-finish line, Jared Harper is the leader in advance of Ian Brims and Shane Best. Scott Galea is giving a bit of cheek here in car number 89. And here's Brad Smith now on his outside in the little Transport Insane chassis trying to go forward.
Yeah, keep your eye on Brad Smith as one into the wall bringing on the yellow lights, and that's Jack Childs in the number 24 car.
It's gone wrong for him, so we'll have a single file race restart rather for Valvoline Next Gen. Nice to have you with us for our exclusive coverage of the National Super Sedan title, presented in conjunction with Speedway Sedans Australia. And Harper here, race leader in car number 2. I've got a feeling that machine is going to be very wide in the next few laps as Ian Brims attempts to pass him.
This is a good drive by Ian Brims, currently holding down second position. There's Shane Best once again up onto that high line, and here comes Brad Smith in the little Transport entry. Oh, they get close together down the back section of the course, and Brad Smith making some strong progress.
Galea is copying a bit of a heave-ho at the moment. He was touched initially by Shane Best, and then Brad Smith also gave him a bit of a touch. It's a funny thing with Shane Best. He started up front and went backwards. Now he's actually got the thing running pretty well in 47. He's competing with them.
Yeah, he's had a tough night actually. His earlier heat, he had to start off the back row of the grid and had quite a few cars to pass, so a pretty tough night in the office for Shane Best. There's your race leader from Tasmania, Jared Harper. Still Brims there in the 76 car, not too far behind on the main straightaway once more. Ian Brims in the 76 car holding down the second position, and Brad Smith now up into third.
Yeah, no shortage of action. Here we go, orange on the Speedway. That's because Dale Christensen has looped car number 22 right on the pole line on the exit of turn number 4, and that's definitely dangerous. So officials left with no alternative. So again we see a restart for I think the third time in this one. Harper will be starting to grow a little impatient. Ian Brims in second, and Galea is still third in the black car number 89, running okay, although I don't think the car's handling all that sweetly. He's having a pretty rugged drive out there, and Brad Smith showed him how to keep the thing straight when he got out of shape. Unfortunately, into the wall he goes.
Yeah, the car wasn't handling too well at all there. As you can see, he's getting it out of shape. There's Harper, but the action further back, look, he's in all sorts of bother there, and helped on his way unintentionally by Brad Smith.
I agree, nothing deliberate about it. He actually overcooked it and started to turn left on Brad Smith, and officials not seeing it the same way. Brad Smith has been punted to the rear of the field. Gee, I'm not sure I agree with that.
No, I don't agree with that at all. Brad Smith was certainly just the innocent party in the wrong part of the racetrack at the time, and Galea continuing on up onto this high line.
So Harper in advance of Brims, and Galea is having the drive of his life in 89 and is going to give Ian Brims some headaches in Just a moment or two off turn number 4. Our race leader accelerates. Jared Harper, the Tasmanian, start-finish line. They cross that and now embark on their last racing lap here in heat number 10. No one's going to catch Jared Harper, but Ian Brims is under siege from Galea in the final stages. Galea will give it a footfall up on the top of the Speedway, but Harper takes the win. Brims just lasts for second. Then Galea in a very spirited drive over Wayne Brims and Shane Best, but really it was never in doubt. And what a night the Harpers are having here tonight in Brisbane. Let's hear from the winner.
Well, Jared Harper, it's 3 Harper victories in a row. You won Heat 8, your son just won Heat 9, and you've just won Heat 10.
They certainly should know we've been here this weekend, shouldn't they? No, it was good. Good to see him get up. I was sitting on the dummy grid there watching the scoreboard, and I could see 36 behind 22, and I said, keep it going, boy. So he pulled it off. It was good.
So you've won 3 in a row. You just started out of position 3 for that victory. That puts you in good stead. 2 heat race victories on the night.
Yeah, well, it's all you can do and try and give yourself the best chance you can. You know, the first heat it went a bit pear-shaped straight up in turn 1, and I thought, here we go. She's going to be a horrid night, but it's turned around and it's good. And, the sweet cars, they're working good. And Lachlan, I think, he's well up there too, and she's hope we can keep it all together. And we've got a bad heat tomorrow night around at 12, so we've got to get something out of that and try and hang in there and see where we end up.
Bringing you the best action in Australian Speedway every week. This is Checkered Flag, celebrating 17 years, presented by the all-new Valvoline Next Gen.
Great to have you with us. Welcome back to the super cheap auto Archerfield Speedway in Brisbane. Beautiful weather conditions. The 2012 Australian Championship. Should mention later on this segment today a highlights package of the 2012 Repco National Street Stock Championship from the Northline Speedway in Darwin coming your way as well. Torpagel, Belt, Borden, Collins, Onley, Williams and Gardner occupy the top 8 on the grid in heat number 11. Then Pascoe, Black and Kraft. Pascoe, his charge from position number 9 will be worth the price of admission. This man on pole, Tor, is going to be very hard to beat here in the orange and yellow car. He's quick in car number 23. And underway we are now. Gary Pagel on his outside. Now Dennis Pagel is running a 6-cylinder turbocharged Ford XR6 engine.
Yeah, this is the interesting factor there, David. That's exactly right, and certainly got plenty of straightaway speed there, as you can see him clearing out into the race lead. And Gary Pagel, before he came into super sedan racing, drove production sedans for a number of seasons, and one of the really good performers around the country. Taking a look there at Lachlan Onley in 3rd position in the 17 car, and having a look down on the low line. And there's Dave Gardner in the number 8 car further back in the field.
Pagel coming back to them a trifle at the moment in car 94. Look at Onley on the inside. He's having a good championship weekend. Draws level with the early race leader. They're side by side as they set up for the slide through turns 1 and 2. And the ironic thing about this is the engine in the 94 car running second, the 6-cylinder to which I just alluded, was formerly developed and owned by Lachlan Onley, who's just passed him.
Exactly right, David. Taking a look at that pass now on screen, the driver of the 17 car, Lachlan Onley, in the Valvoline Next Gen replay, going into the main straightaway. Pagel still there, holding his line on the outside.
And whilst all that is happening, Craig Tor is watchful in the orange 23 car behind them. Onley has absolutely disappeared into the distance. Pagel in second, Tor third. That's Dave Gardner, right-hand side of screen. Moving up on the black 25 car of Rob Borden. Now we look at a camera angle mounted behind the seat on Matt Pascoe's sweet car, and he has plenty of activity on his inside in the shape of Bevan Collins, the driver of car number 21.
Yeah, Pascoe, plenty of work to do starting from the back of the field. There's your top 5: Lachlan Onley, Gary Pagel, Craig Tor in 3rd, Rob Borden 4th, and Dave Gardner in 5th position.
There is Borden in 25. Good action shot of him, the black and blue car. Slides through turn 4. It's a well turned out machine, the Rocket race car. Once again we see a host of manufacturers involved in this championship weekend. Onley in car 17 heads for home. Pagel is still in second despite the best efforts of Craig Tor. The orange and yellow car you can see at the bottom of the screen lies in third.
Yeah, this has been a particularly good night for Lachlan Onley. Scored an earlier heat race win and well positioned in the points chart as we continue this battle for the minor placings. Gary Pagel there in the number 94 car, 94 car, and Craig Tor the next man through.
No shortage of traffic further back in the field. Borden is being harassed by Matt Pascoe on the inside, and Dave Gartner is the other car right-hand side of screen, the GT Bobcat Dominator. The sweet car of Matt Pascoe has rocketed up on the inside and subsequently finds himself in fourth position. Lachlan Onley is half a lap ahead of the field in what has been a remarkable drive out of camera shot. Pagel is second. That's the battle you're looking at now. Craig Tor is third. Across the start-finish line, there is Lachlan Onley. He was an easy winner in that particular heat as we recap the top five for Valvoline Next Gen. Onley, Pagel, Tor, Pascoe and Borden. Big thanks also to Speedway Sedans Australia for assisting us in bringing you the coverage.
Well, Lachlan Onley, third time tonight, 3 wins from 3 starts. It doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, no, the car has been good all night, so hopefully the track goes the same way and we just leave her how it is, yeah.
At the beginning of the night, did you ever think that after night number 1 you'd be undefeated?
No, I never thought that. After practice the other night, we come in a little bit worried with which way we're going to head, but yeah, we've just hit it every heat tonight, so hopefully we just keep it up. Yeah, but still a long way to go, so anything can happen.
Yeah, there's a long way to go, all right. Another 4 qualifying heats and then all the finals series aspect of the 2-night program, and you'll see that exclusively next week here on Speed on Checkered Flag in the same time slot. Nicola and Latham share the front row in heat number 12. This is the final Super Sedan race you'll see on today's show, ahead of our edited highlights package of the National Street Stock Championship from Darwin, which still comes your way on today's program. Pierce, Jordan, Wilson and Halley are occupying the final 4 positions on the grid in this race. Looking forward to it as we get set to dispatch the field in heat number 12 with Mick Nicola Sr. on pole in the National Warranty car. I did explain with our initial coverage of the National Championship, he's driving a car this weekend that's a bit foreign to him, the Dominator. He normally runs the Rocket car, and for some reason his son is driving that car here this weekend. So Mick's had a fairly lacklustre start to the Australian Championship, although going much better in this one. He leads in advance of car number 8, Steve Latham out of Tasmania.
Yeah, third driver there is Mark Pagel in the number 4 car. But Mick Nicola Sr. down the main straightaway, leading this one as the rest of the field comes down into turn number 1. And looking further back in the field there, Peter Nicola, bit of work to do as there's Dustin Higgs in the 82 car, also there as well.
Nicola has tasted the victory champagne on no less than 3 occasions in national championships, along with Peter Logue, arguably the best Victorian produced V8 Super Sedan driver in the history of the sport. Here's Peter Nicola, his brother, on the outside in car number 2, producing a heck of a drive up high on the speedway. He passed Dustin Hicks, and now he's out after the driver of car number 4, Mark Pagel.
Yeah, pretty impressive performance there as we look at Latham having a look on the outside of Nicola, and here comes Peter Nicola around the outside. There's your top 5: Nicola, Latham, Peter Nicola, Mark Pagel and Dustin Higgs.
Nothing confusing about the Nicolas whatsoever. There's Pete in 44, Latham on his outside. This is a good heat. They pack up tightly. The leading 5 cars exiting turn number 4. Been a big drive from Peter Nicola, driver of car number 2 up high on the track. Peter starting from position 6 on the grid. Look at Latham giving a ton of cheek on the outside. The veteran though, Mick Nicola, maintains the race lead. Mark Pagel is handily position 2 in car number 4. Oh, look out, Latham has come into contact with another car and ploughs into the wall midway between turns 1 and 2. There'll be a stoppage here.
Yeah, well, that just appeared. Taking a look on the Valvoline Next Gen replay, there's Latham in the number 8 car, just going for the run around the outside, and Nicola moves out, in fact, and that's where it all goes wrong for Latham.
I don't know if Nicola moved out so much as Latham just lost the plot and drove into him, to be honest with you.
Well, that's right. He was making a run around the outside at the same time.
I think he just misjudged it.
Probably a good call, David, but picking up the action once again, and it's Nicola leading, and Peter Nicola in the number 2 car looking for a big swoop around the outside.
Yeah, Mark Pagel is the ham in the Nicola sandwich at the moment. Dustin Higgs is 4th, and here's Steve Jordan now arriving on the scene. Also coming quickly is Steve Pearce in car number 2. Well presented car it is too, so the Nicola brothers are side by side here, and the younger of the two has gone to the front, Peter Nicola. Mick relegated to 2nd. Peter has looked genuinely quick here this weekend, and that momentum continues in the final qualifying heat on night number 1. You can see some sparks there emanating from beneath the Mark Pagel car. Number 4, you can see there, that shot graphically shows it, so obviously has a problem, and so does the leader. Look at the steam coming out from beneath the bonnet. Make that smoke now, a little more than steam. And onto the back straight, his visibility is going to be hampered dramatically here if that gets any worse.
Yeah, I tell you what, Nicola there seems to have some obvious problems, and it's getting worse as Mick Nicola Sr. still running in 2nd position.
Oh, he hits the wall, look out. He's in all sorts of trouble, Mick Nicola. He's one of the best drivers in this sport. I've got no idea what happened there. Perhaps he's run out of tear-offs. Maybe his visor was caked with clay and he couldn't see.
Yeah, certainly uncharacteristic for the man who has won 3 Australian Super Sedan Championships, Mick Nicola from Victoria.
Very uncharacteristic. He moves around in the car, so he's okay.
Peter Nicola, that's the end of his night.
So that means that Mark Pagel is going to inherit the lead here. And have a look at Mick Nicola again, right-hand side of screen. That is so unlike him. Drifts up. Must have broken something when he came into contact with the wall because he couldn't get off it, and it only got worse.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Big accident for the 3 times national champion. The track cleared now, and we're set for a resumption in heat number 12. And Mark Pagel has inherited the race lead. Dustin Higgs behind him. And then Steve Jordan is 3rd in the black car on the inside in advance of Steve Pearce and Trent Wilson.
Yeah, Steve Jordan, the defending Australian Super Sedan champion, having a look now on the inside of Pagel. Pagel still leading, and now Jordan moving into 2nd position as they go into turn number 1, and Dustin Higgs taking a big run around the outside.
Last lap now. It looks like Mark Pagel's going to snatch the victory here, despite the fact that he had some mechanical woes early with the sparks underneath the car. Mark Pagel wins heat number 12 in advance of Dustin Higgs. Steve Jordan was coming quickly, then Steve Pearce and Trent Wilson. Well, that was a remarkable race. The Nicola brothers certainly were the prominent runners.
Mark Pagel, the winner of heat number 12. It took a little while to get done.
Yeah, it did actually. It was a lucky win.
And what happened to the car? A lot of sparks coming out of the bottom of it.
I think it's tail shaft hitting something underneath when I back off.
You're a bit lucky there. They had a restart on the last lap. Dustin Higgs had actually passed you, and when we go back a lap on the restart, that put you back in front and you're able to hang on.
Yeah, luck's the word for that one. But the night we've been having, we'll take a win any way we can get it.
Okay, let's have a look at the points now after night 1, and Lachlan Onley, the man they all have to catch, leading at the top of the leaderboard there. Jared Harper also performing well on 89 points. Darren Kane 87 and Jason Campbell on 73.
From a competitor's point of view, street stocks are one of Australian Speedway's most popular categories due to the class's affordability. These cars represent great value for money, and there are several hundred located throughout Australia, competing weekly on the nation's dirt ovals. Recently, a field of 50 cars made the trek to Darwin in the Northern Territory for the running of the Repco 2012 Australian Street Stock Championship. The venue was the North Lane Speedway, which hosted the Australian Sprint Car Championship in May of 2010, won by the brilliant James McFadden. The 402-metre North Lane venue forms part of the 94-hectare Hidden Valley Motorsport Complex that plays host to 6 different motorsport disciplines. This multi-purpose motorsport facility is located 12 kilometres from the Darwin CBD. At the completion of night 1, South Australia's Anthony Beer emerged equal top point scorer with the Northern Territory's Justin Brumfield. Next came WA's Michael Heyman in advance of Mark Gartner, Mick Dan, Jack Barnwell, Robbie Foe, Ray Leonard, Lloyd Wallace and Matthew Templar. The pits were a beehive of activity as the nation's top teams prepared for night 2. And Jason Crow spoke to defending champion Brad McClure for checkered flag.
Brad McClure, the national champion, they don't get any easier.
No, they're never easy. Way up here in Darwin is a stiff competition, so we've got our work cut out for us.
Now, you've won 3 of these titles. As I said, they don't get any easier. In your last qualifying heat tonight is another tough one. You're currently 14th on points.
Yeah, we'd hope to be a little bit higher than that, but we had a flat tyre last night in our last heat, so we'd like to be up in the top 10 at least to make it it's sort of a bit hard to come from the back, but we're quietly confident. We've got the guys working hard in the car behind us, so we should be right.
Meanwhile, top point scorer from night 1, Anthony Beer, was confident he had the race package to emerge as one of the men to beat.
Anthony Beer, highest qualifier after night number 1, 3 wins from 3 starts. Can't ask for better than that.
You know, like I said, this is a good bit for me. Tonight's a problem that we've been having the last 6 years, so just hope to finish now and we're in it. That's the main bit.
Problem you referred to is you've only won 1 of the last 6, the other 5 you haven't finished.
Yeah, and I've been off front row every 5, so like I said, last night was the easy bit, you should say, and tonight's what matters. You only got to lead 1 lap tonight, and hopefully we can be there at the end.
The last qualifying race that you're a part of, there's 4 drivers in the top 10. It's not going to be an easy finish.
You're definitely right there, and there's a lot of hard charges behind me is what I'm worried about, and there's cars in front of us like Shane Roycroft and Robbie Foe that definitely need points after some bad heats, and we just got to stay out of trouble, have a car left, and hopefully 10 from home, keep it in.
When racing got underway with the running of Heat 16, Jamie Oldfield, a surname synonymous with Speedway in Australia, took the victory ahead of Colin Green and Colin Masters. In the next heat, Matt Templar blasted to victory, leading home Odin Smith and Andrew Carmichael, who started the race on pole position. Steve Gardner led all the way to win in Heat 18. Brett Waddington chased hard in second place, whilst Evan Wakefield rounded out the 3. The final heat saw Daniel Salter win from pole position, leading home Brad McClure and Justin Brumfield. Anthony Beer consolidated his position at the top of the points chase ahead of Justin Brumfield, Michael Heyman, Matthew Templar, Mark Gartner and Mick Dan. The C-Main, meantime, was taken out by Dale Riley, who surged to the checkered flag in advance of Rick Sankey and Michael McGage. The B-Main was a fiercely contested race, and the last chance qualifier produced door-handle-to-door-handle action. Jamie Oldfield took the win, proving too good for Stephen Gardner, Odin Smith and Sean Peters, all of whom transferred through to the back of the A-Main. The main event was contested over 40 gruelling laps and featured no shortage of drama. Top points man Anthony Beer led for the first 23 laps before succumbing to a flat tyre, which handed the lead to Jamie Oldfield. Oldfield subsequently opened up a handy lead before making contact with a lap car, which started a fire under the bonnet, thus putting the hard-charging Michael Heyman into the lead. Heyman was never headed from there and raced away to score a popular victory. Steve Gardner finished second for the 3rd time in his career, and his drive was brilliant, given that he started from the back of the pack after transferring through from the B-Main.
Steve Gardner, 3rd place in the Australian title.
Yeah, no, it's a great feeling. After last night, we thought we'd be up in the stand watching after everything went wrong. Had the engine out, gearbox out, diff out, had steering was bent. We thought, what's the point? But the boys, they all got in and we got the job done. Come from the B main. Carl was awesome. I was just didn't quite have the arms to finish her off.
Mick Dan, 2nd place in the Australian title. Awesome race.
It was a great race. It really hard to drive. Like I'm really sweating, but listen, you got to be in it and to win it. You got to get to the end, and I didn't think I had the car to do it, but I held in there and just did as best I could, and I'm fantastic. I'm stoked with second. To come all this way too, I'm really happy.
Michael Hammond, the new national champion. How does that sound?
Oh, it's terrific, Jace. Like wrapped so many people that have done so much for us, and finally get to pay them back a bit.
This is your second national title win. How does this compare? Is this better than the first?
Yeah, I think so. We've been trying hard since then to win one, and unfortunately we've done it 2 times in a hold and now not a forward, but you get that.
This highlights package of the 2012 Australian Street Stock Championship was presented by Repco in conjunction with Speedway Sedans Australia. Meanwhile, before we go today, a reminder to grab your copy of Speedway Racing News magazine, the latest issue now on sale in a newsagent near you, featuring Jared Harper on the front cover. Of course, SRN, established in 1972, the sport's best read. Don't forget to join us on next week's program when we present exclusive coverage of Night 2 in the 2012 Australian Super Sedan Championship from the super cheap auto Archerfield Speedway. Thanks for your company today. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the Australian Super Sedan Championship and highlights of the Australian Street Stock Championship. We will see you again next week here on Speed.
You've been watching Checkered Flag on Speed, proudly brought to you by the all-new Valvoline Next Gen. In what's been the most intense Australian Championship in recent years, the 2011-2012 Australian Super Sedan Championship has provided plenty of drama and excitement. And today on Checkered Flag, we bring you comprehensive coverage of the second and final night of racing at the super cheap auto Archerfield Speedway in Brisbane. With up to 45 drivers battling to qualify for the top 21 grid spots in the 40-lap championship final, it's anyone's contest. Can reigning champion Steve Jordan retain his Australian crown, or will one of his many rivals wrestle a crown away from him? Our coverage is proudly presented by Speedway Sedans Australia. On Speed, this is Checkered Flag, celebrating 17 years. Proudly brought to you by the all-new Valvoline Next Gen.
Great to have your company on the Speed Channel right around Australia, and a very warm welcome to the super cheap auto Archerfield Speedway in Brisbane. Once again, the weather conditions are perfect for night 2 of the 2012 Australian Super Sedan Championship. Joining me, a man that's won it a couple of times and certainly amongst the top pointsmen at the completion of night 1, it's Darren Kane. You've done a lot of laps around here. You've got to be feeling fairly comfortable, I would have thought.
Yeah, the track changed a bit last night. On practice night, we broke the 1-lap track record, and I'd only done a couple of runs, but I knew practice surface would be different than the first race night, and last night was very slick, and we was fairly reasonable, but tonight I think the track's going to be different again, so our cars are pretty universal, so hopefully we can get a good run tonight.
Do you have a preference, or is it just a case of tackle what's there?
Whatever's there, mate. You know, we should be able to drive on all different surfaces, and you know, to win an Australian title, you want to be good at all different tracks, and I'm hoping just it's racy, and that's all that really matters.
I interviewed Steve Jordan, the defending champion, at the commencement of episode 1, and said that this looked to be the most wide-open championship in the history of the sport. Would you concur?
Oh, for sure, mate. Like, you know, everyone's got good cars and everyone puts good tyres on. It just comes down to making the right decisions at the right time and being there at the end and having a lot of luck. Australian titles, a lot of luck to win them, and you got to be good, but you got to have a lot of luck.
Best of luck, mate, in the Botcher Motorsport entry.
Thanks, David.
There he is, Darren Kane. He certainly will emerge as one of the men to beat come main event time tonight. Speaking of the points at the completion of night number 1, let's now check that out.
Thanks very much, David. And there you can see Lachlan Onley, the man at the top of the leaderboard, 108 points. Jared Harper in strong contention also on 89. Darren Kane, 87, and Jason Campbell, 73 points. That's your top four and an evenly contested leaderboard as we look at the great history of this event and the men that have won it. And certainly this title this year will go right down to the wire. One man in contention is Wayne Randall.
Wayne Randall, we moved to night number 2 and you're right in the thick of things in 6th place after night number 1.
Yeah, no, we would like to be a little bit further up. The last heat we had last night, we started out position 10 and we got to 5 and then we just couldn't get the tyre to come back on after the restart. So, but I was sort of hoping for a little bit better than that, at least a third. So that would have put us up probably in about 3rd position. So, but anyway, tonight we've got a good heat which comes out of position. We come out of position 5. So. It'll be good to sort of get up there and get another safe, at least a second anyway.
I was going to say the goal would be to win that one.
Oh, the goal would be to win it. The guys starting in front of me though, they're in form as well. They're actually one of them are in front of us. So, but you know, we just got to do our best, and who knows, we can win it. And we're not going there to run second. We're certainly going there to win the deal, but we're not going to be disappointed. We just got to keep the car straight and got to keep it in one piece, of course, because a straight car I always believe is a fast car. So. Yeah, it's a long race. 40 laps too tonight is a different race. I think if you start in the first couple of rows, you've got a very good chance in this feature race.
No doubt Wayne Randall will be there at the sharp end of proceedings. A big thank you to Jason Crowe for catching up with Wayne. And Jason will do several more pit crosses tonight. Hello everyone and welcome to our exclusive coverage in night 2 of the Australian Championship, coming to you from the super cheap auto Archerfield Speedway. And in Heat 13, which by the way, this is the commencement of round 4 and the final round of heats. It's Childs, Borden, Higgs, Black, Randall, Smith, Saunders and Doblo. Doblo, a former winner of the National Super Sedan Series. Wayne Randall, of course, has won that twice. And then Geary, Best and Belk will occupy the final 3 spots on the grid. Valvoline Next Gen bringing you this exclusive coverage as we get set to dispatch the field. And the racetrack tonight will certainly produce some fabulous side-by-side speedway as we see Sean Black very quickly away in the black car. Further back in the field, we had a problem with the car slamming the concrete wall on the back straightaway, and a number of drivers here getting into trouble. Dennis, this is pandemonium.
Yeah, pandemonium in the opening lap of the Australian Super Sedan Championship. On screen there is Darren Saunders in the number 29 car, also Michael Doblo. That all was triggered off on the back straightaway with Brad Smith involved, Shane Best there. Now cars are sorting themselves out, and yeah, plenty of action in the opening lap. Taking another look at it now, and this is where it all went wrong. Higgs is there in the 81 car, also Wayne Randall. There's Brad Smith going up over the side of the number 25 car, and that's Rob Borden, and that's where it all went wrong.
Yeah, ultimate dominoes effect thereafter. Beautiful weather here in Brisbane. Wonderful crowd packed into the Archerfield Speedway tonight for this time-honoured event, the Australian Super Sedan Championship. So Childs on pole position and Black on his outside. One of the fine young drivers in the sport is Black. Randall has been caught up with Mick Doblo. This time the veteran Randall will bring on the amber caution lights. The car parked precariously on turn number 1. He's okay and no major damage done to the car either. Will we ever get this race underway?
Yeah, Randall left with nowhere to go there, really courtesy of Doblo, and that brought out the yellow lights, and in our 3rd attempt now to get this heat underway.
Well, there's no other way of saying it. Doblo turned left on him.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah, and officials see it the same way. Doblo has been sent to the back of the pack, so now Childs gets a helping hand and goes infield. Once again, we've got further drama on the speedway.
Yes, certainly plenty of problems. That's Gary Higgs there in the 81 car.
Flat left rear, he has 2. Childs in the white car. And the 32 is the Victorian expat Kiwi Wayne Belk.
Well, just take another look at the replay. The Valvoline Next Gen replay into turn number 1. And Randall, Higgs, and also the number 32 car there involved.
Wayne Belk. So the Valvoline Next Gen race restart. Let's see if we can get a lap completed this time around. Jack Childs passed on the outside by Sean Black. Wayne Randall pokes up on the inside in the yellow car running third, and then the South Australian Shane Best in the other black car, number 47. He's up on the top of the Speedway running third, disputing that spot with Wayne Randall as a drag race down the main straight.
Yes, and Sean Black is the race leader, but this is where the interest is further back in the field. Here's Wayne Randall on the tail there of Shane Best in the 47 car into turn number 3 and 4.
Gee, Rob Borden's running strongly in the blue and black car up on top of the Speedway. He's got real speed and will now challenge on the outside of Childs. Good job here by Borden, the driver of car 25, on the centre of your screen, and he is absolutely on a mission. And if he keeps going like that, it won't take him too much longer to get onto the back of the race leader.
Yes, David, Borden certainly got plenty of good speed there as we look at Shane Best, the next man through on the inside. But the man they all have to catch out in front, and he's gradually doing that as Borden, but the man leading is Sean Black.
Yeah, Black by a couple of car lengths in advance of Borden. Shane Best in the 47 car, that is not his own machine, driving for someone else this weekend. About to be passed by the veteran Wayne Randall, the Queenslander, moves up a spot. He wasn't up using the cushion per se. The replay will show that he made that pass utilising the centre of the Speedway.
Yes, he did, David, yes, and there's plenty of drive on this circuit this afternoon, or sorry, tonight. And there we see Randall around the outside and making the pass stick.
I think you'd probably go along with me when I say, Dennis, that Randall, along with John Leslite, one of the greatest drivers never to win the Australian Championship. He's won everything else umpteen times.
Yeah, very, very much so, David. Wayne Randall, a star performer and a seasoned campaigner over many years on the Australian super sedan scene. There's your top 5. Sean Black leading, and Borden, Randall, Doblow and Shane Best.
When you say many years, in the case of Wayne Randall, it's in fact in excess of 4 decades. That is some record.
It is some record, and he started his career at the Lismore Speedway and had a magnificent career in Australian sedan racing.
Here's Black. He's about to find himself under siege from Rob Borden. Now on the centre of your screen, you can see the car has sustained some damage on the left-hand side of the body. Obviously getting caught up. Rubbin's racing, as they say, but it can also be expensive. So Black starts to come back to the man in second place as the action here in heat number 13 continues. This is heat 1 of what is the final 4 heats on night 2.
Yeah, David, this is a particularly good drive by Sean Black. He's got plenty of pressure by Rob Borden, as you can see down the back section of the course once again. But Sean Black not put a wheel out of place, doing a good job at the top of the field. Still Borden in second. Third man is Wayne Randall.
Onto the main straight, last lap now of the Super Cheap Auto Archerfield Speedway. Have a look at Borden, moving a lot closer. Good speed out of turn number 2 down the back straight. He'll need to go to the top of the track, but does seem content to sit in behind Black as they exit the final turn, and the driver of car 26 takes victory in heat number 13. So Rob Borden second, great drive by him. Wayne Randall, terrific performance. Likewise Mick Doblow and Shane Best officially in 5th spot.
Sean Black, the winner of heat number 13. That's 2 heat wins in the title.
Yeah, mate, I can't be happier, eh? First Australian title and 2 heat wins. We haven't lost any spots in our heat, so that's hopefully that's cemented us in the A. I'm sick of coming through the B into these A mains at title time, but I've got to thank the crew. Without them, we wouldn't be here. I've got to thank my sponsors, Kelly's Transport, Clean Equip, Hotondo Homes, Toowoomba. They've gotten behind us this season and given us a bit of support as well. Lynn Mac Automotive, Mac Graphics. Who else we got? Shock Absorber Therapy, Paul Geary. He's really given me a good path for me, like telling me how to set up my shocks and all that for this season. So I've got to thank him a lot. And DePool Shop, my boss Dennis and Jody Bullpit at Toowoomba Steering and Suspension. Thanks a lot, guys, for the ongoing support. And my little sister, she's got a little photography business, and yeah, so we put her name on the car as well.
Steve Jordan, the national champion, maybe, hopefully not for the last time tonight, but it's a tough gig.
Oh, for sure. I mean, everyone's stepped up to the plate and driving really well. So yeah, it's definitely going to be hard, but no, we won't die trying, I tell you.
Now, after night number 1, 12th place, but you do have a pole position tonight.
Yeah, that's it. Our grid draws for yesterday was a 4 and 210. So yeah, we get a pole tonight. So that sort of, if we look after that one and bring that home, it'll bring us back up to probably 7 or 8 in the final, I suppose.
40 laps around here is a long way. As been mentioned many times, you need luck, but also you're not going to win it in the first corner, as we would have known from last year as well.
Yeah, no, exactly right. I mean, everyone's just got to get through their head that they're just not going to win it in the first lap or two, you know, and just settle themselves in, get a hold of their car, and then start putting head down and get going, you know. But yeah, 40 laps is a long race, so it's just a matter of staying out of trouble and then just going on as hard as you can.
Jason Crowe catching up with the defending national champion ahead of night 2's action. Of course, Steve Jordan, well, he knows exactly what it takes to win this, doesn't he? A tremendous performance in Tasmania last season to claim the crown. McCallum, Corn, Tor, Wilson, Pascoe, Campbell. Peter Nicola in car V2 comes out of position number 8. His brother Mick Nicola Sr. in 44, Wayne Brims, and Lyle Fisher in car 32 at the back. Let's see how this works out. Jordan, the Australian champion, in front in the black car as they head down the back straight the first time. Digger McCallum behind him. Craig Tor in the orange and yellow machine slips up into second.
Yeah, keep your eye on Craig Tor there as he challenges Jordan on the outside. Jordan comes strongly around the outside once again to maintain the race lead. There's Mick Nicola further back in the field as they go down the back section of the course. Also there in the number 97 car is Jason Campbell.
This man Tor, currently placed in second, is no slouch behind the wheel of this orange and yellow car. There's young Trent Wilson from Townsville in car 44. He was just passed there by Matt Pascoe. You can see that Jordan's got a massive problem in car number 1. He has succumbed to some mechanical problem and everybody has passed him. Well, that is a tragedy. He can ill afford that. The reigning Australian champion. Look at Digger McCallum now under siege from Peter Nicola. In car number 2, Trent Wilson there, and Mick Nicola comes into it too in the national warranty entry.
Yes, and also Campbell driving car number 97 down on the low line. Trent Wilson in car number 44, and this is a good scrap here in car number 15. It's Matt Pascoe as they come down the main straightaway once again.
And Tor leaves the door open. Pascoe nips up on the inside, and the constructor of the Sweet Chassis brand in National Super Sedan Racing goes to the front, but Tor is giving a ton of cheek on the outside. This is good Speedway from the V8 Super Sedans in heat number 14 of the Australian Championship. They're side by side. Pascoe the inside and Tor up on top of the Speedway, brushing the concrete wall.
Yes, there was the top 5 you just saw on screen, and Pascoe and Tor. This is where the interest is. A tremendous battle here at the top of the field in heat number 14 of the Australian Super Sedan Championship. A great battle. Tor, not to be denied, coming again on the outside. Pascoe down on the low line momentarily takes over the race lead, but Tor coming strongly again with that drive on the outside.
What a fantastic race. They're side by side through turns 1 and 2. Tor may have a slight advantage now as he charges down the back straight. A couple of car lengths in advance of the driver of car 15, but Pascoe, he's found some traction down low on the Speedway and comes back at him with a rush, and again they're side by side.
Yes, running really closely down the back section once more. Just taking a look at the Valvoline Next Gen replay. Have a look at this superb Super Sedan action. Running close without touching. Really professional Super Sedan racing. Pascoe momentarily just gets to the lead, but it's that drive on the outside by Tor that maintains the front running.
Well, I said he was no slouch, the Hose Pro entry, doing an admirable job. This is one of the very best in the country sitting behind him. Former winner of the Carline Mufflers National Super Sedan Series, multiple state champion. He's the reigning Queensland Super Sedan champion as well. And they start to close up again as they exit turn number 4 here. 1.5 car lengths between them as they cross the start-finish line. Good job there by Craig Tor, who started that race from position number 4, defeating one of the best in Matt Pascoe. Great drive, Wayne Brims, who came charging through from the back in advance of Digger McCallum. What a race in Brisbane.
Craig Tor, the winner of heat number 14, which ended up being rather eventful.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't really look back. We just kept going.
Well, you were at the front too. You were out of all the trouble that was going through the race. You had a pretty good win though, and the points that you needed.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, definitely should be into the A main now and start a bit further up. It'll be good.
On Speed, the home of motorsport, you're watching the 17th year of Checkered Flag. Proudly brought to you by the all-new Valvoline Next Gen.
Well, you're looking at the left rear tyre that South Australia's Dave Gartner will run on his GT Bobcat Super Sedan in tonight's Australian Super Sedan Championship. And Dave, I'm interested, and you're one of several drivers in the pits. You're running a Hoosier on the left rear, but on the right rear, you run the American Racer.
Yeah, that's right. Look, it's a driver preference, really. I've run American Racer on the left rear quite a bit. For me, there's just something about a Hoosier. I like it a lot, and yeah, I just find maybe it just helps the car balance a little bit better. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with American Racer either. They do come up a little bit better size-wise because you can buy them in 92s, 94s, 96, whatever, and they come up pretty close to that. So it does help your stagger selection a little bit. And I have American Racer left rears on the rack there now. But at the moment, yeah, just my preference is to run Hoosier.
All right, well explained. Now, in terms of the National Championship, we obviously saw a very slick track on night one. Was it as abrasive on tyres as it looked?
No, actually it wasn't. I think you're looking at the tyre. I ran the whole night last night, so it's done the whole 3 rounds. I think I probably even practiced with it the other night. So, look, we'll probably have a look now and maybe put a new one on. We're just working tyres out at the moment. But no, the track wasn't too bad. We just struggled with forward bite after such a fast track on practice. Caught us all out last night. We've done some major changes, probably one of our worst performances for the year, so pretty disappointed, and we got one heat to get it right tonight.
So you've had such a stellar season too. It's the last weekend you want to be encountering bad luck and problems.
Yeah, I was really excited about coming up here because I really expected a fast track, and we showed what we had practice night, around about a 14-second lap. So that's what I thought we had, and when we got here last night, I couldn't believe it, but you just got to do what can I do? That's the way it is.
Okay, there's Dave Gartner as we turn our attention now to heat number 15 on the program here at the Archerfield Speedway.
Another 12-lap journey, Dennis. You can see the crowd up there on turns 3 and 4. It's capacity and plenty of people in the stands as well. And with almost 50 cars in the pits, believe you me, it is a beehive of activity down there. Mick Nicola Jr. will line up here on pole in car 3. Scott Galea on his outside. Then Matty Williams, Ash Bergmeyer, O'Brien, Barklemore, Higgs and Collins. Over the page to Brims, Kane, Pagel and Harper. See, we've got some big charges here coming from the back of the pack. Big thanks to Valvoline Next Gen, available at all good retail automotive outlets. Valvoline's latest product, the Next Gen range. Check it out as we get this field underway. Car 89 got away pretty sharply on the outside as they contest the lead down the back straight. Ash Bergmeyer got away quickly as well in the Bergmeyer Engineering Rocket. That's him in the white car pushing up to second.
Yes, and Scott Galea is the race leader into turn number 1. Mick Nicola Jr., Ash Bergmeyer now moving around the outside to move up one more position in the field as they set themselves. Matthew Williams there in the number 3 car in 4th position as they come off turn number 4.
Galea might be leading. I don't think the car's handling all that well. He's pretty busy and using all of the racetrack and perhaps then a bit more too. Here's Dustin Higgs. We go on board with him. You can see Darren Kane looming up through the window net there. That's the 2 times Australian champion. Epic onboard shot. Tony Barklemore also in close proximity.
Yeah, that's right, David. And there's Mick Nicola. Car number 3 around the outside, turning our attention back there to the number 89 car. Scott Galea is the driver, hiking that inside front wheel, and Ash Bergmeyer back there in 3rd position. There's Darren Kane as we go on board once again on Darren Kane's car. Jared Harper, the man straight right directly behind him.
Oh, look at Harper getting very close to the back of the Kane machine. Of course, both men hail from Tasmania, albeit Darren Kane has been residing in Queensland for a number of years now. But it is an expat Tasmanian. But hard to know where to look here. There's race cars all over the circuit. That's Matt Williams in machine number 3. On the outside, the Queenslander very much on the charge. So it's Galea, followed by Bergmeyer. And then the number 99 car
lies in third position on the circuit, but there's a heap of contenders in this one.
Yeah, that's Jay O'Brien in the 99 car there. There's Ash Bergmeyer down onto the low line, looking for the inside run on Scott Galea. A good heat this one, and coming again right around the outside in car number 3 and doing a good job at that too is Matthew Williams.
He's come from absolutely nowhere, past Bergmeyer on the outside. Oh, he got close to the concrete wall there. Bergmeyer moves back up on the inside. Galea continues to lead in car number 89. It's a fiercely contested heat. The heats have really started to hot up. You can tell we're approaching the business end of proceedings. Here's Williams standing on the gas up high on the track. Galea might be overtaken as they go down the main straight side by side.
Yeah, this is a mighty performance on Scott Galea and Williams, bringing the whole field, or almost the whole field, undone in this one. Bad luck for Scott Galea, and certainly the driver of car number 3, Matthew Williams, looking really strong. There's Darren Kane and Tony Barklemore also involved.
Oh, a host of drivers involved. I used the expression earlier in tonight's program, the dominoes effect. We've seen it in action again there. The 99 of O'Brien, Galea, Williams are still stranded. Kane drives away from the scene of the incident. Another look at that.
Yeah, Scott Galea just overcooked it a little bit with Matthew Williams on the outside. That's where it all went wrong, bringing down Matthew Williams in the process, and all hell broke loose behind him.
They did it almost in tandem, didn't they?
Yep, they certainly did.
It was a high 11 horsepower example of Swan Lake on the clay. Now we go on board for a different perspective out of the Dustin Hicks car. He was grabbing handfuls of opposite lock, you better believe it.
And trying to keep it off the wall at the same time too, David. Restart. Man in front, Matthew Williams in the number 3 car. Keep your eye on Ash Bergmeyer, also there in second position.
Well, Bergmeyer, I reckon, mid-race distance would have thought he was going to win that. He came down on the inside of Galea, and then from absolutely nowhere came Matt Williams, that man on screen in car number 3, to challenge on the outside, and now he finds himself in the race lead, which means officials have deemed he played no part whatsoever in that stoppage. It's been Galea sent to the rear of field. There's the veteran Ian Brims in the yellow Brims concrete car, moving up to 5th on the speedway behind the West Australian Higgs.
Yes, that's right too. And David, also there was, yes, Dustin Higgs in the 82 car. But the man they all have to catch out in front is Matthew Williams, looking pretty strong as we set off on the final lap, the Valvoline Next Gen last lap here at the Brisbane Archerfield Speedway. Oh, and problems down the back straightaway there as the field set in all directions. There's Jared Harper spinning to avoid the carnage, and up on the top of the track. Car number 21 was the driver also involved, and that was Bevan Collins, who brought down Jared Harper in the process.
Settle down, Dennis. You're getting excited. Sit down, will you? Collins in the black car 21, and they touch on the entry to turn number 3. Could have been a lot worse, you know. They were going very fast at that point, and drivers hit the anchors in an attempt to miss the carnage. You're going to find they'll declare this race. It's very late in the actual heat. And now we have a look at the back of the Darren Kane car, go on board with him. Oh, how lucky was Harper not to come into contact with the concrete wall. Williams declared the winner. Ash Bergmeyer in second, Jai O'Brien third, then Dustin Higgs and Ian Brims. That was an eventful race.
Matt Williams, the winner of heat number 15. That was an awesome race.
Yeah, no, it was all right. Yeah, we're just, we've been struggling all weekend. We're just trying to get the rear end sorted up in it, but it felt good then, like it's plenty quick enough in the turns, and I seen them balking down low, but yeah, no, we're real happy with it. We'll just do a couple more changes now because the track is gone. There's nothing left at all there. No, we'll be right.
Lachlan Nonnelly, last night, 3 heat wins from 3 starts, 108 points. How did you sleep last night, knowing that at the moment you're on top?
Yeah, no, we slept pretty good. We laid there for a little while, but we ended up getting the rest. But yeah, no, we're pretty happy. So long as we have a good night, good finish tonight, we hopefully should be off the front row. So yeah.
Well, barring some extraordinary mishap, that is going to happen with a good result in your last one. You're starting mid-pack, so a good result in your last race will put you there.
Yeah, no, we're starting out of 7, so we can just stay clean and finish the race, and hopefully we should be on the front row, yeah.
Any changes to the car today, or have you just been doing a good look over?
You know, we've nut and bolted the car and just put some new axles in the car, so any chance of breaking anything sort of out the window, hopefully.
Now, the racetrack last night to today, do you think there's going to be any difference?
No, I don't think so. We haven't changed the car from last night at the moment. We'll just leave it a little bit, see what the track's like, because we're the last round of heats, so that's probably the last super race before the final for us, so that's probably the best heat to be in for us. So yeah, we'll just see what the track does, and hopefully where we left off last night, where we finished last night, that's where hopefully we'll start tonight.
Yeah, Lachlan Onley, top point scorer at the completion of night one, has enjoyed a stellar season. Look, I've said it before, can't help repeating myself. He's a lot better off for having made the decision to go back to V8 horsepower. He was pioneering the 6-cylinder, the XR6 Turbo, and he was spinning a lot of wheels and burning up a lot of money. Pierce, Pales, Halley, Kraft, Gartner, Christensen, Onley, out of position number 7. Mark Pagel was next, followed by Callum Harper, Lee Wilson, and Steve Latham, the Tasmanian, in car number 11. A host of Tasmanians here this weekend. This man on pole, Steve Pearce, will take some beating around here. Done a lot of laps around the Super Cheap Auto Archerfield Speedway. This is the final heat ahead of the final series part of the program. You're watching exclusive coverage of the 2012 Australian Super Sedan Championship from Brisbane.
Yes, Steve Pearce, certainly an operator around the Archerfield Speedway and leading in the opening lap of heat number 16 as the field going down the back straightaway once again. Driver in car number 77 on screen there as they move down. That's Dempsey Pales in the 77 car.
Yeah, he maintains second, albeit narrowly. The charge of the Light Brigade behind him. Look at that, 4 or 5 cars bearing down on him. Now we ride, whoa, with Lachlan Onley. He's been hit by the Callum Harper machine and maybe even hit again. The second of the Harper Motorsports entries.
Well, it is the final night of the Australian Super Sedan Championship. No big pardons as we go on board with Lachlan Onley, and running strongly. Of course, Lachlan Onley being one of the very strong performers in the Australian Championship over the opening night of heats.
That's a good shot, isn't it? Shows how busy they are in Speedway behind the wheel. Car 64 Lee Wilson has got himself into trouble in the Rocket race car. As a result, the caution lights come on here at Archerfield, and a single file restart will subsequently be the order of the day. Pearce to lead them away. Dempsey Pale still in second in car 77. Let's watch this with interest as they sprint down the back straight. Pales look likely on the outside. Steve Pearce clings down low on the pole line. There's Dave Gartner jostling further back in the field with the Freightliner entry of Dale Christensen.
Yeah, this is a good drive by Pearce, as he still has plenty of pressure. There's Dave Gartner in the, and problems further back there. Lachlan Onley involved, Harper involved, and the number 64 car too also involved there as they brings on the caution lights once again.
Gee, that's bad luck for a number of drivers, not least of which is Lachlan Onley. Look at that car of Christensen. The body has been split right down the back, and Callum Harper's car has really sustained some damage. The Tasmanian entry. Another look at that. That's Barry Kraft lying in third. Christensen gets out of shape. Gartner there on his inside. Just a gentle tap into the wall, and the rest, as they say, was history.
Yes, that's all it took. Harper and Lachlan Onley there. As the number 64 car spins, that's Lee Wilson. And just taking another look on board there. There's Wilson spinning to avoid the problems.
Onley now about to get very busy. Bang. That onboard shot, you can see the contact. So no shortage of drama here in the final qualifying heat of the weekend. Still ahead, the 40-lap main event. You'll see coverage later on today's program. Pearce the leader, Pales in second as they gun down the back straight once again.
Yeah, Pales running that high line, putting plenty of pressure on the race leader, and certainly Pearce not put a wheel out of place, looking really strong. There's the top 5, Pearce, Kraft, Pagel, Lachlan Onley and Dale Christensen in car number 22.
It's a miracle that Christensen's car's still running. He was shortened up front and back in that incident you saw earlier. Managed to repair the body, at least in a fashion that's good enough to complete the race. Barry Craft, a veteran in car 47, down on the inside of Dempsey Pales. Meantime, Steve Pearce on the centre of your screen continues to lead this one. He's going to prove pretty hard to beat, I would have thought.
Down the main straightaway once again, Pearce holding that low line right down on the pole line, and here's a good scrap further back in the field as car number 47 takes over second position. That's Barry Craft, but coming again on the low line and maintaining that second position is Dempsey Pales.
Both of them starting to close up on Steve Pearce. Now the man in car number 4 moves up on the inside to challenge as well for that spot. It's a fiercely contested event, all right. That's Mark Pagel in car number 4. And look at that, the three of them separated by millimetres. They're jostling over second position on the racetrack. The leader has cleared out Stephen Pearce. There he is now, left-hand side of screen. And Lachlan Onley now starts to join in. It's car 17 too.
David, I was about to say that just to make matters even more interesting. There's Lachlan Onley in the 77 car, now coming into strong contention. A good battle this for the minor placings and the race lead. Steve Pearce still maintaining the front running in the number 2 car.
Off turn number 4. Again, Pearce across the start-finish line for the final circulation. Pagel up to second. Pales has been relegated back to third. Pagel is the big mover here in car number 4. I think, as I say in the classics, the post will be too close, however. Exiting turn 4 is the eventual winner, Steve Pearce, and he wins the final qualifying heat of the weekend, defeating Mark Pagel in the process. Dempsey Pales, Barry Craft, and Lachlan Onley, who had more hits than Elvis Presley during that race.
It was a pretty good win. The car looked pretty good.
Yeah, the car was all right. There's not much racetrack there, but I just done the best with what we had.
And you're going to make any changes to the car going into the finals?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we'll probably head towards where we were at last night, the last round of heats, and we'll sort of set up somewhere around for that.
Well, best of luck going to these finals. They're going to be pretty big. National title on the line. Best of luck.
Thanks, mate. I'm just happy to make the A main, and I'd just like to thank my boys who have dug in all weekend and got this to happen for us.
Yeah, well done to Steve Pearce. Here's the points at the completion of qualifying for the championship. Onley, despite the rough and tumble affair that he endured in the final heat, still the top points man on 121, in advance of Kane and Randall, equal second. Then Jared Harper, he's done well. Likewise, Dustin Higgs. Next up on the track was the C main. This race contested over 6 laps. And the eventual winner was that man on screen, Jai O'Brien, who defeated Barry Craft in the sprint to the checkered flag with Jack Childs across the line in third. Now the B main, this contested by a big field of 17 cars, 20 laps the journey. And when the dust had settled, it was that man on screen, Callum Harper, proving too good for them. It was a race punctuated by the odd incident or two. And we now have a quick look at some of the drivers being introduced to the crowd. We're going to take a break on checkered flag in just a moment and come back with the all-important 40-lap Australian Championship final. But the nerves, well, they'd be on edge, these boys, Dennis.
Oh, very much so. This is the business end of the night. The Australian Super Sedan Championship is on the line. Can Steve Jordan retain the title? And there's a number of contenders. It'll be a great race.
Including that man too, Wayne Randall, preparing for battle. As I say, gentlemen, start your engines. You stay with us on Speed. Back soon.
Bringing you the best action in Australian Speedway every week, this is Checkered Flag, celebrating 17 years. Presented by the all-new Valvoline Next Gen.
And we thank you for your company on Speed Around Australia, the motorsport leader. And, well, this is the big one in National Speedway Sedan Racing, the 40-lap championship final. Who will be the Australian title holder for season 2012? We'll find out in about 15 minutes from now, providing it runs through without too many stoppages. It's a great field. Now, Steve Jordan, he endured all sorts of heartache this weekend, but he still managed to transfer through to the back of the grid here for this main event. Let's check them out now with Dennis Newland.
Thanks, David. Lachlan Onley and Darren Kane sharing the front row. Randall and Harper. Dustin Higgs out of 5, Craig Tor from 6, Sean Black from 7, and Jason Campbell starting from 8. Rest of the field, Doblo out of 9, Pagel 10, starting from 11 is Matt Pascoe. Ash Bergmeyer in 16 will start from 12. Ian Brim's going from 13, Wayne Brim's from 14, Steve Pearce out of position number 15, and the rest of the field, Callum Harper in 17, Dave Gardner from position number 18, Mick Nicola, Bevan Collins, and the field is just about set to go for the Australian Super Sedan Championship.
And Steve Jordan from position 21, the defending champion. What a drive he will have to produce here. Leader is Lachlan Onley. There's Kane on the outside looking for national championship number 3. They've come together, and look at that. Kane's broken the front steering in that car. You can see the way the left wheel just turned at right angles.
A sensation in the opening lap of the Australian Super Sedan Championship. Mark Pagel on screen, but this is where the problem is for Darren Kane, 2 times Australian Super Sedan Championship winner.
The Valvoline Next Gen replay, you can see he and Onley get together. Nobody's fault, purely a racing incident. And the damage was done there and then. He actually didn't come into contact with the concrete wall. Here's the onboard from Lachlan Onley's car. Whack! That was enough. And we look out the back of Onley's car as well, and that has put pay to Darren Kane's charge in the Australian Championship out the back of Darren's car now. And he was lucky not to be collected on the way through. A sensation here at Archerfield Speedway. Darren Kane, one of the pre-meeting favourites, is out of the race.
High drama as we go once again with the National Super Sedan title, and the man that leads into turn 1 is Lachlan Onley. Jared Harper up onto the high line. Wayne Randall through on the low line, and here's the rest of the field coming through as it's down the main straight. 1 lap down, and Lachlan Onley, the race leader, looking out of the back of the Lachlan Onley car, and there's the rest of the field streaming through.
Yeah, lap number 1 of 39, Dennis. Down the back straight now, Lachlan Onley from Orange in Country, New South Wales is the leader in the Den Coal Transport entry. Let's try and sort them out. It's Jared Harper in second, Wayne Randall in third, then Craig Tor and Dustin Higgs running side by side. They are disputing 4th position. That onboard of Higgs shows you just how close Tor is to the side of him.
Yeah, keep your eye on Craig Tor after some very strong performances in the heats. Up onto that high line once again. There's Tor as they go through into turn number 1 once again. 97 there is Campbell, Mick Doblo in the number 8 car, Ash Bergmeyer and Matt Pascoe driving car number 15.
Yep, Bergmeyer and Pascoe side by side, Doblo ahead of both of them. Sean Black is running strongly in the black car. He sits back having a look at Craig Tor and also Dustin Higgs, but Lachlan Onley is the leader in advance of Jared Harper and that man you saw briefly, Wayne Randall. Good action for 4th. Higgs, the West Australian, fractionally leads that charge, although Tor would dispute that fact on the outside. And again, this battle rages as we take you on board with Dustin Higgs for Valvoline Next Gen.
Yeah, it's quite a battle. This is where the interest is in the early laps of the National Super Sedan title. And one man who has got it all to do still at the back of the field is the defending title holder, Steve Jordan, a long way back. There's Lachlan Onley on screen in the 17 car, leading down the main straightaway.
Higgs and Tor are still having a personal war out there, although Black gets up on the inside now in the 26 car, so he secures 4th on the circuit. Matt Pascoe running strongly in car number 15. There's Wayne Brim's extreme right-hand side of screen. He can never be discounted at any Super Sedan event he takes part in.
Oh, Campbell getting a little out of shape there. This closes up the drivers immediately behind him, but no harm done. The race continuing on. Doblo in the number 8 car, just seen on screen there. There's Higgs, and here's Pascoe having a look now on the low line.
And Dennis, Matt Pascoe started from position 11 on the grid. Make no mistake, he is the big mover at the moment in the 15 car. There's Onley the leader. Another look at the sweet chassis down on the inside.
Yes, this is a big drive by Matt Pascoe, moving up 1 more position in the field. But Lachlan Onley looking very good at the top of the field at this stage.
He's been working up to this all season, Dennis. He won a round of the Carline Mufflers National Super Sedan Series, proved very consistent in that tournament, and perhaps his time has arrived on the national scene to stamp his authority to consolidate his status, if you like, as one of the best in the sport. We can look out the back now of the Dencold transport car being driven by Onley. That is Jared Harper in second. And they're starting to pull away from Wayne Randall in third, as that shot graphically shows.
Yes, and Harper actually starting to close the gap on Onley as we look at Matt Pascoe right around the outside looking to implement a pass on Higgs.
Yeah, as I said, Matt started from position number 11. He certainly would appear to be the quickest boy on the track at the moment. Got the car working beautifully. Let's see what he can do with Wayne Randall. That's one thing catching Wayne, it's another thing entirely affecting a pass. This is how he did it on Dustin Higgs.
Yeah, looking at the Valvoline Next Gen replay, Pascoe right up near the top of the circuit and a good outside sweep, and the man he now closes in on is Wayne Randall.
Let's just watch Randall's style, the veteran. He knows how to look after his car. Just keep your eye on him and see how straight he keeps the machine in an effort to conserve his tyres. 26 laps still on the board of 40, so 14 complete. And I can tell you that Jared Harper has closed the gap quite dramatically on the race leader Lachlan Onley. We now check that out. There it is. There's only a car length between them. We take you on board in the top right-hand corner inset with the race leader Lachlan Onley.
Yes, now Lachlan Onley certainly knows. If he didn't know it beforehand, he realises that now he's got a race on his hands as Harper closes once again up onto the tail of Lachlan Onley. Still back in third position and quite a distance behind is Wayne Randall in the number 88 car as we go on board with Lachlan Onley.
Well, that certainly demonstrates how close behind him the Jared Harper, the Tasmanian, runs. I think I said on episode 1 of our coverage that Harper always does his best work come Australian Championship time. He's been doing it a number of years, and again that reflected here tonight. He is very competitive, the Tasmanian. Been around a long time. He's more experienced than the man in front of him. I wonder if that'll prove to be a bonus at the back end of the race.
Well, who knows, David, but he's certainly, and this will make it interesting now because lap cars ahead for Lachlan Onley, and the man running in second spot, Jared Harper, if anything, with lap cars sometimes has the pick of the lines on the race leader.
You'll see some of the drivers point the left front wheel at the concrete curb as they approach the entry to a corner, and that's a deliberate ploy to transfer the weight back to the right rear so that they can attain maximum traction. There is Matt Pascoe still absolutely on the charge. He is screaming. Now Onley finds himself in slower traffic about to lap Bevan Collins. That will help or hinder him, and Jared Harper will be aware of it. He'll want to get right up behind him and seize the moment should an opportunity present itself.
Well, that's right, David, as Harper now down onto that low line, and Lachlan Onley just closes that door once again as the rest of the field setting themselves here, but the interest really is between the top two runners. Lachlan Onley in the number 17 car, and right on his rear bumper is Harper. Harper now going up onto the high line, having a look around the outside this time. Can't pull the... Yes, and right up onto the wall, and here's Harper making a bid for the lead, but Lachlan Onley maintaining the front running.
Onley getting very busy, and Matt Pascoe is now into third. The driver of car 15. Look at Harper now on the inside. He switches lines. This time it's a reversal of roles with Onley up slightly higher on the track, although he covers his tracks now and gets onto the low line. And look at Pascoe coming from the clouds in third position. I remind you, out of position number 11, he is on the fly.
Oh, what a great drive from Matt Pascoe. And this race is developing into one of the all-time great Australian Super Sedan titles. And there's contact there between Lachlan Onley and Jared Harper. Here comes Pascoe.
In car number 15, what a drive by him. He's been threading the eye of the needle through traffic. Now Harper goes to the outside of the track again in his quest to take the race lead. Onley would love to get by Bevan Collins, but it's not happening at the moment. Wayne Randall, by the way, is back in fourth. And the Australian champion Steve Jordan, who started from position 21, is now in the top 10.
You can't see him because we're following this battle up front, but trust me, Jordan is going just as quickly as Pascoe, Harper and Onley. Look at that onboard shot from Onley. Harper is hounding the nightlife out of him on the outside. What a race here. One stop is Dennis on the first lap. They restart minus Darren Kane and they've gone flat out ever since.
Yeah, it's been a great race so far, and Lachlan Onley, a great drive with so much pressure, not put a wheel out of place and maintaining the race lead. Still plenty of pressure though from Harper and also Matt Pascoe in third position.
It's easy for you to say, you're getting excited. Down the main straight with 10 to go, 30 down, 10 to go. Can Lachlan Onley hold on here for a famous victory? Harper's lost touch with him just slightly. As we see now, Onley ironically looming up on the back of Jared Harper's son, Callum Harper, in the identical machine. Pascoe, can he continue with this charge? He must have used up his tyres, surely. And Jordan is now up to 8th after starting from position number 21. What a performance by him. Harper on the inside of Onley. A challenge for the leaders coming up.
Yes, and Lachlan Onley certainly manoeuvred his way around these lap cars without any mistake whatsoever, but this is where the real drama is now with the laps running out. And here's Pascoe having a look onto the outside, nothing between the top three. Down the main straightaway once more, Lachlan Onley the race leader, Jared Harper onto the high line and Matt Pascoe down low, and also Wayne Randall now coming into contention.
Exactly, that's what I was about to say. The veteran Wayne Randall, who will always do his best work at the end of the race. There he is, yellow car, top of screen. He's coming into it too. What a race we have here in the final stages. Only the leader narrowly in advance of Jared Harper, who looks on the inside, and look at Matt Pascoe on the outside here. What a race, the Australian title.
Oh, Pascoe just lost a little bit of ground. Harper still applying plenty of pressure to Lachlan Onley. Here comes Pascoe once again, and Wayne Randall. Pascoe right up onto the top of the circuit. And here comes Wayne Randall down onto the low line. Pascoe now making his bid for victory. Oh, nothing between the top four.
How good is this? Doesn't get any better. Can Lachlan Onley do it? The leader, he's deep in lap traffic too. Harper and Pascoe and Wayne Randall. You can throw a tally-ho paper over the leading three drivers as Pascoe goes to the outside. I think Bergmeyer will be a problem for him there though. Onley has in fact jumped away from them now. He's got a buffer of a couple of car lengths.
Well, Jared Harper's father, Neville Harper, finished third in the 1974-75 Australian Championship, won by David House at Toowoomba, and no doubt Harper would certainly want to add that name to the winners list.
Here he is.
Australian Super Sedan title, and here's his bid for victory.
On the inside with 2 laps to go, Harper looks like he's got to the front. He has. What will Onley have for him? Pascoe hasn't given up either. In the 15 car, he must be starting to fade on those tyres surely. 1 lap to go. New race leader, it's Jared Harper in advance of Lachlan Onley.
Yeah, Jared Harper half a lap away from the checkered flag in the Australian Super Sedan Championship at Super Cheap Auto, Archerfield Speedway in Brisbane, and going down to take a great win in the national title from Tasmania. Jared Harper taking victory. Lachlan Onley in second position. Coming home third was Matt Pascoe. Fourth man to the checkered flag, Wayne Randall, and Dustin Higgs in fifth position. A great victory to that man on screen, driving the number 2 car, Jared Harper.
And the crowd has gone absolutely crazy here, Dennis. The Valvoline Next Gen race recap. They got underway to a spray of fireworks, and not just the pyrotechnic kind, because Kane got together with Onley and that ended the charge of the Botcha Race Parts Dominator and robbed the race as one of its leading drivers. But wow, how good was the next 40 laps? It was incredible. And Pascoe started from position 11 and surged up to third and looked like he was going to win for all money with 10 laps to go. By the way, Steve Jordan, Dennis, finished 7th after starting from position 21.
What a magnificent performance from the defending Australian champion, Steve Jordan. But look at this from Pascoe midway through the race, up onto the high line around the outside of Wayne Randall. This was a great national title, a sensational race.
Can I ask you a question? You've been following this sport for longer than most. I say that with all due respect because you're still young. Have you seen a better race than that?
No, David, that was one of the all-time great Australian championships I've ever seen, regardless of the category.
Without a doubt.
Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Harper, absolutely superb. By it at his time, showed great patience, great class, wonderful experience. Waited until the penultimate lap to effect the inside move. Your heart bleeds for Lachlan Onley. He'd be thinking, what have I got to do? Top point scorer all weekend and led for 38 of the 40 laps. Read all about that epic race. There he is, Jared Harper, on the front cover of the all-new Speedway Racing News magazine. It's on sale in newsagents across Australia now. And, well, it's a fantastic read. On next week's show, well, talk about unbridled chaos. We go sidecar racing. This time it's the grand final of the Icon Suspension Sidecar Grand Slam from the Gillman Speedway Stadium in Adelaide. There's the winner, Jared Harper. What a performance. I don't think I've seen too many better drives in this sport than that.
Oh, great performance, David. Absolutely brilliant from Jared Harper, and that famous name in Australian super sedan racing and Australian sedan racing, the Harper family, rejoicing here at the Archerfield Speedway in Brisbane.
There's Lachlan Onley, mate. He would be devastated. Matt Pascoe has got to be thrilled with that. He would have loved it. Didn't he give the crowd their money's worth tonight? What a driver. What a sensational championship. Here they are.
Matt Pascoe, the Australian National Super Sedan title comes to an end, third place. From my vantage point, you come from a long, long way back.
Yeah, no, we didn't qualify too good. Our first three heats, the first night, we had pretty tough heats, and just showed what the class of cars that was here this weekend. And yeah, we didn't qualify. We were 18th after the first night, and then we end up getting second for the second night. So that put us out of 11. But yeah, I knew I had a car there to run with the front guys. I just didn't know whether I could catch Lockie and Jared, and we did in lap traffic. I held them up a bit, but yeah, it was good to get there and put on a show for the crowd.
Lachlan Onley, second place in the national title. Unfortunately, there can only be one winner. You were right at the front for so long. It was an awesome race.
Yeah, I think we only had another two to go, but yeah, we just got stuck there for a long time behind lap traffic, and didn't sort of know which way to go. And then Jared was there and had a good car, so that it was all good anyway. So couldn't be happier for Jared to get it. Yeah.
Jared Harper, the new national champion. How does that sound?
Yeah, it's got a bit of a ring to it. Yeah, I can't believe it, mate. I'm still in shock. It's just unbelievable. But great race. It's good fun racing them guys. You can race them. We was within millimetres, touching at times, but not upsetting each other, and just about wall the fence out on the back straight, just trying to find some room down beside him. But no, it was great fun.
Now, what did you say to me earlier on in the night? You tell everyone, what did you say earlier in the night?
We only come here for a win. That's all we needed. We've had everything else. We've been on the podium second, third, fourth, and I've led these things all the way, until 10 laps to go, and then got done. I figured out they don't pay on the first 20 or 30 laps. It's the last bastard that counts.
You've been watching Checkered Flag on Speed. Proudly brought to you by the all-new Valvoline Next Gen.
And it looks like McHugh is now the two-time Australian Super Sedan champion here at Speedway City.
Brisbane-based Steve Jordan is going to be crowned Australian champion in 2011. What a ripper race.
And going down to take a great win in the national title from Tasmania, Jared Harper taking victory.
From humble beginnings, Speedway sedan racing has always been a popular class with race fans. The premier category in Australian Speedway in the present era are V8 super sedans. 700 horsepower projectiles constructed by adopting the latest in technology. In Australian super sedan racing, the most time-honoured event is the National Super Sedan Championship. It's a race with origins dating back to the 1971-72 season. Over a long period, the event has featured some of the biggest names in Australian oval track racing. There's legends that have won the great race on multiple occasions. Drivers such as the late Grenville Anderson, Alan Butcher, Ron Pine, Cease Hendricks, Mick Nicola, Kevin Purton, John Pine, Darren Kane, Tony Grinstead, Jamie McHugh and Peter Logue are all etched in history. And then there are those like John Leslie, the man that finished on the podium a phenomenal 6 times. The 2013 Australian Super Sedan Championship features a world-class driver lineup, but conspicuous by their absence are defending champion Tasmanian Jared Harper and 2 times winner Darren Kane, who's still recovering from injuries sustained earlier in the season. Who will reign supreme in 2013? This is the Australian Super Sedan Championship from the Perth Motorplex. Our coverage supported by Speedway Sedans Australia. Welcome to Checkered Flag, presented by Valvoline Engine Armour. Really looking forward to this one, the 42nd running of the Australian V8 Super Sedan Championship. That is the scene here at the Perth Motorplex. Weather conditions could not be better for this oval track classic, which has attracted, as you can appreciate, a stunning field of dirt track sedan racing exponents. Who's going to win in 2013? You'll find out over the next 2 weeks right here on Checkered Flag as we bring you exclusive coverage. Working with us tonight in the pits is Charmaine Kendrick. Here she is.
Now, Wayne, you're yet to win an Australian title. Could this weekend be it for you?
Well, I certainly hope so. I have been trying pretty hard to win one, and the best I've got is second and a couple of thirds and fourths and fifths and so on. But yeah, no, look, it does concern me. I'd really love to have one before I give it away, but if I don't get it, well, I mean, that's what we get dealt sometimes. One of my good friends, Johnny Leslie, he'd been racing as long as I have been and been very successful, and he never won a title either. And you know, we had Grenville Anderson, as I believe probably one of our best sedan guys. He won quite a few, but he deserved them. But I don't get that upset about it. But don't get me wrong, I want to win one, and I'm very, very determined tonight to put my best foot forward, because I'm getting a little bit old in the teeth, and maybe it's not going to happen for too much longer. You know.
Well, you're actually considered one of the all-time greats in the sedan world. Where does your career go from here? Like, are you looking at retiring soon, or you want to try and get one under your belt?
I want to race for another couple of years. That's what I got in mind. But I'm going to certainly take a lighter role in racing. I won't do as much travelling. I'll stay at home a lot more in Queensland. But I've got a son, which has always helped me. He's been a very good supporter of me and my racing, and he's 38-year-old. So he had his first race the other day in Brisbane. So I certainly will be supporting him and putting my knowledge towards him. And I might add, he was very impressive. We took him to 2 practice sessions prior to that, and he brought the car home straight. And I went to lap him and in the same race, and it took me a couple of laps to get past him. So no, I was we're always proud of our kids, of course.
On face value, Queensland's Steve Jordan is widely considered to be a bit of a larrikin. With an uncanny resemblance to Jack Nicholson and the Joker in the 1989 version of Batman, it comes as no surprise that he loves to have a laugh. But beneath that exterior is an extremely competitive super sedan racer. Born in Tasmania, Jordan has been actively involved in Speedway for more than 2 decades. Starting out in figure-8 stock cars, he made his name in modified production sedans before moving up to the super sedan class in the mid-2000s.
Well, funny enough, I used to have a friend in my younger years, and I hung around him and his father raced, and I was very envious of how he went racing each weekend, and I thought, well, one day I want to do that, and yeah, well, like I said, we're out here doing it now.
Now, what's your most memorable career highlight?
It would be winning the Australian title there in Tasmania last year, the year before, sorry, and holding that, yeah, I was very proud of that.
Jordan has been a regular front-runner in the category at both state and national level for the past 5 seasons. His ultimate triumph was winning the 2011 Australian title in Latrobe, narrowly holding off Jamie McHugh. But this season in general is one he'd like to forget.
Yeah, we sort of haven't really got our act together this season. We sort of, like I say, you know, you said we're up the front there all the time, but yeah, no, the whole entire package hasn't sort of come around for us this season. We sort of struggled in different areas through shockeys and so forth, but lucky enough with shock doctor Wayne Randall, he sort of put us on a sort of new set of shockeys, so that was going to help us through this weekend, but unfortunately we didn't really get to test them because the engine failed.
Sadly, Jordan's 2013 title aspirations came to a crashing halt when he destroyed his engine during hot laps and was too badly damaged to continue. For the man known as the Joker, it was hard not to hide his disappointment.
Yeah, no, it's a bit disappointing for me and my crew. We worked our guts off to get here and to be a part of the show, and it's always great to sort of drive all the great drivers around Australia all at one time, and yeah, for us to do an engine was very disappointing for us, but that's Speedway.
What would your plan of attack have been for the 40-lap feature race?
Oh, look, this track here, everything's wide open, so it's a very large track, so it's very hard on all the equipment, so you really got to pace yourself. Probably the first 20 or so, you sort of just go with the flow of the racing and then try and knuckle down and pick up the speed in the last 20, because you know, it's going to come down to tyre wear and just, yeah, like I said before, concentration and just watch what people are doing and just try and come home quicker than everyone else.
Jordan has long been an active supporter of super sedan racing nationally. And with the recent discussion topic on whether this class and late models should amalgamate or remain separate entities, he believes that things should remain as they are.
Look, I don't think it's really going to change much. The super sedans is always going to be here. There's been talk of late models sort of taking over, but late models are very strong in the west here, but not over in the east. Very, very different. You know, super sedans are a very strong team with each other, and I can't see them changing anytime soon.
A real tragedy that Steve Jordan won't be lining up in the Australian Championship. I did allude at the top of the program to the fact that the likes of Jared Harper and Darren Kane not here this weekend as well. Of course, the other big name missing is Brad Smith, previous winner of the National Super Sedan Series, who also has an arm injury. In fact, there's Lucas Roberts, Brad Smith's teammate on screen, multiple Victorian Super Sedan champion. It's a great night ahead. Rod Colquhoun is with me in commentary. Good to see you, Rod.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Really looking forward to this event. Love it.
And also the sport's leading journalist and #1 historian, Dennis Newland.
Yeah, delighted to be here, David, on arguably the best Super Sedan track in Australia. We'll certainly see the Super Sedans at their absolute best.
We certainly will. There's the last decade of winners headed up by Mick Nicola in 2002, 2003. Gee, there's some big names in National Oval track racing there. Of course, the 2013 Australian Super Sedan Championship is being held over 2 nights. You'll see comprehensive coverage here on Checkered Flag. We pick up the action tonight from heat race number 7. This is what happened in the opening 6 heats.
A total field of 45 cars were entered for the 42nd running of the Australian Super Sedan Championship. And of those 45, 28 were from Western Australia. Jamie Oldfield got his National Championship campaign off to a strong start, almost winning his opening heat, having started from the tail of the field and reaching as high as second in the car normally driven by Tasmania's Brad Smith. South Australian Dave Gartner won the heat, followed by Oldfield and the rotary-powered dominator of Peter Lyle.
Yeah, thank you. Really good to get that first win out of the way, and sort of sets us up for the rest of the weekend now.
Yeah, well, it's really important to finish every heat race, but obviously winning a heat race is even better for the feature.
Yeah, well, I started out at 3, so it's one of my better draws for the weekend, and it's just, yeah, I've been a bit sleepless last night wanting to win that first one, and it's really glad to make it happen.
Having finished runner-up in the 2007 Australian title, Mark Giancola was pumped up for a strong hit-out at his home track against Australia's best. Starting from 4th, Giancola would endure an early battle with Lucas Roberts before taking the win in Heat 2 from the insane chassis constructor. 3rd went to Cody Brown.
Yeah, thanks very much. Car was good. We started fairly close to the front, so that always makes it easier. But no, everything's going good at this stage.
And how's the track?
Track's in very good shape, actually. As the night goes on, it'll be awesome.
Despite being absent from the national super sedan scene for the past 2 seasons, 2 times Australian champion Jamie McHugh reminded his rivals that he was still competitive. A race-long duel with Wayne Randall saw him take out Heat 3 from his fellow Queenslander. Matt Williams claimed 3rd.
We still need to find a bit of speed. Our times were down a little bit compared to the other guys, so working on the car now, so if we can get a bit more speed.
So will you be changing anything for the next heat race?
Yeah, definitely. Just need a bit more traction, so yeah, we'll be adjusting it a bit more.
Heat 4 saw Gary Higgs come together with Frank Doze on lap 2, leaving son Dustin with nowhere to go. Despite a damaged front end, Dustin was able to bounce back and claim a dominant win from Doze and Queensland's Matt Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you. It was, yeah, it wasn't like the way we like to bring the car back into the pits, but you know, we were pretty hungry after wrecking the car there, and we just had to make it all count.
Run us through what happened.
Well, pretty much we started out of 6, and we pretty much got up to up into 3, and my old man tagged the leader, and sort of put him sideways, and yeah, I couldn't stop in time.
3 times Australian champion Mick Nicola led for the majority of Heat 5, but was brought back to the field when Tristan Green collected the wall at turn 3 and lost his aerodynamics. Lucas Roberts got Nicola on the restart and would claim his first win of the night from the Victorian, followed by Ian Brims in 3rd.
Yeah, thank you. If it wasn't for the hard work of the pit crew and all the people that help us in West Australia and all that, probably not possible.
Yeah, you certainly had some of the boys chasing your backside there.
Yeah, well, Lux of Fortune was meant to start 8 out of that heat, and we started out of 3 in the end, I think. So a couple must have dropped out, but Australian titles is all about luck, so we'll take it.
Heat 6 was a local derby, with 9 WA drivers racing against Jamie McHugh and Peter Nicola. It was Mark Giancola who dominated the heat by half a lap from Ben Holland and Nicola.
Yeah, thank you. The car's going good tonight, and so far so good. So just getting some points for the final.
Well, the boys are telling me you've got your mojo back and you've had a bit of a tough season.
Yeah, we certainly have. We started the season off good, and in the last 4 or 5 meetings, we've just been hopeless. So hopefully it's coming together.
Yeah, Mark Giancola, he is capable of running with the best in the country. Welcome to our coverage of the National Championship for 2013. Big rap to Speedway Sedans Australia for making it possible. Night 1 of 2. The preliminaries here this evening, but all important in terms of point gathering for those competitors. Jamie Oldfield, Higgs, Kennedy, Reid, Aylett, Nollis, Miller, Randall, Elliott and Pascoe. Over the page, Larson and Lyle. Heat race number 7 is where we commence our coverage. And Jamie Oldfield, one of the more versatile drivers in national speedway racing, driving the Brad Smith Insane chassis, will lead them away, charging through the first turn, and Oldfield getting a clean pair of heels out in front. Lovely shot of him in the little transport entry down the back straight.
Oh, absolutely superb, and a little bit of a skip there towards the wall early on, but yeah, every heat race point is critical when it comes to night 2 and your position on the grid, so every point vital.
In second spot, Kemble Aylett, and Dennis, the surname Aylett, synonymous with sedan racing in this country.
Oh, that's exactly correct, David. In fact, going right back to around the year of 1971 and the formation of the Australian Saloon Car Federation.
So this race continuing with Jamie Oldfield. You can see the size of the gap that he has opened up in advance of Kemble Aylett. Wayne Randall is back in third, the driver of 32. A big moment for the leader there, Rod.
Absolutely, and not very timely. He's under pressure now to lose his lead, and this will cost him valuable heat race points.
So Aylett up on the inside of the orange car. They almost touch on the exit to turn number 2. Heat race number 7, night 1, 2013 National Super Sedan Championship. Change of lead here. Oldfield will be filthy. He had a comfortable lead and got it all wrong on the exit to turn 4, although he now makes amends on the inside and goes back to the front.
Yeah, the track's starting to slicken up a little bit through turns 3 and 4, and that's what caught Oldfield out, but back on top now.
Another look at that for Valvoline Engine Armour. He had a gap of, I reckon, 20 car lengths and managed to do a good job bringing that undone. Kemble Aylett, Dennis, thought, how good is this?
Yeah, well, that's right, as you can just see there on the Valvoline Engine Armour replay. But Oldfield now has it under control and holding down the race lead.
So as the action continues here in heat race number 7, leading 2 cars now just separated by 3 or 4 car lengths. Wayne Randall, whilst all this is going on, continues to run third, and he is making progress on the leading 2, but I have a feeling he'll run out of laps, Rod.
Yeah, absolutely. Wayne Randall, a very, very experienced campaigner and one of the nicest guys in the sport. Good to see him mixing it with the younger bloke, so to speak. But third place, he'll be happy with that. And
Matt Pascoe is running 4th in advance of Michael Miller late in heat race number 7. Oldfield has skipped away again. He's been dominant.
Well, he certainly has, and one of the most versatile competitors in Australian Speedway. And most recently here on Checkered Flag, we saw him contesting the Australian Street Stock Championship.
Yeah, there's nothing he can't drive quickly off turn number 4. And our leader will run his last lap of the Perth Motorplex in this heat race, now contending with some of the slower cars as he works his way down the back section for the final time. Last corner, and Jamie Oldfield wins heat race number 7 of the Australian National Championship this weekend. Aylett was next, then Randall, and Pascoe in 4th ahead of Michael Miller. At the end of the day, it was all about Jamie Oldfield, who, well, I used the word dominant late in the call. He certainly was, Rod. Despite almost messing up, he still cruised to the victory.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. And as we go down into the pits, you remember Oldfield's luck in that street stock title. He was so unlucky not to win that.
Yeah, that could be said for sure, although Robbie Foe would have other ideas, I'm sure. So we take you into the little transport Brad Smith pit area. Brad Smith, of course, winner of the National Super Sedan Series a couple of summers ago. He'd be pretty dirty he's not racing the car. Here's the winner, though, Jamie Oldfield.
Congratulations on your win.
Thanks. Yeah, it was good to get that out of the way, the first win. But yeah, no, we're pretty happy.
You almost did a pirouette in turn 1 there. I thought, wasn't sure what was going to happen.
Yeah, no, I nearly screwed up myself. But yeah, no, that's the joys of being in a bit of a foreign car. And yeah, we'll get there. It's a little bit tight to start with, but got better as the race went on.
All right, well, good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
This is Checkered Flag, high-octane television at its very best. Proudly supported by Valvoline Engine Armour.
Good to have your company on the Speed Channel tonight. Nice to have you along for the ride as the Australian Super Sedan Championship action continues. It'll be Heat 8 next. A very good field here, as you'd expect again. And starting on the front row, the reigning West Australian champion. It is Cody Brown in car number 77. He will take some stopping here, Rod.
Oh, absolutely, Dave. He's a young gun, ultra quick, and particularly quick around this place.
Yep, there he is in car 77 outside front row. The grid with Dennis Newland.
Okay, Dustin Higgs out of 3. Halliday Black in the next row. Lachlan Onley and Frank Does out of 7. And looking at the back of the field there, Justin Smithwick going out of position number 11. This is heat number 8.
Yep, the charge to the first corner will be intense as always. So Matt Williams on the inside, the driver of car number 3. He'll need to get going to hold off the man on the outside, Cody Brown, who's got great car speed at the moment. The top of the speedway is working beautifully, and he runs by on the outside to secure the lead.
Yeah, Brown up high, that's a great line. lifts the inside front wheel off the ground, absolutely on the throttle and asserting his authority very early in this heat.
Be good to see if Matt Williams can stay with him. We ride on board with WA veteran Dustin Higgs in car number 82. Certainly gives you an insight into the speed, but most importantly the wide open spaces that is the Kwinana Motorplex or Perth Motorplex. Only getting out of shape there, down low on the circuit.
Yeah, Lachlan Onley, but look at Cody Brown. Look at the lead he has established already and enjoying a very, very good summer racing season, being very competitive in the National Super Sedan Series, coming off turn number 4.
Yeah, one thing this track's very well known for nationwide is the multiple racing lines. Brown way out in front in this one, but when the racing gets very, very tight as the meeting progresses, there are so many options for the drivers chasing.
And Rod, isn't it good to see sedans on a big, fast, wide open spaces of a venue like, Lachlan Onley getting a little out of shape there, of the Perth Motorplex.
Absolutely, Dennis. It's a wonderful, wonderful place.
So action continuing here with Cody Brown, just going through his paces, to be quite honest. It's something of an anticlimax as they run in rather spread out fashion. I wouldn't be surprised if Cody Brown starts to lap some of the other cars before this race is over.
Yeah, and some wonderful vision there of Dustin Higgs up high on the racetrack. Some real attitude from that race car.
Yeah, giving it everything, as is that man on the centre of your screen presently, Cody Brown. Well, they have really spread out in a huge way on the Speedway on this occasion. The Perth Motorplex on the pole line, touch over 500 metres. And Cody Brown is using every square millimetre of it.
Yeah, and looking very, very strong too as he comes off turn number 4 to complete another lap of the Perth Motorplex. There's your top 5, and Cody Brown well clear.
A reminder, you can follow Checkered Flag on Facebook and Twitter, as many people are doing. On next week's program, we present continued coverage of this event. It will be night 2, and cannot wait for the action to continue in this national title as Cody Brown makes it look particularly easy. This is what you call putting on a clinic.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing the Eastern States guys have really got to adapt to here is the high entry speed into the corners. Cody Brown will be entering these turns, I'd imagine, at about 130, 120 kilometres an hour. And some of the Eastern States tracks, 380 metres, 360 metres, entry speed's a lot slower. So they've really got to let their hair down here.
Yeah, it's a different art. And you can see, I did mention that Brown was on track to lap slower cars. Indeed, that is the case. He finishes the race right up behind a wall of machines. Dustin Higgs was second, albeit a long way further back. Lachlan Onley, a steady job, got into trouble a couple of times in that race, but managed to salvage third. Is Sean Black and Matt Williams, who started on the front row. The best he could manage in the end was 5th position. This kid's a breath of fresh air. Cody Brown, a real character, presents a beautiful team and is going to be around for a long time to come.
Yeah, you would think so. That was a wonderful display there, and be lovely, I guess, for the West Australian guys if they could get an Australian champion in this Super Sedan class, but not going to be easy to ward off the Eastern States guys.
He'll be pleased with that. It was an absolute demolition job on his rivals as Cody sits quietly and now extricates himself from the machine. And here is a word with the winner of heat race number 8.
Congratulations, Cody.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks. We really needed that. It's bloody, I can't believe we got the track record. I was just trying to finish out in front, so that's just a bonus, I think.
Yeah, well, it's important to finish, obviously, every heat race for the feature, so you're doing well.
Yeah, no, it's a big thing, especially with something like this. You just got to try and move ahead from where you started. We've done all right so far, but it doesn't mean very much. You just got to finish them all and try and start that main somewhere in the top 10, and you got a real good crack at it, especially on that racetrack out there. That's pretty awesome at the minute. It's really fast, so hopefully we got to slows down a little bit and we can open up 2 lanes of racing and really turn it on. It should be good.
Look forward to that with no little expectation. Thanks for being with us on Checkered Flag. You're watching our 18th consecutive season presented by Valvoline Engine Armour. Rod Colquhoun and Dennis Newland in commentary with me here this weekend for the 2013 National Super Sedan Championship, and the Northern New South Wales veteran Ian Brims in the Brims Concrete entry, car number 76. Will start on pole. He hails from Murwillumbah. Been a lot of good Super Sedan drivers, Dennis, from that neck of the woods.
Oh yes, most definitely. The most notable, of course, is John Leslite, a man who so many times over so many years has come close to winning the Australian title. There's your field for heat number 9. Brims on the pole position. And going from the extreme back mark is Wayne Randall.
Yeah, Nicola. Now Jamie McHugh back in the mix here, driver of car 23. Michael Miller, Bert Vosbergen. Lachlan Onley returns, Peter Fraser. We'll watch this with interest. There's McHugh in the bright yellow car outside second row. Terrific to see the 2 times Australian champion back in the mix. After not running Super Sedan competition for a couple of seasons, he's also the Australian Mod Light champion right at the moment.
He's multi-talented, no doubt about that. Got off to a great start here. This is a very competitive heat, probably pretty dense in talent, so expect the unexpected here.
So Ian Brims clears out leading. Now we ride on board with Jamie McHugh, the proprietor of Miami Smash Repairs at Miami on the Gold Coast. He's also done a lot of road racing throughout his career, and that's an interesting shot of McHugh hard at work. Won his Australian Championships at Mildura and then in Adelaide.
And there's Lachlan Onley on screen, but further back in the field when our cameras pick him up, keep your eye on Wayne Randall coming through from the back mark in the number 32 car. But still the race leader is Brims, doing it nicely in the front, running down the back straight away.
Yeah, Dennis, Wayne Randall, one of the better drivers not to have won an Australian title. Is it beyond him?
Well, Rod, that's a good question. A man with vast experience, but of course, Rod, the one thing he's going to have to adapt to is this venue, a much bigger circuit than what he's normally used to at the Archerfield Speedway in Brisbane.
Action continues with Brims under siege from Lachlan Onley, the driver of car 17, coming quickly at the race leader. There's no doubt that Onley has emerged as one of the top half-dozen Super Sedan drivers in the country, has now found that consistency that he was lacking for a number of seasons. Doing a great job, the kid from Orange in Midwestern New South Wales. And the bloke out in front not doing too shabbily here either, Ian Brims, as we ride again on board with Jamie McHugh.
Yeah, one of the points of intrigue I've seen in this heat so far, Dave, is McHugh. He started close to the front and has drifted back to 5th. A little bit uncharacteristic for Jamie.
Yeah, there he is. Speaking of McHugh, driving for a different car owner this weekend, albeit under the number that McHugh ran successfully for a number of seasons. So this is a better race. Plenty of interest in this one up front as Brims heads for home in advance of Lachlan Onley in car number 17. Looking further back in the field now in this race, and Shane Reed and Peter Nicola are prominent as they head back down the main straight, and now it's a side-by-side battle as Onley draws level on the inside.
Yeah, good stuff there. Brims really finding his feet here at the Pacey Motorplex. Nice high line run from him, and Onley's getting some good grip down low, surprisingly.
Look at this standard of Super Sedan racing, running side by side, not touching one another, giving each other racing room, professional Super Sedan racing, and Lachlan Onley really taking the race up to Brims.
So down the back straight for the final time, where Onley has gone back to the front. Can Brims do a cutback as they exit turn number 4? Onley in 17 across the line takes a last corner victory, moving Ian Brims back to second. Wayne Randall ended up in third. Jamie McHugh and Peter Nicola in that order.
I think as we get further into the meeting, the setup of the car is so important here at Kwinana. Just really important. So wide, so vast and so quick. If you get the setup wrong, you could lose this by 2 or 3 laps.
Randall started that race from P number 11. So nobody passing more cars than the veteran that you guys were talking about. There's the Dentcol transport entry of Lachlan Onley. Desperately unlucky not to have won the Australian Super Sedan Championship last season. If you caught our coverage on Speed, you may well recall Jared Harper taking the lead with 1.5 laps to go after Lachlan had led for 38.5 of the 40 laps. It was heartbreaking stuff. Perhaps he can make amends in 2013 at the Perth Motorplex. Here he is.
Congratulations on your win.
Yeah, mate, thank you. Yeah, we needed something. We were struggling a bit to find a setup, but yeah, it was only sort of one thing I think that's made the difference. Yeah.
You got him right on the last lap.
Yeah, I knew we needed a win, so that's why I just kept that down and kept pushing.
Well, it was good for the fans, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Beauty, thank you.
The winners, they are the Grinners. He's smiling. Things are going along quite nicely for Lachlan Onley, who did a great job to defeat Ian Brims late in the race to win heat number 9. Thanks for joining us on the Speed Channel. Getting through these races now. If you may have just joined us, it's the 2013 Australian Super Sedan Championship, the 42nd running, and you'll see it over 2 weeks here on Checkered Flag. Tonight is obviously night number 1. Rod Colquhoun beside me, he's the starting grid in Heat 10.
Yeah, Ben Holland, Peter Lyle, Brent Halliday, Blake Jackson, Frank Doze, Matt Pascoe, Justin Smithwick, Kemble Aylett, Sean Black, and local boy Mark Giancola can drive that boy.
That's another surname that is synonymous with the sport in Western Australia. So they exit turn number 4. We go under green light conditions now. Presentation of these cars superb. They all look magnificent under the floodlights of the Perth Motorplex. And car 24, Brent Halliday, has gone to the front here, sits about mid-track as he exits turn 4.
Yeah, Brent Halliday got away to a good start there and opened up at a handy advantage in these opening laps of heat number 10.
Plenty of traffic further back in the pack, as you can see. Car 75 running prominently, that's Ben Holland, who started up front. He lies in second position now. Got it a little wrong there, Rod, on the exit to turn 4. Cost him some speed.
Yeah, certainly did. It's critical to try and maintain your corner speed here, which is obviously very high. I just should try and correct what I said earlier about losing a race by 3 laps. What I meant was in the big final on day 2, if you get it wrong over a large distance, you can lose by a long way. The setup is critical here at Kwinana.
Matt Pascoe is up to third now in the familiar 15 car. Of course, Matt, the constructor of the sweet chassis, which has enjoyed so much success. And up front, trying to enjoy success this weekend, is Brent Halliday.
Yeah, someone like Pascoe must feel good about racing here and racing a chassis that he designs and builds, because he obviously has a very big affinity with just how it handles and how to adjust it.
And that's a good point too, Rod, because we've seen the evolution of the super sedan technology in the last decade or so. There's so many different chassis brands now that are available, and when you compare to how sedans were going right back to the very first title in 1971, which was basically what you'd be running in street stocks now, even though it was a V8 Holden Monero and the winner was Kevin Dalton, but the cars have come on in leaps and bounds in technology.
Haven't they ever? The major change as we watch this fascinating battle with Pascoe moving up into second and the driver of car 75, Ben Holland. The major change really has been the move to bar cars from leaf spring technology. Over the last 5 or 6 years, we've seen most of the top runners go towards the bar setup.
And David, it's interesting that point you made too, because when we talk about the history of this event, really the super sedans came into vogue around about the 83-84 season, when the configuration of the sedans changed considerably. And of course the first winner was Chris Blunsdon under the super sedan title of the Australian Super Sedan Championship. And from memory, I think that was at Speedway City, or Speedway Park as it was known in those days in Adelaide.
Yeah, Chris, the expat New Zealander. Not a bad battle here. We still see up front in 24, Halliday leading Matty Pascoe. Pascoe is coming from the clouds, but I suspect he's going to run out of time. The leader's car, it's got to be said, is not handling all that special. It was a bit of a nightmare end of the race for him as he saw the wall looming large. But Halliday did enough to win. Pascoe, Giancola, Holland and Frank Doze in car number 3, officially placed in 5th position.
Yeah, nice drive from Giancola through from the back there into 3rd. And as you say, with Halliday there, I think he enjoyed seeing the checkered flag despite the fact that he won the race. It was getting a little bit out of shape there, but he'll be all for better for the experience.
There were a couple of scary moments for him in the run to the checkered flag. The car had a big understeer on a couple of occasions. Charmaine Kendrick working with us tonight. Here she is.
Job well done, Brent.
Thank you. We got there in the end. We struggled a bit in the first couple, but yeah, got the main men on the job now, so hopefully it's all good.
So have you been getting the setup right, like with the way the track is tonight?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, this track changes by the hour, so we've been out of the seat for a while, so yeah, got to get used to the wheel and get the crew used to the car again. So
Yeah.
Well, any win is good, so good luck for the rest of the weekend.
We'll take it as it comes, and hopefully get a win in the end one, eh?
Awesome, well done.
That's the plan.
For the last few seasons, Jamie McHugh has been absent from Super Sedan racing. The 2 times Australian champion has been enjoying a fresh challenge in mod-light racing and has recently won this season's Australian title. With the 2013 Australian Super Sedan Championship being held in Western Australia, an invitation to race by local driver Rick Massara was too good to resist. And although remaining conservative about his chances, Jamie is excited to return to the class that has brought him plenty of success.
I was very lucky that Rick gave me the opportunity to come over and drive the car. So I thought I'd come over and have another go at it.
Give it a crack. Now, you're rated one of the best drivers in the country. What do you say to that?
I don't know about that bit. I just try and do my best. Here I'm probably struggling a little bit, like the competition's very tough, and taking time out, it is hard to get back into it. Like, it's probably one of the toughest races in the season. To be sort of making a comeback into it is fairly hard.
The McHugh name has been heavily ensconced in Australian motor racing for over 3 generations in both circuit and dirt track disciplines. Jamie's father Jeff was a prominent figure in sports car racing during the 1950s and 60s, racing in such exotics as the J2 Allard and the locally built Maserati-powered Mildren. Moving to Queensland in the 1970s, he formed the successful Miami Smash Repairs business on the Gold Coast. Jamie started Speedway racing in 1995 in the Super Sedan class, going against the trend of racing in the lower ranks. His impact was immediate, winning the Rookie of the Year in 1995, and along with his 2 Australian titles, has twice won the sport's richest race for Super Sedans, the Apple Isle Grand Prix. Now Jamie's son Lockie is following in his family's footsteps. For the past 5 seasons, he's been making an impact in karting, racing in the Rotax Pro Tour. Despite his success, Jamie McHugh's racing priorities are now focused on his son's career aspirations, rather than being tempted with a campaign in sprint cars.
No, a bit too old for sprint cars. Really, I'll probably be concentrating on my son. He's just starting, he's been go-karting, now he's starting Speedway. So a fair bit of time will go there now.
Now, I know you raced along with some USA teams. What's it like racing against them, and do you learn from them?
Oh, definitely, because like the guys from the States, they're professionals, like they race for a living. So they do a lot more racing than us. So you learn a lot, and I went over there and did a bit of racing over there, and yeah, you learn a lot.
On Speed, the home of motorsport, you're watching Checkered Flag, proudly supported by Valvoline Engine Armour.
And it's good to have you with us. There's a shot from the pits looking towards the main stand here at the multi-million-dollar Perth Motorplex facility. The crowd is only mediocre tonight, which is understandable. It is night 1 of 2. The big numbers will turn up here tomorrow night. And of course, when I refer to tomorrow night, it means part 2 of our coverage that you will see here on Speed next Wednesday night. Really looking forward to it. Just a look inside the pits of some of the activity ahead of the next heat race.
Yeah, Dennis, you've travelled all over Australia and seen most tracks. This one the best?
Oh, without a doubt. It's a purpose-built facility and just tremendous. The facilities are superb and great for the corporate people involved in the sport as well.
So heat number 11 is the second last heat that you'll see on today's coverage as these drivers go about trying to amass a points haul that will put them into a good position come night number 2 in an attempt to qualify for the all-important A-Main or Grand Final, if you prefer to use that expression. And in heat number 11, it will be Colin Knox in 31 starting from pole. Dave Gartner, a real flyer on his outside. Roberts and Green, Larson, Knox, Ahern, Williams, Higgs, Bogue starts from position number 10 in machine number 28, and former 3 times national champion Mick Nicola in the national warranty entry starts out the back in car number 3.
He won't stay there long.
No, that's for sure. Gartner, the one to watch here, outside front row man. Went very close to winning the Australian Championship the year that Jamie McHugh won his second at Speedway City. It was a similar story to the way in which Lachlan Onley lost it last year to Jared Harper, where this man led the title that I'm alluding to for all bar the last lap, and it was snatched from McHugh.
It almost went to the film, didn't it? Was that close?
Yeah, snatched by McHugh, rather. Yeah, almost went to the photo finish.
Yep.
Yeah, and Dave Gartner's had a pretty busy few weeks as well, because you'll remember he also recently ran in the Australian Street Stock Championship. So a man running in several different sedan categories, and here he is running second at the moment.
Onboard camera for Valvoline Engine Armour. It's at the back of the 82 car of Dustin Higgs. Nice vision again. And car number 3. Well, you rode on board as it went wrong. The driver of car 3 got outstanding drive.
Yeah, Matt Williams, I think it was, got out of shape.
And clouted Dustin Higgs. Incredible, and unfortunately Mick Nicola caught up in that as well. It doesn't look as though any harm has come to the national warranty car though.
And hasn't Mick Nicola been a great competitor over the years, up there in that top level of national super sedan competition for a number of seasons? As we go on board this Valvoline Engine Armour replay, and look at this.
He really hooked up, didn't he? Just shot him straight into the back there, and Nicola, very great evasive driving from Mick Nicola. Experience come to the fore there.
So Lucas Roberts, who is by and large the constructor of the insane chassis. Obviously he and Brad Smith in partnerships, but Lucas does most of the work on the chassis and the jig. He finds himself leading this one. Of course, his dad, the promoter of the Heartland Raceway at Moama on the Victoria-New South Wales border.
Still Dave Gartner there in second position, and not too far away from Roberts. Roberts holding a nice line, but there's Gartner getting the car sideways and looking strong.
Yeah, Nicola working his way through the pack 2 up into the top 3 with Williams there, so the cream rising to the top in this heat.
Another nice onboard shot from Dustin Higgs. The width on this track is extraordinary. The onboard shot shows it better than anything, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. It's close to twice as wide as most other tracks, and that in itself throws up plenty of questions for the driver.
Yeah, that would be fair comment. I don't know of any tracks in the country quite as big as this. There's the race update for you for Valvoline Engine Armour, and it's all Lucas Roberts. Down the back straight, there's Williams in car number 3. Car not handling perfectly, but good enough to get some points here, and you can see he's getting a little lost on the turns on occasions. Not so the driver of car 0, a long way out in front. I honestly thought Dave Gartner would be a lot closer, but it hasn't worked out that way.
Yeah, Roberts is doing a good job. He's running the high line, really got the car set up well, running tremendously out in front. Dave Gartner, the next man through, then followed by Williams.
Gartner running a Dominator chassis. We have mentioned it in previous coverage on the program that Gartner, formerly running the Bullet car, well, the very second he switched to Dominator, he found remarkably more consistency and more speed.
Okay, well that probably answered plenty of questions for him when he did that, because he's been very, very quick ever since, and he'll be happy with the points here. Not even a smooth ride for our leader here. Lucas Roberts has had a bit of a rough run, but picking up some valuable points.
Yeah, they have spread out big time. So Roberts inside the last racing lap now. Biggest thing he needs to contend with right here and now is terminal boredom. He's that way in front. Just got to keep the thing off the wall, keep it together, and maximise his points haul here by virtue of victory in heat race number 11.
Yeah, used a couple of different racing lines there, I noticed on the last couple of laps, as you said, Dave, about the boredom. Probably just trying to pick up some lines, Roberts, Gardner, Williams, Nicola and Higgs, but he went up high, cut down, tight coming off the turn, then tried to run round the fence just to see what it was like, and hopefully he learnt something from that.
So through to the pit vision of Lucas, multiple Victorian champion. He's also done some racing in late models. Here he is.
pleasure to have you back.
What was that?
I said it's a pleasure to have you back.
Yes, congratulations, another one.
No, the insane chassis are going well tonight. I think Jamie Oldfield's had a win in a couple of seconds as well, so we might be going for bragging points within the team here.
So how's the track going tonight?
The track's really nice. It's really suiting our cars with their suspension package with advanced shocks. They don't mind the ruts and the holes too much, and there's plenty of room to move around for slide jobs and everything else.
All right, well, are you ready for the main event?
Yeah, one more heat to go. We've got to get through all the heats first and hopefully start the pointy end of the feature. And the locals, Cody Brown and Gene Kohler and some of the other guys, they're certainly faster in here. They know the way around, so we'll keep our eye on them.
All right, well, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well done to Lucas Roberts. Now it's heat race number 12, Night 1 2013 Australian Super Sedan Championship. Another quality field in action here. Warren Minsell will start up front along with Phil Barton, two of the West Australian drivers. Then another two locals in Terry Green and Dylan Nolis, followed by Jamie Oldfield in Brad Smith's car. Cody Brown, Andrew Kennedy, Graham Elliott, Higgins over the page to Higgs and to Shaw. So make sure you join us again for part 2 of our coverage next week, including a couple of excellent colour stories, feature stories rolled out in that program as well, as the 42nd running of the championship continues. Here we have the driver of car number 7, Warren Minsell, under siege. He's passed on the inside by Phil Barton.
Yeah, this race shaped as the best heat of the night so far, with Cody Brown and Jamie Oldfield starting mid-pack.
Oh, Cody Brown. Sorry, Rod, to come over the top of you. Cody Brown there smacked the wall on the main straightaway and lost a number of positions.
This is pretty serious speedway right now. A number of these guys slipping and sliding and ducking and diving. Now we've got a change up front. What about the performance of the man in the yellow car, Oldfield?
He's flying. He's come out of position 5 and he's position 6, I should say, up to 3rd and very close to the win here.
So Phil Barton continues to lead Terry Green. Jamie Oldfield on the outside makes it a 3-way run. That's speed. And will he get to the front? The answer is a resounding yes.
That was awesome. Great drive there and speaks volumes for the width of this track, which we just spoke about. He needed it.
3 cars wide on the exit of turn 4. This was the early stages when they were sorting themselves out, and there was lots of traffic too, and bang, Cody Brown turned right. It was called by Dennis Newland at the time. And this is outstanding. The fence cam and onto the main straight.
Look at Oldfield right around the outside, a tremendous drive. What an effort down into turn number 1, sets it up onto the bank, and tremendous effort by Jamie Oldfield.
He would have done his car owner Brad Smith proud, that one.
Certainly would have, Rod, that's for sure. There's Oldfield, and there's your top 5. Oldfield well clear in this one.
Terry Green and Barton still disputing second spot, and Minsell and Higgs. So it's a race dominated by West Australians. Have a look at these two. They have been hard at it from the moment we saw the green light. Terry Green and Phil Barton, and there's no signs of that war easing up anytime soon.
Yeah, the big news out of this heat to date would be Cody Brown's lack of points, and that's going to hurt him in the overall scheme of things.
Yeah, that's a good point you've made there, Rod. I think looks like Minsell into the wall, bringing on the yellow lights.
So we go to a caution period now with the driver of car 7 precariously positioned.
Yeah, it became evident in the previous heat there with Lucas Roberts. Just off the fence there, some really heavy ruts, and Minsell's paid the price there straight in.
It's a funny thing, isn't it, the ruts on a clay speedway? It's not necessarily that evident visually, unless you get an infield angle, the likes of which we saw there. And occasionally when you go walking across the track from the infield to the pits, you are stunned by just how big the grooves are.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you don't get full respect for the drivers until you walk the track after the meeting. It really is amazing just how rough it is.
Yep, like doing battle on the Grand Canyon.
Absolutely.
Back straight away, Oldfield in car number 6, the little transport insane chassis. Looking good. He is almost running on the concrete wall. Has got such superb momentum going at the top of the speedway.
Down the back straight away, and there's too many more laps remaining in this one. Tremendous drive by Oldfield.
As Gary Higgs on screen in car number 81. Last racing lap for Oldfield, who's certainly going to win heat number 12 in emphatic fashion. We've got to say, he's probably been the quickest boy on the circuit tonight. Has been ultra impressive, and his form continues in outstanding fashion. He is clearly going to be one of the men to beat at the back end of this race meeting. So Oldfield in advance of Higgs, Barton, Higgins, then Dean Shaw in car 34.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if there's an award for best presented car, but if there is, Oldfield and Brad Smith will have to go close. This Little's transport car looks absolutely immaculate, as always.
Into the pits we take you. So Jamie Oldfield in great touch. Here he is now with Charmaine Kendrick.
That's 2 out of 2. Well done.
Thanks, yeah, and I'm pretty happy with that. We're going well.
Well, that's got to put you in a good position for tomorrow night.
Yeah, definitely. It's still a long way to go, a full night's worth of racing. So, no, we're in a good spot, and we've made some changes, and the car's getting better every time we change it. So, yeah, I can't be any more happy for this little transport team with Brad Smith out, and yeah, we're extremely happy.
All right, well, good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he is deliriously happy, Jamie Oldfield. So is his team boss, Brad Smith. Okay, let's have a look at the point score at the completion of night 1 in competition at the championship here this weekend. Oldfield, no surprise to see him on top on 100 points. Now, the other driver that has done well tonight is Lucas Roberts, who will finish the meeting also on the same rod, the remainder.
Yeah, Mark Giancola, the local, he's done very well, 95. Dave Gartner, Dustin Higgs, Wayne Randall up there, McHugh, not surprisingly. Lachlan Nonnelly launching another good challenge for the title. Matty Pascoe, a dark horse for sure, and Cody Brown, been very good except for that last heat. To be disappointed with that one.
A reminder about the latest issue of Speedway Racing News magazine. It's on sale now. The April issue with Ian Madsen on the front cover. He had quite a season, Ian Madsen, and we wish him all the best with his racing endeavours abroad in America when he heads over there to contest the Knoxville Track Championship as well. SRN, the best read in the sport. Of course, a reminder, next week it is part 2 of our exclusive coverage of the national title for Super Sedans. You'll see it at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. For further details, Twitter and Facebook. Dennis Newland, nice to work with you tonight.
Yeah, it's good to be here, David. Thank you.
And Rod, good to catch up with you too. And of course, we'll do more of the same again next week.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. I'm really looking forward to night 2. I see at least 7 or 8 drivers really in with a good chance. It's going to be a great run down to the finals.
So some of the regular names missing from competition here this weekend. But there's no doubt the likes of Oldfield and Roberts are going to try and put themselves into the history books. They have emerged as the top point scorers after night number 1. Join us next week and see if they can keep it going. We'll catch you then.
You've been watching Checkered Flag on Speed, proudly supported by Valvoline Engine Armour.
The Australian Super Sedan Championship is the pinnacle of national sedan racing. Many of the country's leading drivers have converged on the magnificent Perth Motorplex to contest the 2013 edition of the Jewel in the Crown. Tonight, we present part 2 of Speed's exclusive coverage, proudly supported by Speedway Sedans Australia. On the motorsport leader, this is Checkered Flag, celebrating 18 years. Presented by Valvoline Engine Armour.
Checkered flag!
Thanks for being with us on the Speed Channel around Australia. Welcome back to the Perth Motorplex. Conditions are magnificent here. Look at that skyline, not a cloud in the sky for tonight's running of the 2013 National Super Sedan Championship. Welcome to part 2 of our exclusive coverage. And tonight we certainly get down and dirty. The business end of proceedings, the final round of heats, as well as a highlights package of the B main, and of course the all-important 40-lap A main. We'll catch up with all the stars and our obligatory feature stories as well. The scene is set here for an absolute cracker. If you didn't catch last week's show, at the completion of night number 1, Jamie Oldfield and Lucas Roberts equal on points, 100 respectively, in advance of Gian Kohler, who's 5 points further back. And Dave Gartner having a pretty good national championship so far. He's in with a really big shout here tonight. Now, Charmaine Kendrick is once again patrolling the pits for us, and earlier today she spoke with our 2 top point scorers.
Okay, the end of night 1, you're the leading point scorer along with Jamie Oldfield. How did you get there, and what are you going to do to stay there?
Oh, it's all about a bit of luck in the Australian titles. Hopefully we're starting rear in our last heat, so I think if we just finish the heat, no matter where we finish sort of thing, I think we're front 2 rows, so it's up to Jamie to start in the front row and we'll follow him.
And what do you think of the track here at Kwinana?
No, it's a really nice complex. I don't think there's any complex like this in the world. So very happy to be here.
No, we've still got a heat yet, so that'll determine whether we're off the front or the second or third row, wherever we are. But no, we'll play it safe and try and be out the front. It should be good.
And how do you like the track here at Kwinana?
Yeah, we've done a lot of laps around here, so we've got a fair idea, where to run and what the track goes like. So we've already got the upper hand on a few guys. But last night was good, and if it's similar to last night, it'll be great.
And what's your plan of attack for tonight's feature race?
Well, we've got to get through the heat first. Once we get through the heat, as long as we're first few rows for the start of the feature, we'll be happy with that. And then basically just hang out as long as we need to and be there at the end. That's the biggest thing.
Emerging as one of the sport's top young drivers in this season's National Super Sedan Series, Broom's Cody Brown has enjoyed a stellar season. Joining the National Series as a contracted rookie, he was a regular frontrunner and knocked on the door of victory a number of times. Achieving a career-best second place at Murray Bridge, he finished 6th overall after 10 gruelling rounds. Now he's back home for the Australian title, riding on the success of winning the Western Australian Super Sedan title just 1 week prior. Despite the state title victory, he admits he has to focus on the job on hand this weekend.
Actually heading into the title, we sort of tried to alleviate last week's win from memory. Just mainly we didn't want to go in here half cocky and thinking we sort of had it half won before we got here, which obviously you never do. You always get thrown a curveball. So no, we're pretty stoked to have won it, and obviously it gave us a bit of confidence of where we're sitting at, because the majority of the top running Eastern Staters came over for that title, and we won by a fair bit. So it was obviously a good thing for us confidence-wise. But yeah, we tried to sort of alleviate the memory of last week this week. Hence, we didn't want to put number 1 in the car anywhere. We just said we'll just put our heads in the sand and pretend it didn't happen. So, yeah, we'll see how we go tonight and see if it plays our way.
Prior to the commencement of this season's National Series, Brown admitted to Checkered Flag that the daunting logistics and financial outlay were the 2 biggest issues that he faced. With the series now completed, Brown is personally thrilled that he took the big gamble.
It's a very hard gig to do. Yeah, as much as you sort of think I've got sort of 4 or 5 days between rounds, we'll go and do this and that. I sort of had a bit of a rough schedule knocked out when we left, and of all these things we were going to go and see, and I think we got to any of them. It's just you jack the car up, get under it, and a couple of hours turns into 2 days' work of finding shit that's wrong with it. So that's how it goes. But no, it was a great experience, and realistically, when we got home from over there, everything sort of hit home a bit of the stuff we learnt. Just your general racecraft driving, the way the guys crewing the car, you just find better ways of doing things. And yeah, no, it's been a great experience, and sort of racing-wise, it's been all the best for me, I think, yeah.
Now, you've been racing since you were 14. What classes have you raced, and where did you come from? Give us a bit of a history.
Basically, when I was younger, I raced motocross pretty full-on. And then after I broke my collarbone for the 3rd time, my old man thought he'd get me a race car and try and con me out of off bikes a bit, and then gave me the ultimatum, 4 wheels or 2. So I jumped into 4, and we jumped into junior sedans obviously until I was 16, and then straight into modified production, skipped street stocks, and then sort of the jump into supers wasn't really planned. Engine builder at the time, Peter Brook, his son Troy was racing and had a load of success with state and national titles in his car, and I fell in love with his car when I seen it the first time, and sort of gave Pete the hint that when they were looking to sell it, to sing out, and we were thinking in 12 months, not the time when they sort of rang me up and said they were thinking about selling it. So it was sort of a jump in the deep end, I suppose, and then in our third meeting in the car we won the state title, so it was sort of no looking back from there. It was into super sedans, so that's how it goes. It's been a good ride, and I think this is our 5th year in this class now, and just sort of starting to learn more and more. And as far as the team goes, I wouldn't race without the team of blokes I got. Great bunch of blokes, and so we all enjoy it as much as each other, sort of thing, doing what we're doing. So without the team I've got, we wouldn't be here doing what we're doing.
Brown is a fan favourite at the Perth Motorplex, and he enjoys providing a show for the crowd at every meeting possible. With the Australian title up for grabs, he'll be using the support of the local crowd as a talisman for his success.
Oh no, it's great, yeah. It doesn't sort of, we try and go with the crowd a bit as well. Obviously you look after your supporters and everything as much as you can in any way you possibly can, because they're the people that are coming here week in, week out, and want to watch his race. So I just try and be myself around people and give them obviously as much time as you possibly can. It's basically all we try and do. So it's great to have the crowd support though when you're out in the track and you can sort of hear them going off. It's a bit of a confidence booster.
Yeah, great story there on Cody Brown. I describe him personally as a breath of fresh air for this sport. One of the young men on the way up, doing a fantastic job at multiple levels. Again, welcome to our coverage. We will pick up the action tonight, the commencement of the final round of heats, heat number 13. Beside me at commentary, Rod Calhoun, good to be working with you again.
Absolutely, Dave. Really looking forward to this. One of the great nights of every Australian Speedway season.
Indeed, and also the sport's leading journalist and historian, Dennis Newland.
Yeah, good to be here, David. Well, tonight is when it all counts, the Australian Super Sedan Championship, and I'm really looking forward to the action.
You're not on your own there. You've seen the starting grid. Now, please note, Tristan Green was scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. That is not the case. It is Lachlan Onley beside Sean Black. Black, one of the sport's emerging stars too. Onley, great start on the outside. Superior drive when he saw the green light. Went whoosh goodbye on the outside of the Queenslander. And Onley, who's had a career best season, leads this one by 4 car lengths as a sweep through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, the New South Wales driver really looking sharp, and it's going to be critical in terms of grid positions later in the night. He needs to get these points and get himself up as we look at a bit of onboard stuff from Jamie McHugh, a dual national champion.
Lovely shot as I head down the back straight of the multi-million-dollar Perth Motorplex. Ian Brims, that is, in a yellow car behind McHugh. McHugh driving for a new car owner this weekend. First time he's been in a super sedan for a very long time. Also the reigning Australian Mod Light champion. A quick look there at Eddie Bogan, full flight, driver of car 28. We've gone amber on the Speedway. Orange lights turned on, and that is because there is an issue with a car up against the concrete wall on the entry to turn number 1, and it's Lucas Roberts. Well, he can ill afford that. He came into tonight's event at the top, the pointy end of the points table, if you like, and it's gone wrong for him from the outset.
Yeah, very much so, and at a very critical part of the meeting too. And Roberts is one driver that would have come here this weekend thinking that he was going to go home with the championship, so this could prove very critical.
You can see there in the background on that onboard shot from McHugh's car, a little bit of contact between Roberts and Ian Brims. So race restart in heat number 13. You're watching the Australian Super Sedan Championship. Clear-cut race leader is Lachlan Onley. Black in second, Bogue is third, and Bogue now moves closer to the man in second spot.
This is a good drive by Lachlan Onley on a beautifully prepared track, and starting off the front row, he's jumped immediately to the lead and looking really strong as we go back on board with Jamie McHugh. Great pictures. Jamie McHugh, of course, former two times Australian Super Sedan champion, and looking pretty strong in this heat. But there's Lachlan Onley looking really, really competitive. certainly hoping that having come close in the past to victory in the Australian Super Sedan Championship, hoping that obviously this heat is a good omen for the future, and of course later in the night with the running of the Australian Super Sedan Championship.
Good stuff there between Bogue and Black. Very tight.
Yeah, Bogue's done well to get up on the inside of Black. Is the race update for you at mid-race distance here at the Perth Motorplex in heat race number 13. It's becoming a Lachlan Onley benefit. To be entirely honest, he has really increased the lead in the number 17 Dencol Transport car.
Dennis, as a keen historian of Super Sedan racing, the tracks themselves, would you say the surfaces have changed a lot over the last 30 years?
Oh, most definitely, Rod. There's no question of that. Back in the earlier years, it was pretty well all dirt surfaces, and venues like this Perth Motorplex were literally light years away. But what we're seeing now is the obvious clay surfaces, which have been in vogue for a number of years now in Australian Speedway. But yeah, the tracks have changed considerably over the years, Rod.
I would say a lot more banking too, I would say, nowadays.
Yes, that is very true.
So that onboard shot showing you the battle behind Jamie McHugh, who's done really well here. McHugh is now running in the top 3 of this race after starting from position number 8 on the grid. Meanwhile, there's Aylett in car number 9, the orange machine. No one's going to catch the leader though, Lachlan Onley. He has checked out. See you later, fellas. Half a lap to run for the driver of car number 17. I use the expression a career best season. You better believe it, he has really established himself now as one of the sport's heavy hitters. Onley wins heat number 13 of the national title. Daylight, second. It ended up being Campbell Aylett on the line. McHugh, good job as I've said. Sean Black, no slouch, back in 4th, and Lucas Roberts recovering from that incident with Brims earlier to finish in 5th position.
Well, Onley's really thrown down a marker, hasn't he? That was outstanding. Best drive we've seen so far, I'd say.
There is Lachlan. Nicely presented car, real family effort, and here's Charmaine with the race winner.
Congratulations on your win.
Yeah, no, that was good. We needed that, so that should put us somewhere up near the front. Not as far as we'd like to be, but somewhere up there, yeah.
Yeah, well, you were half a lap in front of everybody else, so you were fast.
Yeah, no, the car's good, and yeah, no, I think we found something late last night, and that's, yeah, good to find it late, but yeah.
The track's looking really abrasive. How's your tyre wear?
Yeah, you're going to need a hard tyre for the final.
All right, well, thanks for the time, and good luck for the B main. Oh, no, you'll be in the A main, sorry.
Yeah, the 6, I reckon. Somewhere up. Oh, we should be 5th, maybe 6th, I reckon. Hopefully, yeah.
All right, well, good luck.
Thank you.
On Speed, the home of motorsport, you're watching Checkered Flag. Proudly supported by Valvoline Engine Armour.
So here we are back at the Perth Motorplex. Nice to have you with us on Checkered Flag tonight as we celebrate 18 years with the compliments of Valvoline Engine Armour. Heat 14 is next. Now, this field is depleted. We'll show you the grid the way they were supposed to line up, just so you understand what's happening in the race meeting. This information supplied by officialdom. The reality is 11 cars scheduled to start, but looking out on the track now, quick calculations, there are 5 missing. Only a 6-car field, albeit there's some pretty good runners involved in this one. And we're underway in heat race number 14 with Mark Giancola going straight to the front in the white machine.
Yeah, Mark, a real big hope here for the locals, and he'll be looking to take himself to the Australian Championship. He hasn't done it just yet, despite some competitive runs in the last few years.
And we've got an issue here involving Cody Brown, the subject of our feature sport story earlier in the program. He's able to keep the thing running, but has lost a stack of ground in the interim and has sustained damage to the right front of the car, as you can see.
Yeah, significant damage there, and in such an unbunched field, he must feel a little bit hard done by there. It's going to cost him valuable points.
Another look for Valvoline Engine Armour as Mark Giancola was exiting turn number 4. Just have a look towards the back of the pack. Driver in front of Cody spinning, he had nowhere to go. They are the incidents as a driver you absolutely hate, getting caught up in someone else's mess. But it's part and parcel So now up into second is Dustin Higgs in car number 82 as we see Heat 14 resume back under green light conditions.
Yeah, Mark Giancola's family, Dennis, very entrenched in West Australian Speedway.
Oh, have been for many, many years. Of course, Tony Giancola, going right back to the days of the Perth's Claremont Speedway, a very competitive driver, and there is a number of West Aussies in this Australian Super Sedan Championship. Of course, the man we just saw in an incident, Cody Brown, one of the really strong favourites for the event.
That's the man in second spot. You're looking at Dustin Higgs. He's running strongly, and if anything is closing the gap on the race leader, Mark Giancola. Another car has gone. So we've got an incident-riddled heat here, which is a pity, really, because we've got a pretty good race going up front involving Giancola and also Dustin Higgs, as we check that out again on the Valvoline Engine Armour replay, courtesy Defence Cam.
Yeah, 2 incidents at once there. We've got a car expiring at the back. Looks like an engine blow-up or something similar. And these two, Cody Brown again gets tangled up in that one, so he's having a shocking run in this heat.
Indeed, as the action continues, Giancola knows he's in a race. He'd be able to hear the snarling V8 of Dustin Higgs looming. Here he comes now. Higgs on the inside there, almost side by side as they race down the back straight.
Only a few cars in the heat, but this is an enthralling battle at the top of the field as they come down the main straightaway to complete another lap. A great battle for the lead.
Frank Doze in car 3, now running in third position, but we'll stay with this battle up front. Giancola, the K-Trans Express Transport, on side entry off turn number 4. Leading 2 cars are absolutely dominating this.
Yeah, and I think Higgs will benefit a lot by following Giancola, because Giancola being a local guy, showing in some very effective race lines for later in the night.
Giancola looking very impressive, working the car well up onto that high line, and it's a good performance by Giancola and a pointer towards later in the night perhaps.
Yeah, the locals looking very sharp around this wonderful Kwinana Motorplex. And Dennis, a government-funded venue, and it really is a wonderful advertisement for the sport.
Well, it is. It's the showpiece of Australian Speedway. There's absolutely no question about that. And of course, we would love to see venues like this in every capital city of Australia. Of course, whether it'll ever happen, but a great complex, the Perth Motorplex.
Back straight now for the race leader, heat number 14. Giancola, 1 corner to negotiate, and will add more valuable qualifying points to his tally. Across the line, it was a depleted field. Giancola, Higgs and Frank Doze. Doze finishing about half a lap behind Giancola and Higgs. So the attrition starting to kick in here, which certainly can happen at any level, not least of which national title level, where there's so much pressure on equipment and on the people associated with it. So Giancola too good. Charmaine is in position. We'll take you downstairs right now.
Well done, Mark. A good win.
Yeah, thanks. Easier off the front, obviously, but no, car's going good.
Will you be changing anything like for the setup for the A main?
Yeah, there'll be quite a few changes. The track's going to be very slick for the final, so really got to gear the car up for the long race and, you know, hopefully to get it to come on in the last 10, 15 laps.
All right, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's in with a big shout tonight, Mark Giancola. Very experienced. He knows what it takes to perform well at this level. You can follow Checkered Flag on Twitter and Facebook. Further updates on upcoming episodes of Checkered Flag, you can visit the various social media outlets. Smithwick and Pascoe will share the front row with Ahern and Randall on the second row of the grid. As you look at the remainder, I mentioned about next week's program. It's a beauty, the Salute to the General. A tribute race to the great John Day, who's made such a magnificent contribution to the sport here in Western Australia. So he returns with sprint car racing next week, and it'll be a cracker as Pascoe sets sail around the outside and takes the lead. The early leader goes infield in car number 83.
Smithwick it was. Justin Smithwick in 63. Dennis spun
sorry.
on the first turn, so didn't. Oh, geez, a lot happening here.
Pandemonium, as captured graphically by the fence cam.
Looks like Dave Gartner involved too.
The pole sitter in 63, not 83, I beg your pardon. So Larson and Gartner getting together on the exit to turn number 4, and that is the last thing Dave Gartner needs.
Yeah, absolutely. And this heat is a really important in terms of tonight's event because it has Oldfield, Gartner, who we just saw, Wayne Randall and Matty Pascoe. So a lot of heavy hitters in their last heat run.
No doubt. You look at the replay, Gartner and Larson getting all tangled up. I don't think either car has sustained serious damage. As we take you for an onboard look at that, just keep your eyes further back. So Indian file formation, single file restart, with Pascoe to lead them away in advance of Randall. A couple of big names here set to resume hostilities. And of course, Oldfield driving the Brad Smith Little Transport. Insane car. Very competitive early here up on the inside of Wayne Randall.
Certainly Jamie Oldfield has really impressed me this weekend, and showing his versatility as well. He's had some sprint car drives over here in Perth, and now moving into second position there. Because the man out in front, Matt Pascoe, as we go on board with Jamie Oldfield, is not only well known for his performances in super sedans, but when time allows, he does compete in V8 dirt modifieds, and a couple of seasons ago took out the New South Wales Championship. That's the man in the number 15 car. Out in front, Matt Pascoe.
Yeah, he's a real talent, Pascoe. So's that man, the veteran Wayne Randall. Nicer bloke you'd never meet. What a career. In excess of 40 years racing now. I'm not aware of there being any other competitor in the sport in any class that's raced for as many consecutive years as that man in second spot.
And David, if emotion counts for anything, I think we'd really love to see Wayne Randall win the Australian Championship. He's won just about everything else except the national title. As there you look at the top 5, and the man out in front, Matt Pascoe, doing a good job, though Jamie Oldfield closing, Wayne Randall in third position.
That would be so cool, Rod, for Wayne Randall to win the Australian title. No one could begrudge him that honour. He has been one of the sport's best ever.
Oh, absolutely. He just won so many events, and probably 4 or 5 years ago when he was at his peak, he was near on untouchable on a weekend.
He was right, in actual fact.
Basis.
When the inauguration of the National Super Sedan Championship for the first 2 series, Wayne Randall was virtually unbeatable, took out the first 2 competitions.
Yeah, I guess he played sort of second fiddle over the last half decade to Jamie McHugh,
yes,
and the injured Darren Kane.
Yeah, that's probably a fair comment too. But a man with great experience. His career started at the Lismore Speedway, and his family's still heavily involved in the venue. It's great to see. So we'd all love to see Wayne Randall win the Australian Super Sedan Championship, just on emotion, if nothing else.
Yeah, these 2 guys probably wouldn't love to see him.
No, they wouldn't.
No.
They're having their own battle out in front, and it is a great battle. Here comes Oldfield underneath Pascoe.
Great race off turn number 4. Who wants it most? Matt Pascoe on the outside, the Queenslander, doing battle with the West Australian. What a performance by Oldfield, who came from deep within the pack. Pascoe the leader. I reckon Oldfield's got more car speed though. Whammo! Down on the inside on the last corner. Slide job. And he's going to do it. That is some drive from Oldfield. He wins heat race number 15 in a cracker. Pascoe second, Randall third, thinking what happened there. Gartner next, and then Brent Halliday in car number 24 was 5th.
No doubt about the winner, Jamie Oldfield. What a drive, what an effort.
Gee, that was a lovely piece of driving, and it really shows you just what the Kwinana Motorplex can produce in terms of different racing lines. That was awesome.
So again, Charmaine preparing to talk to our winner. This is becoming habitual. He's been there a number of times.
Well done, Jamie. You're absolutely on fire. That was an awesome race.
Thanks. Yeah, we're having a good run. Can't complain about how we're going so far. So one more race to go, so we'll see how we go.
You got him, I think it was Matt Pascoe, you got right on the second last lap.
Yeah, the last lap, I think I drove by him. You could see his car was getting a bit looser, and mine was starting to get better and better as the race went on, and I was getting off the turns better, so I knew I just had to get a good run off the turns and then just try and slide him in one. I didn't have to do it, but I really wanted to test the car out and see what it's going to do.
Awesome, well good luck for the feature race.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's just all gelling for that team. Brad Smith would be really pleased with the way his driver's performing this weekend. Of course, Brad breaking his arm, unable to take his place on the starting grid. Once again, this field is slightly depleted. We'll check out the grid positions as issued. Higgins, Pavlovich, Shaw, Nicola, Williams, Holland, Knox, Green, Reid, Big bad Bert Vosbergen. There's another veteran of the sport in car number 4, scheduled to start from position number 10 in advance of Phil Barton. Again, I'd like to acknowledge the support of Speedway Sedans Australia for its assistance in bringing you the coverage on the Speed Channel around Australia in conjunction with Valvoline Engine Armour. Racing in the final qualifying heat of the weekend. Mick Nicola in the national warranty entry, car number 3, started from position 4, up running second now. Race leader, however, in car 54 is Troy Higgins.
But Mick Nicola going through into the race lead, and Nicola, a 3 times Australian Super Sedan champion, took out his first title back in the 1997-98 season when he won at the Warrnambool Speedway. And of course, in following years, probably one of his most significant victories came at the Parramatta City Raceway back in the 2002-3 season. As the caution lights come on.
Yeah, car number 4 having issues, Bert Vosbergen. So over onto the infield he goes. And we come back to single file formation. That's because more than one racing lap had been completed. It'll be tough to toss the man in front, Mick Nicola. High on experience, high on commitment. A racer's racer. He's had a couple of lean years by his very lofty standards. Always competitive, don't get me wrong. But hasn't greeted Victory Circle as much as Michael would like, I'm sure.
No, I reckon that Mick Nicola has polarised audiences more than many other drivers. You remember the big run-in with Kevin Perton at Perton's first win in Tasmania?
Yes, that's right.
Very controversial, and Mick's always in the action.
Yeah, he certainly is, and as I say, he's a 3 times Australian champion, and he's probably his most memorable victory would have been at Parramatta when he came from behind and ran down John Leslie, who for so many years was the man that, I guess, a perennial runner-up finisher in the Australian title. Probably the best man never to win the Australian Championship, John Leslie.
Yeah, I think that was the night that Brad Smith seemed to have it shot to bits, Dennis, and his car expired about half race distance. He was gone. He was flying.
Yep, no doubt about that.
Have a look at this battle here, gents. The leader, Nicola, is cleared out, but there are 4 cars disputing second place. On screen presently, Ben Holland running strongly in car 75. And Holland now slides up on the inside to secure second. Higgins, Barton, Vosbergen are occupying the next 3 places on the racetrack.
Yeah, Vosbergen's done well to get back up into the reckoning here in this heat after an early breakdown.
But Mick Nicola looking the goods in this heat and going extremely well. Of course, Nicola also a multi-Victorian Super Sedan champion.
We've talked about it before, this man on screen along with Peter Logue. They are the best 2 sedan exponents to come out of Victoria, no question about that. So the national warranty car exits turn number 4 down the main straight. He's enjoying a lead of some 10 car lengths, I'd suggest. But the man in second spot doing an outstanding job, Ben Holland, is out after him, and I've got to say is very much eating into the lead that Nicola enjoys.
He certainly is. Mick seems to be running about mid-track on the driest of the circuit, and it doesn't look like to be. It's not sending him as far forward as he'd like, I don't think. And Holland's getting a good run around the inside.
Yeah, Holland's found a little bit of moisture down there. It's working for him. 44 currently on screen, involved in a really good battle. That is Chris Pavlovich. No shortage of traffic out there on that part of the track that Pavlovich is running. No change in the order though. Mick Nicola is going to greet Victory Circle in the final qualifying heat of the weekend. Gee, the track has really slickened off at the back end of qualifying, and Nicola too good in the end. Across the line, Holland in second, Dean Shaw in third, Barton and Pavlovich in car number 44. And here's a word from the winner.
Congratulations on that heat win, Mick.
Yeah, it was a good one. We needed it badly. I think we'll be up in the round 6th or 7th now, so that's a good start.
And how's the tyre wear going tonight?
We used a little bit on the right. We put a heavier tyre on for the feature because it's 35 laps, so I think we'll be right for tyre-wise.
Isn't it 40 laps?
And I think it's 35 tonight.
Oh, somebody else told me 40.
Yeah, they normally are 40, but I think they've put it back to 35 because of the size of the track.
Okay, right. Well, good luck for the feature then.
No worries, thank you.
Yeah, well done to Mick Nicola. He finishes in the top 10 on points at the completion of qualifying, in equal 6th on 98. Oldfield 136 on top. Giancarlo next, Lucas Roberts. You can see the remainder. It is a very impressive top 10 in the championship finale. Now, this event will be conducted over 40 laps. Mick Nicola telling Charmaine there that he was of the belief it would be 35. Not sure where that came from. The championship final definitely over a 40-lap journey. Now, of course, the B main, integral to the makeup of the final grid positions for that main event. The B main, unfortunately, time constraints not allowing us to show you the entire race. The situation here was a 15-lap journey with the top 4 drivers at the completion of that 15-lap sprint, if I can use that word, will transfer through to the back of the main event. And it was, in fact, Brent Halliday and Ian Brims that started up front, but it was a race that was high on action, Rod Colquhoun.
Absolutely, it was. We had a race of attrition, and desperation is probably the word most apt when it comes to a B main. As you say, the top 4 go through, the rest go home.
The 21 car going home earlier than he would have liked, into the wall. Sean Black had a problem in this race in car number 26. There he was running strongly in the B main, but it was to no avail in the end as he succumbed to a mechanical problem right there at the top of screen. But in the end, after 15 laps, it was Brent Halliday, Phil Barton, Peter Nicola and Michael Miller taking the final 4 transfer spots into the main event. Justin Smithwick was next on the circuit.
Congratulations, you're through to the A main.
Yeah, that was the main thing. Just to get a bit of practice of being out in front, eh?
Yeah, well, now you're going to have to battle through the crowds, I guess.
Did that last week and ended up in someone else's stuff, so let's see if we can stay out of it this time and make our way to the front as soon as we can.
This is Checkered Flag, high-octane television at its very best. Proudly supported by Valvoline Engine Armour.
Welcome back. A little earlier on today's program, I was talking about John Day and the contribution he makes to the sport. Well, check it out. That for presentation, the best in the country. The John Day Utes out there, adding to the choreography and the hype ahead of tonight's running of the Australian Super Sedan Championship. Twitter and Facebook for further info on upcoming episodes of Checkered Flag. We'll show you the grid, but the presentation here at the Perth Motorplex without peer, Rod.
Oh, absolutely stunning. Couldn't be more excited about this.
There is John Day on the back with the cross-checkered flags. He has been doing this for so long. And a reminder, we've got the John Day tribute race for sprint cars on next week's episode of Checkered Flag. Oldfield, Giancarlo, Roberts, Higgs, Onley, Nicola, Gartner, Randall, Pascoe and McHugh. That is a very tough top 10.
Very impressive field for the 2012-13 season Australian Super Sedan Championship. A great lineup of talent tonight. There's the rest of the starters. Kemble Eilert out of 11, as you can see there, some heavy hitters. Peter Nicola further back in the field out of 19. Michael Miller from 20. Cody Brown from 13, he's got a few cars to pass.
He has, Dennis, and he'll be a little bit fired up, I'd say.
I'd say he will be.
So the top point scorer, Jamie Oldfield, has had some season driving the little transport-sponsored entry off pole position. We go racing in the Australian Super Sedan Championship for 2013. Oldfield set sail through turns 1 and 2, clear-cut race leader. Giancarlo wants to dispute the fact, though. Desperate to stay with the flying Oldfield during the early stages of this race.
Yeah, I think Giancarlo made his intentions clear very early. He went very low in the first turn as opposed to running it up, and he's doing the same here. This must be his early race strategy.
You can see there they are side by side. Then we've got a three-way go with Onley in the centre, Pascoe on the inside and Lucas Roberts up top. We go on board with Jamie Oldfield for Valvoline Engine Armour. That's Giancarlo working him over on the inside.
Yeah, Jamie Oldfield working the high line, but look at Giancarlo there and Matt Pascoe coming through there as we switch back to Jamie Oldfield and Pascoe in third position. There's Lucas Roberts in fourth spot.
Yeah, this is going to be a, sorry Dennis, this is going to be a massive, massive final because We've got some heavy hitters that aren't at the front yet and want to get there. And this guy in front, Jamie Oldfield, has been sensational all night, but Matt Pascoe absolutely on a tear under Giancola.
Yeah, Matt Pascoe, the Queenslander, up to third. Lucas Roberts is giving plenty of cheek too. Up high on the circuit, he's going to challenge Giancola's supremacy in just a moment. Pascoe, meantime, drawing level with Jamie Oldfield. So new race leader here, and doing it on the bottom of the Speedway, whilst Oldfield is committed to the top. Look at the second insane chassis car of Lucas Roberts. Identical paint scheme, the yellow and red. He goes quickly towards the front as well. And all drivers surviving the early stages of this race. No stoppages so far.
Yeah, and keep your eye on Lachlan Onley in the 17 car, maintaining the low line there, as you can see, currently running in 5th position. But here's the pass by Matt Pascoe down the back straightaway and into the lead. Lucas Roberts there in 3rd position.
Got to say, that is a very ominous sign. Matt Pascoe, the constructor of the sweet chassis, clearly one of the best setup men in the business, got a wonderful understanding of shock absorbers and so forth. He always sets his car up to do its best work the last 10 laps. So how good's he going to be late in the race?
Yep, this is great onboard footage from Oldfield's car too. Absolutely brilliant. Looks like Lucas Roberts underneath him. Great stuff from these two guys. But we've spoken about it over both nights. The track is so wide here, you have to get the setup right, and it looks so far as though Pascoe's got it bang on.
Yeah, the momentum required to be quick here consistently. As we now look out the back of Dustin Higgs' machine for Valvoline engine armour. That's Cody Brown behind him. And Brown, in fact, moving up a spot underneath Mick Nicola. You see there that Cody Brown used the curb. A lot of these drivers will deliberately aim the front of the car at the curb because it then transfers the weight back to the right rear and provides maximum traction. Pascoe under siege from now Lucas Roberts, and Oldfield up on the inside, the two insane team cars putting on a heck of a show here. And now Lachlan Onley joins the fray too.
Oh, this is developing into a superb Australian Super Sedan Championship. The battle for the minor placings is on for young and old. Lachlan Onley in the number 17 car, working the low line to great effect as we go back on board with Jamie Oldfield. There's Lachlan Onley, and also Lucas Roberts further back there in the field. But Onley doing a good job, looking really impressive.
Yeah, he's absolutely on fire. What needs to be kept in mind with Pascoe running inside, it doesn't look as spectacular. He's not even sideways, just driving all the time. The guys on the outside would have to hold so much more corner speed to gain on him. It's a really clever ploy by Pascoe.
Onley again on the inside of Oldfield. Look, as is invariably the case at the Perth Motorplex, we've got multiple racing lines here. You can see the bottom of the Speedway is really working for some. There's still a little bit of moisture down there. The high banking makes it worthwhile to get around the top of the track if you're prepared to venture upstairs. Even in some parts of the circuit, the centre is working, and Onley is proving it there. What about this for a race? They're 3 wide. Onto the back straight. Pascoe joined by Onley, and Oldfield having a crack too. Doesn't get much better than this.
Oh, this is fantastic Super Sedan racing. There's Lachlan Onley. A battle at the top of the field that is just brilliant.
Yeah, Onley cut back to the inside there, and it seemed to work for him. Accelerated very, very quickly down the back straightaway, and this is going to go down to the wire.
Wonderful onboard pictures tonight, emanating from the Perth Motorplex. So Pascoe continues to lead, but he can't break the shackles. He can't get away from the two behind him, who are sticking to him like the proverbial.
And Dave Gartner also making a good move there, now up into 4th position. So keep your eye on the man on the number 8 car, Dave Gartner.
So Oldfield, totally committed to the top of the track. I wonder if he'll change tack at any stage. He's very competitive, but on occasions it's just a little skatey up there as he finds the marbles, not quite getting the drive that he would like.
And what will make it interesting in the following laps, the leaders now are coming up to lap cars, but still Oldfield persisting with that high line.
Yeah, it's a crew chief's nightmare, this track. It is just so vast, as we've said a number of times, and what looks fast at the start can be so slow later on, and vice versa, so expect plenty of change as this race progresses.
Oldfield leads again. That's Matt Pascoe in the blue 15 car. You can see Onley over on the curb as well. Talk about varying racing lines. These boys are using all of the circuit and a little bit more. The leading 3 cars on screen in the Australian Championship.
Big thanks to Speedway Sedans Australia for its help. Obviously the controlling body of National Sedan Racing sanctioning this event. And it is a wonderful event. What a final.
Well, Archerfield took advantage there of the lap traffic and now goes into the race lead once again.
Yeah, just prior to that lap traffic becoming a part of this race, I note Pascoe had moved his line out about a car width, so he's obviously searching for a little bit more now.
Half distance in the Australian Super Sedan Championship here at the Perth Motorplex, and now Archerfield getting a bit of a break on the rest of the field.
Matt Pascoe will never give up. Archerfield, well, he is making the top work, isn't he? That was his game plan, and he's not prepared to deviate, nor should he, because it is obviously working for him. Only following Matt Pascoe. They hug the curb and down the back straight, passing lap traffic, which obviously that lap traffic always throws up different scenarios and can help or hinder you when you're involved in a battle for the lead.
Yeah, Pascoe looks to be finding a little bit more speed now. He's come away from that bottom run, and he's really going to give Archerfield an extremely hard time in a minute, as he's only going to do to the pair of them.
Again, great onboard pictures. We ride with Jamie Archerfield, who's under siege from Matt Pascoe. Nothing between these cars. Incredible stuff. One down the bottom, one up the top, and Pascoe, the Queenslander, has gone back to the front.
Well, no matter what the outcome of this Australian title, this will go down in history as one of the best Australian sedan championships we've ever seen. And there's been some great races in the past, let me tell you, but this is a classic.
Especially last year with Jared Harper winning, passing Lachlan Onley a lap and a half to go. It was an incredible race. That was Pascoe on the replay going back to the front. Now we've got to start thinking about tyre wear. As we advance to the late stages of this race, you'd have to think that Pascoe's would be in better nick. He's been keeping the car a lot straighter on the low line. Archerfield's been thrashing that thing up on the top of the track. It wouldn't surprise me if that becomes the difference in the end.
You know, I think that's what Mick Nicola was alluding to earlier. They probably approached the officials with a view to perhaps shortening the race in order to get better tyre wear. The officials haven't done that, and it's going to be absolutely critical over the last few laps.
So there's your race leader in the Australian Championship. He won the National Super Sedan Series a few seasons ago, has been winning state titles, but this is the one he wants the most. Of course, his car's the Sweet Chassis, enjoying great success in the Australian Super Sedan Championship in recent seasons. He'll think it's only right that he should get one, given that he builds them.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite ironic too that Pascoe, as you say, David, has won quite a lot of events and major races, but never the Australian Super Sedan Championship.
So they sort themselves out. Pascoe is starting to increase the lead now. Archerfield under siege from Lachlan Onley from Orange in mid-western New South Wales. And that is Dave Gartner, you can see further back in the GT Bobcat entry, car number 8.
But still, Lachlan Onley, he's had a very, very good season. Very competitive over the last couple of years, Lachlan Onley, and came ever so close last season to victory in the Australian title.
Cody Brown is making progress too, threading his way through traffic. Back straight away now. You see Wayne Randall there in the Roma windscreens entry as we look at some of the other cars in this championship that Matt Pascoe is about to cruise up behind. And there's Jamie McHugh in car 23. He has been lapped. Archerfield, Onley, about to go up on the inside of the former 2-times champion.
Yeah, you wouldn't say that every day, Jamie McHugh being lapped, but as you said, he's driving a car that's not his standard race car, so probably not at his absolute best, but geez, it's a good final and a great performance from our leading trio.
On board with the Victorian driver Peter Nicola. That's Wayne Randall in the Roma windscreens entry. You can see Jamie Archerfield, meanwhile, in car number T6, continues to be ultra competitive in this race, running inside the top 3. There's Pascoe deep in lap traffic. Onley is not far behind him now. They are separated by just a couple of car lengths, and Onley will be hoping that Pascoe gets snookered behind slower cars, but it hasn't happened.
No,
Pascoe, lightning reflexes in traffic.
Yeah, Pascoe needed to get that break there of those 2-lap cars, and this, if anything, now has slightly held up Lachlan Onley, and Pascoe just moving away a little.
Beautifully presented car, the 15. Through turns 3 and 4, there has not been a single stoppage in this championship finale with 5 laps to go. 35 down, 5 to go.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from our leader, and I note that he's driving about 15 or 20 feet from the inside of the track. It's still a little bit moist there. It's dry down low, dry up high, and he's driving a perfect line.
Onley has been caught up in that battle with Wayne Randall. That has done Matt Pascoe a massive favour. You can see there, bottom of screen, Onley can't pass Wayne Randall, so from Matt Pascoe's perspective, it's just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, that's exactly right, David. I think you'll find now that Pascoe, with only a few laps remaining, he's got this title run and won. A great drive by Matt Pascoe. Absolutely tremendous.
Wayne Randall is running 10th, by the way. Give you an indication of the dominance of these leading cars. Oldfield, obviously back in 3rd. Onley, and of course the leader. To be lapping a guy of Wayne Randall's calibre, that is extraordinary.
I'm just going to say, David, it's not every day you see Wayne Randall lapped in an Australian title. But here's the man of the moment, Matt Pascoe, looking absolutely superb.
You always like to see national titles go to worthy winners, Dennis.
Oh, yeah,
people
very
that
much so.
contribute and win events on a regular basis.
Very definitely.
And Pascoe's name will be a worthy addition to that trophy.
Oh, yes, and some great winners in the past. Of course, the late, great Grenville Anderson, the only man in the history of the Australian title who's won it 4 times.
So here's Pascoe. He wins the Australian Championship for 2013. A great drive across the line. Thoroughly deserving victory to Matt Pascoe. Lachlan Onley second, Oldfield third. Cody Brown, he started from position 13 and motored home to finish in 4th in advance of Dave Gartner. Well, a very worthy champion. He's plodded away all weekend. He did exactly what was required. His car set up, and the way he drove the thing in that 40 laps was absolutely sublime. The Valvoline Engine Armour race recap. It was Oldfield best to begin on the inside. He disputed the leading position with Giancola for a handful of laps. Then we saw the likes of Lachlan Onley and Matt Pascoe join the fray. And really, it was those 3 drivers that dominated. Lucas Roberts was good early, but couldn't go on with it.
Yeah, I think if there's a way to reflect on the race, really it was Pascoe. He probably outsmarted them early on. He saved his tyres, and when push come to shove later on in the race, he really accelerated away. That was brilliant.
You don't see many races go flag to flag in this sport. And it was similar last year at Archerfield with the running of this race. There was an incident on the very first lap that took Darren Kane out. And then on the restart, it went the entire distance. So 2 seasons in a row, we have seen an epic championship finale to decide the Australian Super Sedan champion. The onboard pictures were fantastic. You had the best view imaginable of what was going on out there. And that was one such example with Oldfield and Pascoe getting close together.
I think, David, too, and Rod, the fact that Jamie Oldfield worked that high line to great effect early in the race, it was a great battle. These onboard pictures are just fabulous. Lachlan Onley also very impressive. But Matt Pascoe there on the low line, a tremendous drive. And a very worthy winner of the Australian Super Sedan Championship for the 2012-2013 season, Matt Pascoe.
He'll be happy with that. By nature, he's actually quite introverted. He's a very quiet guy, extremely analytical. And let's see how much jubilation he demonstrates on this occasion. Gets great help from his dad. Thoroughly dedicated crew. And he's having a bit of trouble getting the helmet off here.
That's about the only problem he's had all weekend.
It's been a superb weekend of racing. Great car setup, and he really made it count at the end and did a great job.
Here's the cavalry arriving on the scene, led by his dad, and that is wonderful. Matt Pascoe has become a very special talent in this sport. The obligatory roof dance. The 2013 National Super Sedan Champion, Matty Pascoe, receiving the adulation of the crowd here tonight.
Congratulations, Jamie.
Yeah, thanks. No, we're pretty happy. We're pretty happy. You know, it's always hard to go backwards when you start off front, but you know, it's first weekend in the car, and we did everything we could do, and you know, yeah, we just come up short. But
Well, you're a star. You seem to do well in every single car you jump into. Are you jumping into a sprint car soon, or what?
well, I've been running one the last couple of shows around here, but I was actually supposed to run tonight, but we got this ride, so we'll be back probably next weekend in the sprint car and have a go around here. But just a little disappointed for the little transport guys and Brad Smith, you know, but that's how it goes.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no, thank you. You know, it was a good race, yeah.
You ended up coming through in the end, didn't you? Last time I spoke to you, you were like, hopefully I talk to you again.
Yeah, no, that's like the car was good, and we started out at 5, and yeah, just worked our way up, and probably made a wrong tyre choice on the right rear, but anyway, the car was still good.
Congratulations, that was an awesome race.
Yeah, no, we were working the bottom and then they started coming on the outside, so we had to pick up the pace. Trying to look after tyres, we only ran a 44 and most of them went and put 50s on, so we sort of had to look after it to the last 15, and then when we had to pick up the pace, sort of hoping that it wasn't hurting them, but you know, tyres are real good, so it was a good choice, thanks to Dad and my car owner, Vic Bugler and Damien, for helping us out all weekend. And actually this is our last race for this team, so went out on a bang.
Oh, well, congratulations. That was an awesome win. Well done.
No worries, thank you.
Yeah, he thoroughly deserves that, Matt Pascoe. Not a question about that. Gee, Cody Brown, he'd be happy with that. I mean, it's a tough field and to come through from 13. Very, very good effort. Speedway Racing News magazine, the April issue is now on sale around Australia. At a newsagent near you, $5.95, 60 pages bursting full of all the latest news from home and abroad. If you'd like further info, visit Facebook or Twitter, and that is Speedway Racing News magazine. Next week it's a cracker. We go sprint car racing on the program, the AHG Sprint Car Series, combining the Salute to the General tribute race. You'll see it 8:30 Eastern Time right here on Speed next Wednesday night. Again, Twitter and Facebook if you'd like to find out more information. Now, a special Speedway presentation coming up too. On April 25 at 6:30 p.m, you'll see a 90-minute program featuring the 2013 Australian Speedway Sidecar Championship. Trust me, one of the best meetings of all time, and Speed's exclusive coverage on April 25 is well worth catching. Rod Colhoun, good to work with you this week.
Loved every minute of it, Dave. A great event and a great venue.
And Dennis Hewlin, likewise to you.
Oh, tremendous race and a very, very worthy winner, Matt Pascoe. A great Australian Super Sedan Championship.
On behalf of the entire crew here, we wish you a very good night.